13.
O'clock.
Hey everybody, here we are. It's Wednesday night.
Yep, Cheryl's favorite subject. She says he's here just for this show. Now I gotta turn this on. Hold on.
I can't believe we didn't even think of doing this.
Yeah.
Until recently. And actually, we didn't think of doing it. Somebody else suggested it. And I was like, duh, I can't. And it's all, you know, it's like some of my favorite things. Yeah, it's true crime. And it's also punk rock, which, like I said, one of my favorite things.
Yeah, and we got the fucking temple of fucking Set going on here. We're looking for the fucking Eye of Horus or wherever it is. What was it? What was that shit? Fucking
what in the goddamn hell are you talking about?
The temple of Tanis is fucking beaming lights through.
Oh, right.
You know, Indiana Jones and his fucking staff.
For a second, I'm just sitting there going, what are you talking about?
I'm just looking at that shit right there.
Oh, well, because I think I said that before because it was actually just like a beam of light. That's more like a huge square of light. Yeah. So, you know. I kind of feel like the camera moved because, well, I was moving stuff around in the background. I got like a little couch and shit like that back there now, so I kind of had to. I don't usually like that much of the window in the thing.
DJ's having fucking truffle mac and cheese.
Sounds pretty good, actually.
The fresh truffles, there must be truffle oil in it.
Cheryl says, I'm making maple mustard chicken. That also sounds good.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, that does sound good.
Yeah, we need to find a recipe for that. Oh, people.
Man. I bought that fucking air fryer.
Yeah. This is the food portion of the show.
That thing worked out good. Cooked whole chickens in it. Did roast beef in it. Big old roast beef.
Oh, yeah.
Make sandwich meat. I know you could actually, when it was still hot, fresh out of there, we had roast beef and gravy, mashed potatoes. It was good.
Yeah, that was good. We had that for dinner last night. But then today for lunch we had like just sandwiches.
But I'm impressed with what it does with pizza. For you guys, people that don't want to invest in a pizza stone and a peel to get it off and on the stone, and you don't have a oven that can get up to 550, you can do it in that air fryer. One I have is big enough. It's got a little pizza levels on there and a pizza setting. But don't cook it on the piece of metal that they tell you to cook it on. Cook it in the damn wire basket for the French fries. It's just a damn wire screen. It makes a square pizza, about that big. Cooking time's 13 minutes. Comes out great.
Honestly, I can't really tell that much of a difference between that and like cooking on the stone like you were doing before. And it's nice not having to like preheat the oven.
No preheat.
Because you usually put the oven on to preheat for like an hour beforehand, so it gets like hot enough for like the stone.
Cooking time's an hour and 15 minutes. An hour of it is preheating the stone. Yeah. Now, once the stone's hot, you can make a lot of pizzas. So if you have a bunch of guests over, you can make 7 pizzas quick.
Yeah, because that's what we usually do if we have like a lot of people over.
But if you just want a quick pizza, you only have 20 minutes prep time. You already got dough made and aged and ready to go. You can just throw some dough down on a table on some flour, roll it out into a square, drop it into the basket, form it, top it, put it in. 12, 13 minutes on. I got the mechanical timer. It ticks and shit. About 12, 13 minutes and it comes out. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
It did come out really good.
Yeah.
You made me like a white pizza yesterday that had like mushrooms and peppers and I think it had artichoke hearts on it. It was really good.
It had some bacon bits and some of those some of that what do you call it? Freeze dried
had some little
sausage
had some
footballs.
Little tomatoes on it too.
Had tomatoes on it, yeah.
Which I like that.
Now the next thing to do is get one of them fucking Instapot or is it Quick Pot? What's it called?
Well, Instant Pot is the brand name.
Yeah.
You can buy other ones that are like the Instant Pot that are different.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that 6-quart one.
And like I said, they're really good. They seem to be really good for making like soups and stews and beans and stuff like that. I told you I'm obsessed with those fucking videos of those people that do those grocery challenges. Like I ate for $10 for a week. Yeah. And you know, they make a lot of beans and soups and they make stock in there and they're just like they all make rice in there, everything.
Yeah.
So
most of them seem to be 6 quarts. It seems to be the size to get. I think there's an 8 or a 10 quart out there, but it's considerably more expensive. Unless you guys recommend that bigger one, I'll get that. But it seems to be that the 6 quart is really all you need.
Yeah, Tammy said she loved hers.
6 quart?
Well, I don't know if it was 6 quart, but she said she loved hers. Sheila Ann says, DJ, you're killing me. How are we going to talk about 2 smackheads on an empty stomach?
Yeah.
We kind of have empty stomachs, too. I mean, we ate We had a roast beef sandwich at what, like 11:30?
Yeah.
And because I don't ever eat breakfast other than a cup of coffee.
I was drinking protein shake.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
See, you should drink that with me.
I don't know, because
it's like eating. It's beautiful. I make mine with.
It's not though.
I make mine with the fucking juice.
I'm not into like protein shakes. Yeah. I always kind of figure like if I'm gonna have calories, I want like some nice calories that I'm gonna enjoy. I don't just want.
Mine's enjoyable.
Well, yeah, but not for me. It's not though. I don't
want calories. It's only 200 calories.
I don't want a milkshake. I want actual food.
Maybe 200 calories.
You know,
it's like the food content is like eating 2 chicken breasts, and
I know, but it doesn't.
It's filled up.
It's not good like 2 chicken breasts. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm saying that I don't just want, because to me that seems like, you know, back in the old days, because my mom was like always on diets and stuff when I was growing up, and she would always do like, she'd always do like that slim fast shit. Like,
that's not the same.
No, but I'm just saying that it's like a meal replacement. I'm like, no, I'd just rather have a meal. Yeah. Honestly, I'd rather just eat like a salad.
Yeah, those weren't meal replacements though. It was too high in carbohydrates. It was just glorified.
But that's
milk.
Well, yeah, but that's how they sold it.
That's how they sold it.
And honestly, you probably would lose weight if you ate that just instead of like 2 meals.
Yeah, but that's not what protein drinks are for. You eat those chicken breasts and that salad and those protein shakes. It's not about losing weight. It's about gaining muscle.
Cheryl says
it's low calorie, very high protein.
Right, but that's like not what I'm trying to. I'm trying to eat some food that I enjoy. That's all. Okay. Yeah, if I had to, I would drink them, but I would rather not. I would rather have.
If you're gonna have a salad, drink protein shake with it. See, and there you get your protein, because it's not additional calories, not that many.
Or just have a chicken breast and put that.
But then there's the
salad.
Cost and the time for cooking it,
or you could just get canned chicken.
It's not that. It's not. Okay.
Cheryl says, I don't like drinking calories unless it's alcoholic. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
But the calories, there's only a couple hundred calories. It's like less than a can of soda. It's a lot less than a can of soda.
I don't like soda either.
You can't reason with women. You just can't reason with women. It's simple mathematics.
No, the problem is
the protein,
but the problem is that you're coming at things from a completely different point of view. It's not so much not reason, it's just like, look, if I'm going to have calories, I want actual food. I don't want, like, a shake. You know what I'm saying? I want to eat some actual food.
Well, you want to eat the food.
I would rather eat, like, just the actual food and not, you know what I mean?
It's a supplement, though. You're eating the food.
I get that. I get that. I just don't like them.
Okay.
I just don't like them.
All right.
You know, and I don't think there's anything particularly unreasonable about that.
They're good.
Well, they're good.
They're very good.
Taste is subjective.
They're very good.
That seems to be the thing that you're not understanding.
If you had the ones I was making,
I have had them.
They're good.
It's not my thing.
It's good.
You know, it's not that they're terrible. It's just that I don't. I'm not a big milkshake person.
I will fight in the defense of my fucking protein shakes. They're good.
But you like them.
Yeah.
Nobody said that. Like I said, taste is subjective. I don't understand why that's something that you seem incapable of understanding.
It's okay, Pookie.
Poor little Pookie.
I know when to give up. I know when to give up, Pookie.
No, you don't. Poor little Pookie has had a rough day. You guys. Yeah. Oh my God, my fucking morning. Poor little Pookie. I was in here, I got up early like I usually do, so I think I got up at like fucking 6:45 or some shit. And I came in here and I started working, and I don't even remember what time it was pretty early, but all of a sudden I hear and I was just like, oh shit, what the fuck is that? Now at first I thought Pookie was like throwing up, or I thought that Beijing had come up here and throws up, because she kind of throws up all the time. But usually she doesn't come up here. Usually she stays downstairs. So I'm just like, what the fuck? And I'm like running around and I couldn't find Pookie. And I was just like, what the fuck is that? Pookie had got into my walk-in closet there in the dressing room. And I guess she had been trying to like climb over. There was like a box or something in there. And she climbed over it and she fell. And she fell into, I had a bra that was like hanging on a hanger. And her neck had got caught in the bra. And she was like laying there like strangling.
She was hanging herself. I didn't see it.
And I was just like freaking out. I think it just happened because I heard her. And I was like freaking out. And she was like, ah, ah, ah. And I was just like, oh, Jesus. And like I pulled her out of it. And she seemed to be okay. Like I felt that she didn't like yell or anything like that. And I was like, holy fucking shit. What if that had happened like in the middle of the night and I didn't hear her? Oh my God, I was like so fucking stressed out. I'm still like stressed out about it.
I woke up, I heard something was wrong. So what happened? Standing there, underwear in my hands.
Yeah, he was on the way to the shower, and I was down here going, oh my god. I was like flipping out.
And she came running Pookie came running to me all happy, like nothing happened. I was like, you sure? She didn't seem to be upset.
I mean, I was upset.
Yeah, but she didn't seem to be like anything had happened. Maybe she was just coughing or something. And you sure it was wrapped around her neck?
Yeah, I saw it. Well, I had to pull it off.
Yeah, okay.
Because she was like that, and she couldn't get off because like the hanger was like pulling on the closet thing.
She was calling for help.
And she was like, and I was just like, oh no! And I was like, I was flipping out. Oh my god, I was flipping out. You guys know how I get about Pookie. But she was, I mean, I sat there. I think I was more upset than she was because I sat there going, oh my god, more Pookie. And she was like, chill out, Mom. I'm all right. But, you know, I was kind of like feeling around here to make sure like she wasn't, like I didn't want her to yell or anything like that if she was in any pain, but she doesn't seem to be.
Yeah.
I've been watching her all day and she hasn't coughed anymore and now she's pigging out like she usually does, so I guess she's okay.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Sheila says my arms look great. It's because I actually cut back on the days that I lift. I'm down to only maybe 2 days, 1.5 days a week. Give it time to fucking grow. It's probably, I can do 3, but I think 2 is the best a week. Give it time to grow.
Time to grow.
Time to grow.
I don't know what I'm just making shit up.
Yeah,
Camp Guy says Indian cooking uses a lot of pressure cooker stuff, just like Instant Pot. So because we make a lot of Indian food.
It was an Indian woman that recommended it to me. Her husband's a doctor over there where we used to live. She said,
like I said, they seem very useful.
Yeah, she goes, you need to get that and follow the recipes on YouTube. She says, that's better than the old-fashioned.
And like I said, they all everybody makes rice in that shit too. Yeah. And it just seems like.
So it's not just a gringo thing, you know what I mean? Like an Indian women they're using that. They're using that pot. They're saying it's better than.
What do Indians call white people? Not gringo, I'm sure.
I'm just making it up.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm sure there's a word for it. I just don't know what it is. If anybody here is from India, let me know.
Yeah.
Cheryl says, yeah, Tom, stop trying to reason with women.
Yeah.
Gramther says, this is awesome, arguing about protein shakes.
Yeah.
It's not so much arguing about protein shakes, it's just that it's a
battle of will.
I'm way more stubborn than you. I hate to tell you, but it's just that, I mean, I'm just like absolutely no, I'm not doing it. But it's not so much that, like I said, you have this weird thing where you like your subjective taste. You think that it's objective.
That's not weird. That's just a matter of course. That's just how it is. What are you talking about?
It is weird.
It's just the way it is.
See, now he's arguing about that.
You know.
He thinks like subjective things are objective.
Yeah, of course.
And Tammy's laughing. LOL, only Tom's taste is correct. I think he actually does think that.
Yeah.
I think that seems to be like the source of a lot of our disagreements. I'm just kind of like, do you understand that other people have different like tastes and opinions to you? He does not seem to understand that at all. No, that's not correct. No. You're like this guy I used to work with, this little like weaselly dude. And he, no, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that he was weaselly. You weren't weaselly. I'm just saying that I was describing him. He was like real into movies. And he was just bound and determined, if you did not like the same movies that he thought were brilliant, then you were just wrong. There was no subjective taste involved. There was no, it's not really my thing, you know, but if you like it, that's cool, which is kind of my whole situation. But he was just like, no, you were wrong, and this is why you were wrong. And he would like have this big, so I just stopped talking to him after a while, because you can't argue with somebody like that, because they're never going to like... Well, they're never going to concede that you have a valid opinion. Only their opinion is valid, and so they're just gonna like sit there and like lecture you about why you're wrong. And I'm just kind of like, I don't have any interest in that. So I just like stopped talking to him after a while. Luckily, he didn't work in the same department as me, so I just tried to stay out of that department as much as possible, because you know I don't have time for that bullshit. And Cheryl also says protein shakes are not my thing. I'm with you, Jenny. Yeah, they're not terrible. I'm just. Like I said, if I'm going to have 200 calories, I'd rather have 200 calories of something delicious.
It depends on what flavor you buy. Don't fuck with the chocolate one, because you can't do anything with chocolate. You want vanilla, because you can add berries or peanut butter to it, or dried peanut. You can change the flavor, and make something. Don't get chocolate, people, when it comes to that. Just my experience, because you can't really add anything to it, so it's not very versatile. One time I accidentally ordered what do you call it? Strawberry. It was Body Fortress. It was good.
Body Fortress.
Body Fortress. Body Fortress. Strawberry Body
I love
Fortress.
the name.
It's your body is a fucking fortress.
I love the name.
It's a wall around you. Okay. Like
Around
you're the Enterprise with a shield and fucking structural integrity and
I love
fucking
it.
you got fucking Spock at the fucking comm. You got him at the helm, but or at fucking with the science fucking desk. Anyway, the strawberry was good because you can mix it with berry. Now I haven't tried the banana. Jenny would absolutely hate that. She hates anything artificial banana. She hates banana.
I mean, I actually don't mind actual bananas every now and then.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite. Like, if I'm going to reach for a fruit, it'll normally be like an apple or an orange or a pear or pineapple or something like that. I'm not a huge fan of bananas. But artificial banana can go straight to fucking hell. I hate that taste.
Sometimes on Amazon, I've come across Body Fortress 5-pound fucking keg, because I get it in big 5-pounders of banana, and it'd be like half the price.
Well, because everybody hates banana as much as I do. Well, now there's some people that like bananas.
I like banana. I
like artificial banana flavor.
I love it, yeah.
I'm not harshing y'all's thing, okay? I don't want to be one of those people. It's like, well, you're just wrong. But to me, artificial banana flavor is like the grossest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really gross.
If I see that deal again, I'm going to get it.
So,
because I bet you'd be good with frozen berries in there. Probably be good with that powdered dehydrated peanut butter. Some people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Peanut butter, if you go to Walmart, Walmart, and you go to around where the dried milk is and stuff, it's usually near the Hispanic foods. You're gonna find it might be in the peanut butter section too. I've seen it in a couple different places. Big old plastic jar of powder. If you add water to that, it becomes peanut butter. It's real lightweight. Use that for you can put it in shakes for flavoring, and it becomes peanut butter. If you don't put that much, if you add a lot of water to it, it'll become like a peanut butter sauce. So it's pretty good with cooking. Not real cheap, but it is lightweight. It lasts forever.
Granther says, when we were talking about what happened to poor little Pookie today, Granther says, in the movie Witness, Harrison Ford threatens to strangle a woman with her bra if she took a photo of him. That's nice. I had forgotten all about that. I hadn't seen that movie in a long time.
I don't remember that. I don't even remember that movie.
I
guess he was the bad guy?
I can't remember. Was that the one with the Amish? Wasn't that Amish? Wasn't he investigating a murder like in the Amish community or something like that? That's what I thought. Oracle says, Tom, maybe Pookie was running to you for protection.
That's what it was.
And Cheryl said, Pookie better stop giving mommy heart attacks. That's what I told her. I was like, don't scare me like that. Dad, mom is freaking out, harshing my mellow. Probably. That's probably like that. Thorn Cezanne says, it's Tom's world. We're just in it. Yeah, pretty much. Oracle says, I knew a guy like that. If you didn't love the media he loved, he said he had the right to convince you to love it too. Yeah. I mean, I've known lots of people like that, but this guy was like just off the fucking chain with it. And the camp guy said, sounds like my brother-in-law. He knows everything. Thorn Cezanne says, my body is the derelict house.
The derelict.
Cheryl Mackwood, I fucking hate banana, especially fake banana. Yeah, I'm not a fan, to be honest with you. Yeah. And honestly, I think one time in my life, I was kind of like, you know what? I think I'd like a banana. Maybe I was like short on potassium or something, so my body was like, you should eat a banana. But most of the time, people are like, want a banana or banana something? I'm like, no, I do not. I don't know why. I don't like that flavor. And I'm not usually like real picky about food. I used to be, but I'll eat pretty much anything within reason, but not a big fan of bananas, and I especially do not like anything that's like fake banana flavor. It's super, super gross. Fourth Throwdown says, will my body fortress protect me against lawn darts?
Maybe. And because you have deflectors. Your deflector screens your hands. You deflect the shit. So yeah. Hopefully the stream holds steady. Looks like it's good.
Well, I mean, I had a couple little hiccups when it was still on the starting soon screen, and I was like flipping out because I'm like, no. Honestly, I've been having a hard time. I was trying to like watch a movie over there yesterday, and it kept like, it would go for like 5 or 6 minutes. It would go low res, and then it would, the connection would lose, and then I would get the connection back, and it's just like, I was like, fuck it. I watched like 30 minutes of the movie, and
I limited this to fucking 240p for the graphics.
Hopefully it's okay.
try to keep that data down low.
Oracle says, Jenny, I've heard a reason for evil fake banana taste. The evil fake banana taste is because the chemical is based on the earlier cultivar of bananas, and since most people alive these days have never eaten the older one, we reject it as not banana. That might be, because, yeah, bananas, they don't look like that in the wild. Those are mostly a human creation.
Yeah.
As a lot of fruits are. Corn is
it's all fake.
Yeah, that's why I'm not really that bothered when people are like, oh, GMOs and stuff like that. I'm like, well, most things that we eat nowadays
didn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, they were cultivated by humans.
They had this like a young Earth creationist. He used to make all these videos, and there was a channel they used to watch that used to fucking basically bag on what he was talking about. And he was saying, of course, vegetables and all this stuff was just created recently to be used by man. And the example that he used was the banana.
Yeah.
He says, look, it's curved. It's actually meant so you can peel it and it's perfect nutrition.
And atheists were quick to point out,
yeah, that didn't exist. That's only about 80 years old.
We made those.
Yeah, they're totally man-made.
Dumbass.
The real banana was about a couple inches long. I've had them.
Yeah.
Some of them were
That's the guy that hangs out with Kirk Cameron. What's that douche's name? Yeah, it is. I know. They call him Banana Man, but I can't remember what I can't remember what his name is.
He's totally wrong. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Obviously.
And when I was in Brazil, they had some really good banana plantations there that had kinds of bananas you'd never see in the United States. And one of them was a little bitty banana, came on a big bundle, and each banana was maybe 2.5, 3 inches long. They were kind of straight. And you peeled them the same way, but...
Ray Comfort, that's his name.
Ray Comfort, that might have been his name.
That is his name.
What was weird about that banana is that the texture was like a banana, but the flavor was like an orange. You would have liked it.
Probably. Well, anything that doesnn't taste like a banana.
Yeah, it was kind of like a cross between an orange and a banana. Excuse me, cross between an orange and an apple. It's kind of a creamy.
Yeah. See, that sounds delicious. Not like whatever bullshit they have going now.
Kind of like a creamsicle bar. It's like, you know what I mean, in a weird way. Yeah, pretty good.
Hugo says chicken breasts have grown 400% in the last 100 years. Honestly, I was watching on I was watching on Riff Tracks the other day. They had this short. It looked like it was from the 40s or maybe the early 50s, and it was like a Thanksgiving dinner. Like it was trying to teach kids like table manners. And the turkey that they brought out onto this table, I'm like, that is the saddest, most pathetic looking turkey I've ever seen. That was smaller than
chicken.
Yeah, than the chickens you just buy at Walmart for $4.
It was scrawny looking, not much meat on it, and it was about the size of a...
I was like, you can't feed a family with that.
It's about the size of a big duck.
Are you guys poor?
Or a small...
It was...
Not very big.
The chicken of tomorrow, yeah. Honestly, that's one of my favorite shorts that they did on MST. I don't know why I love that short so much, but the chickens that they show on there are, very, very scrawny.
Yeah.
Because,
Chicken the size of a pigeon.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that was kind of like, that was before all the hormones and all the shit that
selective breeding too.
Yeah, that too. They do give them things to like fatten them up.
Yeah. Outside Laurel, Mississippi, there's Sanderson Farms, and they could have a chicken would take it from a hatched chick, the day that it hatched, to ready for fucking slaughter. I think it was 2 weeks. That can't be right. There's got to be something wrong.
Yeah.
To get a chicken that big. And there were people that would work there, and like rumors would come out of Sanderson's farm that those chickens grew so quickly that they would break their own legs.
I've heard that as well.
That's why they keep them in those little baskets.
Cheryl just said poor chickens can't even walk anymore.
Well,
yeah.
Well, no, they put them in those fucking baskets because if they let them run around, their legs will break. Because the bones never quite harden, because they're not old enough. But they're jacked up on so much steroids that they grow to maturity. Like I think it was 2 weeks. It's just fucking amazing, and they feed them a lot of stuff to make them grow big. Feed them a lot of food. They just keep them in basically a small cage and just let them just eat themselves, just fucking 24/7. They're just an eating machine, and then. They were kind of selectively bred too. They're breeding the bloodlines that can do that. There was a bunch of other bloodlines that can't grow that big that quickly, and they let those die out. They just send those to slaughter. They don't breed any more of those. And it's artificial, I think, insemination, I think, with all of it. I don't think it's normal chicken breeding.
Yeah, I don't really think they just let them, like, run around and, like, you know, fuck whoever they want to fuck.
It's some kind of artificial process. And they all look like clones. They're all the same color. They're all just white. It's amazing, you know. It's just a meat machine.
Yeah.
The meat factory.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is.
And the chickens don't seem to mind, because the chicken's job is just to eat. So they just put them in this little box and they just eat.
There's like, oh, just eat all this? All right.
Yeah,
I can do that.
Yeah. And they're not very old, so they you know, they die at like a week, 2 weeks, something. I think it was 2 weeks. It's fucking damn. That's bizarre.
Fourth row down says, have you ever seen a cooked pigeon? It's like a thumb with legs. Yeah. That's kind of like with these chickens, but honestly, the chicken of tomorrow short, I mean, that was like kind of an eye opener too. But I can't even remember what that was. That one was in color, but I think the Thanksgiving one that I saw, the Riff Tracks one, it's on YouTube for free if you want to watch it. I can't remember what it's called. It's something about table manners or eating as a family or some shit like that. I don't know. But the Thanksgiving one, the turkey was what really like threw me off, because I'm like, wow, that it was really small.
The thing that really kind of weirded me out, the chickens don't bother me that much. What bothers me was the swai, the fish in the barrel.
Yeah.
Fish just packed in a 55-gallon plastic barrel, a drum with a lid on it. They just pop oxygen into there. It's just living in a bunch of oxygenated water, like a froth of water. And they change the water. It's the machines that change the water out, so they're not living in their own waste. And they feed them in there and pump a bunch of antidepressants and shit, and they just stay in that barrel their whole lives.
Lots of drugs. That's relevant to tonight's topic, isn't it?
They pump drugs into them to keep them into the water, to keep them calm, so they don't fight in that barrel. And they've never really seen daylight or lived as a fish. They're just hatched from little eggs and little guppies and put them in that damn barrel.
That's the weird thing. It's like, do they? I mean, I guess they wouldn't know any different.
They don't know any better. They live in total darkness, pretty much. Yeah.
That's still, I don't know.
Yeah, kind of weird to think. I mean, they are robot. They're robots basically, but that's weird. That's really weird.
But sometimes I wonder if there's just like something going on there. Like, what the fuck? This isn't.
How much could you learn inside of a damn barrel with a packed full of other fish just right next to you? You know.
Yeah, it's
I guess you're like,
God damn.
It'd be like being in utero your whole life.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what it would be like. Which.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember what it was like the first time. So.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of what they're like.
And I'd look askance at anybody that said they did actually remember, because I don't think so.
And that was the Chinese method of growing them, farming them. They do that here.
Well, that's why swai are so cheap.
Yeah, they're super cheap, and they it's weird, man, because they're like growing in a damn. And it's for practical reasons. You don't have to pull them. You don't have to build a pond. You don't have to pull them out of a pond or catch them. You don't have to net them. It's real efficient. Just put them in those barrels, and you keep them separate. So if something goes wrong with one barrel, it doesn't destroy all the other barrels, because they're segregated. You know, so it's like they got it down to a science. But it makes you wonder how those fish fucking experience reality, or are they just robots? They don't really experience reality.
I mean, they've got to experience reality to some degree, or they wouldn't still be around. That's kind of how natural selection works. Yeah. But once it gets to a point where it's like artificial selection, like with humans involved, I'm not really sure. But I don't know. That's always kind of something I wonder about, because I'm always like really interested. I've always been really interested in like animal intelligence, like how animals perceive the world, and so I'd be really curious. You know what? I think it would be really cool. I don't know if this would be cool. It'd probably be horrifying. But if they could somehow like transplant your consciousness into an animal so you could experience the world like that.
Yeah. Just
to see what it was like. Everyone would probably become vegetarians when that happened. Or they would just grow meat in a lab.
Probably be like when you were like a real, real little kid. Probably be like that. Less than that, maybe. It's going to depend on the animal, of course.
Yeah.
Depend on the animal.
I mean, we've said this on the show too. It's like Pookie seems very much like a human child.
Yeah.
Maybe like a toddler or maybe even older. Because she seems pretty smart. She can figure some shit out.
Right.
She can figure out how to get into some situations, as I mentioned earlier, which you know, that's like little kid. And honestly, I really like, Jackson Galaxy said this because I watch his videos sometimes. And he said people think that you could just like leave cats and they'll be okay and you can like run around and stuff. He's like, no, man, it's like you get a cat, it's like you got to baby proof your house, because they're like, having a cat is like having a toddler that can reach the ceiling. That's what he said. And I was just like, thank you very much for saying that, because I think that will really like, because I didn't even think about leaving that closet door open, and now I'm like, okay, now I can never leave that closet door open. And now I'm like worried about the cabinets like underneath the bathroom, because she can open those.
Yeah,
I don't think there's nothing in there I think that can hurt her. Yeah. In that one's just like foam and like coffee cans and stuff. So I don't think anything can hurt her in there. But I'm definitely not letting her get in that fucking closet anymore. That's for sure. You know, I don't think she can't open that door, but she can definitely open the cabinets under there. But yeah, so are we like kind of warmed up at this point?
They're talking about the chickens, and you know, the thing about the chickens is that you can see the chicken sitting in the damn little cages. You can see them eating the food. They are kind of experiencing the outside world. They don't seem to be, you know, super unhappy or anything, because a chicken mostly just wants to be fed. And they're not very old. They don't live very long. So that's just all they know. And by the time I think they would ever start to question it, it's too late. It's time for slaughter. You know, it's like a couple of weeks. That's it. And they're doing things when they're chicks. So, you know.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be under any stress. They're not having to, you know, give them antidepressants or sedatives like they do the fish. They try to keep the fish calm, or the barrel.
Or they'll fight.
They start fighting in a barrel, yeah. But
well, as most species would if you cram them that close together.
Yeah,
I mean, whatever species, no matter how intelligent they are, quote unquote, they don't want to be like fucking crammed into like with a bunch of other, you know, fish. Nobody does.
Right.
Nobody does.
The chickens aren't under that kind of stress. They just seem to be chilling out and eating constantly and looking at the other chickens, and if you let them go, they've gained so much weight so quickly. If you let them run around, they'll break their own legs, literally, because they just weigh too much for those hollow little bones that haven't really set yet. They're not old enough for them to set. They're growing much faster than they should have grown in the wild. A lot faster. It's not a wild animal. Totally genetically engineered.
Yeah. Ian England says, Jenny has too much faith in humanity, LOL. There's fucking cannibals running around out there. There are, but I mean, human cannibalism is pretty rare. You know, yeah, people suck. I get that. But I don't know. I don't think people are necessarily, I don't know. I don't think I have much faith in humanity at all. In fact, I think I said to you the other night that if aliens came, I'd be like, get the fuck off, get me off this fucking planet. You know, so I'm not a big fan of humans, but
But
cannibalism among humans is pretty rare, you gotta say. I think most people
in normal circumstances.
That's what I mean. Just in the run of your everyday life,
right.
You know, how many cannibals you're gonna meet in your entire life? Probably not all that many, hopefully.
The human kingdom is just like the animal kingdom. The predators have risen to the top. If you get into those top 1% of the power structure of the planet, bad people. To acquire that, they've inherited a lot of it, and they do a lot of fucked up shit in order to fucking maintain that power. You can't be a good person and hold on to that kind of power. They do something small that destroys millions of lives, people get killed. Just by pressing a button somewhere in some bank. Putting people out.
And that's mostly, I don't even know if that's just them, like, selfishness. That's what that is. That's just bald
right, and you know, they literally believe that you're here on their planet using up their resources. They just see you as a hungry mouth, and obsolete farm equipment, obsolete factory equipment. It's Zardos fucking shit. Exactly. That's how they see you. Junk. And if you're educated, you have a college degree, you're not rich. You're just originally designed to be the servant class to the elites, so they could have a professional servants to serve them. That happened at the end of the damn. End of the Middle Ages, the beginning of the what do you call Renaissance. Started educating the middle class, and they really don't need that anymore. They replace you with David, like those robots from Prometheus. AI.
Granther says, I know a prison guard at the Milan psychiatric prison for the criminally insane. He tells me the inmates are all fed trazodone and are just happy as clams. totally zoned out, just like this fish.
Yeah.
I mean, probably the best thing to do.
Yeah.
Under the circumstances. Tammy says, go buy some baby-proofing kits to put on your cabinets. Honestly, that never occurred to me, but after that happened today, I'm like, yeah, I think I might do that. Because I'm not sure, like, how... Because they don't have handles on them, those bathroom cabinets. Like I said, there's nothing under there that could hurt her. You know, all that I keep under at this one is, like, my coffee for my coffee pot and shit and some foam, like some soundproof foam. That's all it's under there. But I don't know. I don't like her getting into stuff. And now I'm, like, really worried about it, so, you know. Let's see. Okay, so I guess we'll just start talking about the actual topic now, although I should probably wait until Tom comes back, so maybe we can talk about some other stuff. But, yeah, so, I don't know. I don't know how those baby-proofing kits, I've seen them, they're kind of like, don't they clip onto the inside of the thing and, like, you have to push them, because... She can, she puts her little paw, like, underneath, and then she just pulls it, because it's, like, magnetic, and she just, like, pulls it, and then sticks her head in there to keep it open, and then goes in there. She doesn't do anything. She just goes in there and then comes back out. Pookie goes where she wants. She does, pretty much. So, you know, and it's like, I'm trying not to worry about her, but now that she pulled that crap with the closet today, and I'm super worried. Now, we don't let her go in the closet in the bedroom. We never have, because... Tom's boots are in there. Like, he has, like, these kind of expensive, like, work boots. And she is obsessed with them and will absolutely tear the shit out of them if you let her. And honestly, she likes to do that so much that if she hears you open the closet door in the bedroom, like, to get clothes out or something, she runs in there. And then, like, she sees you standing there. She's like, they're looking. Can I go in there and tear the boots up while they're looking? Or can I sneak in there? Like, she's, like, trying to do it. So you can't leave it open for any length of time because she hears it opening and she'll run in there and, like, start, like, fucking jumping on the shit. All right. So, yeah. Thorn Cezanne says, can't all those drugs and hormones be ingested by us? Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm not all that concerned about it, but... It probably is bad for you at some point. Oh, we got some bots showing up, so let's get rid of that. Ooh, went all blurry. You blurred all the shit. Are you ready to start talking about Sid Vicious now? Now that everyone's probably, like, took off and everything?
Yep.
Why not get no duplicate boots for her to scratch? Okay, we've tried this kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, no.
She's way too clever for us. Here's one thing that happened. Another thing she likes to chew on is Tom has these, they're radios, and they have, like, antennas on them.
Yeah.
And he has another antenna that's, like, broken, and she was, like, chewing on the expensive one, and he was like, okay, well, here's a broken one, like, chew on that. She absolutely will not.
No, she knows the ones that you're using.
She knows the ones that you don't want her to do, and that's the one she wants. And the same thing happened, too, because your tablet...
Yeah.
She likes to sit on the tablet, and also you have, like, a little bit of tape on there that's, like, over the camera.
Over the camera, it's got them taped.
And she wants to sit on the tablet and eat that tape off, or, like, pull it off with her mouth. So he had an old tablet, and he put pieces of tape all over it and gave it to her as a toy. She won't play with it.
She's like, nope, that's not the real thing.
She's like, nope, that's not Daddy's.
Yeah.
I want that one.
All right, yeah.
It's only the one that you don't want her to fuck with.
What she's talking about with radios is I had a bunch of, basically you'd call them walkie-talkies, but the ham and GMRS ones. A couple different companies. The antenna on them has got a soft rubber covering. She loves that shit. She wants to bite the tips, and it leaves teeth marks all over. It looks ridiculous.
Every single pen I have, she's because I'll be writing something, and she just comes over there and goes,
right,
like while I'm trying to. She loves to chew.
So she chewed one of them off an Ocean radio, expensive radio, $200 radio. Well, I got a damn. The antenna is like $15. I got another antenna, didn't have the damn teeth marks on it. And I gave her the one that had the teeth marks, and she's like, "Oh no, fuck that one. That one's already chewed up." She wants the new one. So what I did is I took the new antenna and hid that. So I just keep the old one on there.
You have to hide things.
Yeah, I keep the old one on there. I just covered it in the damn little adhesive tape for the fucking what do you call it? Tennis rackets. Little tennis racket.
Yeah.
And it looks okay. It looks better. Hides the teeth marks. But she wants to bite that too.
She'll bite absolutely not dumb.
Anything that's like a stick that's rubbery and she likes to chew on it.
God, she loves that.
And she knows if it's been freshly chewed or never chewed before. She likes that virgin rubber. And no teeth marks in it. She wants to be the first one to put teeth marks in it. It's fucking ridiculous.
And to be honest,
here, take this one. They're like, no.
I even bought her a big bag of chew sticks that are like rubbery and they kind of taste like chicken.
Yeah.
Do you think she will chew on those?
No.
She will for a second. She'll kind of chew on them and then she just pushes them off the desk and then she looks at them.
Yeah, she's like, nah.
Nah. I would rather chew on your pens.
Yeah.
You know,
and
your
radio antennas,
your boots, your couch. You can't be mad though. She's too cute. I mean, but she's not dumb at all.
She tries to reason with you. She tries to negotiate.
This is how Pookie does.
Well, her eyes will kind of like narrow at you. I'm gonna bite this. But no, don't do it. She's like, come on. No, you can see her trying to talk you into it.
Yeah.
Giving little angry looks when you say no.
Yeah, she has a little.
Yeah.
She makes a little face like that if you say something that she
doesn't want to hear that shit. She wants to chew that thing. You go, no. She's like, and as soon as you turn your back, she's over there turning to you. And you go, hey, she goes, I wasn't doing it. I wasn't chewing it. It's hilarious.
She totally tries to play it off.
Tries to play it off like she wasn't.
She's
chewing.
Like, what? I don't know why you're yelling at me. I wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, just like a little kid.
Yep. She is frighteningly smart.
Yeah.
That cat. She was frighteningly smart. She's very deceptive.
Yeah. Well, they said that about Manx cats and how they're described. She is exactly the way that they're described. So it's genetic.
I'm sure because I've seen other breeds of cats that were kind of like that too. But yeah, the Manx cat in particular.
Yep.
They're saying that's one very like common hallmark of their personality.
They're not cat-like. That they're more dog or monkey-like. And it's exactly
in the sense that they follow you around everywhere, and it's like they want to be involved in everything that you're doing.
Yeah,
you literally can't do anything. You can't put laundry away. You can't make the bed. You can't do anything without her
programming radios,
being like,
on things.
"Hey, I'm gonna help you."
Yeah, working on little machinery. She's got to come up and look at it and fucking take something and
she's
leave.
Like, "What you got there?"
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's funny.
I told you I can't even brush or comb my hair anymore. She's got to get involved in that shit now.
Yeah.
She's like jumping up on my chest, like, "Hey, I want to brush. I'll brush."
Making shirts or using a heat gun. She's got to run up and fucking try to get in the heat gun and watch it. And, whoa, why? What does it do? How does that work? She's just very curious.
She is very curious.
Yeah. Why are you throwing the hot wind on that? Humans don't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, when Tom's in there like working on something in his man cave, she will sit there for hours
watching me,
just watching. Yeah. And like. What you doing?
Yeah, and you should put her hand in there and try to get involved in it. Like, get. And she's like, oh. And then you try to put it.
Well, I was in here putting that couch together, and she was in here trying to help, like climbing on everything, going like, do you need me to help you, like, screw that in? Or
yeah.
And I told you can't make the bed without her jumping on it and, like, trying to like, sit. She's not helping, but I tell her she's helping.
Okay, should we get to Sid and Nancy?
Yeah,
we got enough people in here.
Let's get to Sid and Nancy.
Let's get to
Since we've been going on for almost an hour at this point. I don't want to be like too drunk by the time it gets. Yeah. Although it would be very punk rock if we got to the end and we were so fucked up that we couldn't talk anymore.
Yeah.
Let's not do that. Okay, so first thing, all right. So we're gonna talk a little bit about Sid Vicious's background. I wanted to talk a little bit about Nancy Spungen's background, and then we'll kind of. I didn't want to get too much into the Sex Pistols, the band. I kind of wanted to mostly focus on Sid, focus on kind of like the shit that was going on around the time and kind of like the crime and what happened to Sid afterwards. It's really funny. I was like I watched like a whole bunch of documentaries about this and like, you know, read a whole bunch of shit about it. And like I said, this is something that, you know, particularly of our generation and people that are into punk and post-punk and stuff, this was something we grew up with. I used to have a poster of Sid Vicious, like when I was a teenager. I saw Sid and Nancy back in the 80s, whenever the fuck it came out, with Gary Oldman in it. Even though Gary Oldman hated punk music. Yeah. So, not quite as cool as I thought. But, you know, he was fucking great in that movie, though.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
It does kind of, I will say that it does kind of, like, romanticize it, but I'm not going to, like, shit on it for that because a lot of people do romanticize the story, even though, I don't know. I kind of feel like, I feel like I probably romanticized it, too, when I was younger. But I guess it's just kind of part of that nihilistic, that self-destructive. It's just like, you know, and they were so fucking young, and they were living in squats in this fucking squalor, and they were just like so fucking drugged up. But I'm sure if you were like experiencing it at the time, it was probably not romantic at all, because it's like everything was fucking dirty and gross. Although the weird thing about it is that people who were there, like I was watching this one documentary, and Legs McNeil, who, you know, he's a music journalist, and he was, you know, instrumental, like he was in the punk scene, he knew a lot of them, and he wrote a book about it. I think it's called Please Kill Me, which I read a long time ago. And he knew all of them. And even though he's, you know, an old man now, but he was just kind of like, you know, there was something kind of, you know, alluring about the squalor. And I get that. I get that a lot with, especially people that maybe grew up in New York City, like back in the 70s and 80s before it got cleaned up. And a lot of them are kind of like, yeah, well, it's nice that we don't have the crime now, but there was just something cooler about it back then, like before it got gentrified. Like, it was dangerous, and it was dirty, and it was crime-ridden, and shit like that, but there was something kind of alluring about it. So, I get that. But, I don't know.
Nobody was up your ass.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people,
do whatever you wanted.
Well, yeah, you could.
Yeah.
Which, in a lot of ways, was probably good and very liberating. But then on the dark side of that,
anything you wanted.
You could do anything you wanted. Yeah. So bad people could also do anything they wanted, which I'm sure was not a good time for some people. And yeah, so I kind of feel like I see that there are like two sides of the issue or whatever.
Yeah. Before she gets off on into this, if you hear any negativity about Sid, you have to remind yourself that Sid was a fucking kid. He didn't live long. He was dead by what, 19?
21.
21, was it?
He was 21.
Shit, man. I mean, he was dead.
I don't even remember being
dead,
21.
He was dead by the time most people are just getting their starts. I mean, our buddy Nick, fucking, who I kind of adopted a little bit, he just made 21, okay? And he's starting out, he had a pretty good start in life. You can imagine... If I'd imagine, I look at Nick, even though Nick's dad, he's gone, all right? Nick's dad was a drug abuser and died, okay? OD'd. But his mom and his other extended family, they took good care of him. He turned out good.
Yeah, he's a nice kid.
Yeah, he's a nice kid.
He's a really nice kid.
And in some ways, kind of like a much smarter version of Sid, but without the drug problem. All right. Now, he's no angel, but he's not addicted to anything. He told me, he says, man, you know, there's kind of a weird allure. I wouldn't mind taking that. I want to know what my dad went through. And I said, don't you ever fucking do that shit. You won't come back.
I'm like, I'm fine with some drugs, but shit like heroin and stuff like that, I just feel like maybe not.
Yeah. I said, you won't come back. That's why your dad didn't come back from that. He goes, yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, I don't think I would be. I mean, I was never tempted.
Yeah. He's like, well, I didn't really know him. I just wanted to know, you know, fucking what it was he was fighting against. I says, nah, dude.
I get that, though. Like, I get that.
Right. Right.
I get that desire.
Right.
But...
told him about Rich and shit and some other guys and other people that I knew back in the day that got involved in that. That right there just turned you into a piece of shit, man. You don't want anything to do with that. And poor Sid, was born addicted to that. His parents were addicted.
Well, I don't know if he was born addicted to it, because I think that his mom was a heroin addict, but later. And his dad actually left when he was a baby.
This whole that angle doesn't fit the stereotypical situation.
Because his mom was in the British Army. She was just like, but there, like later on.
So you don't think he was born on it with it?
No.
Okay.
He didn't actually get into heroin until later.
Okay.
But his mom also was a heroin addict. She actually died of a heroin overdose, but I don't think she got into it later. She was a pothead.
Right.
I think when she was younger, but yeah, we'll get into. I don't think
half of the addicts I knew up in.
I don't think he was born addicted to heroin though.
More than half of the addicts that I knew, and that was up in Boston, their parents came from that New York scene. They were born addicted to it.
A lot of people probably were. I mean, it was very prevalent.
Right.
Very prevalent back then.
Which
not just in the punk scene either.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of feel like that's what's most associated with it. But yeah,
and their parents were kind of punkish.
Yeah.
And these were goth kids older than me. They were goth adults when I was a kid. They were born addicted.
Yeah, because I mean, you're slightly older than me. So you were 69 you were born.
Yeah.
I was born in 72. So I was like still pretty young when punk rock, because I got more into like in the early 80s. So I was more like into the post-punk thing, because punk had pretty much already kind of blown its wad by then. But I got into it a little bit later, like in the early to mid 80s. But yeah, we knew some people that were like 10, 20 years older than us.
Yeah.
That were into it,
right?
Before that, and they had kids, you know.
And they're born, well, I guess in the 50s, and they were addicted to it then. So it had been around for a long time.
Yeah,
been around for a long, at least in the Northeast, in the New York area. People forget that morphine addiction goes way back into the 1800s, way back. So
it does, yeah.
And it was kind of
drug addiction is not
generational.
Absolutely not a new thing at all.
Right. And it was usually passed down generationally.
Which you can see that happening. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a genetic component to addiction. And there's also, if you were raised around it.
Yeah. Well, it's just like if your parents smoked, chances are you're going to smoke.
Yeah, it's kind of the same kind of thing.
I smoked. My parents smoked. Yeah, so,
Which is weird, because my dad and my grandparents always smoked, but I never really was interested in it until I got older. I didn't even really start smoking until I was in my 30s.
I smoked up until, 48?
Yeah.
You saw me quit? About 48, probably. Around that time.
Something like that.
Yeah, haven't smoked since then.
Nope, you haven't.
No interest in it.
But it's just it's weird that like I grew up around a lot of smokers. My mom didn't smoke, but everybody else in my family pretty much did, or my immediate family. And I just was never interested in it. I kind of thought it was gross for like a long time, until I was like in my 30s, and I'm like, then I started smoking cloves because I got into like goth and
so
stuff.
To sum up what I was talking about, if we say anything negative about Sid, you got to understand that Sid was a fucking kid. Okay.
They both were.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you,
she
it's
was
like
a bit older than him, but
Sid did some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Nancy did some fucked up shit. I mean, by all accounts, she was intolerable to be around.
Yeah.
But she grew up with a lot of problems too.
Yeah.
I'm not excusing anything they did, because, like I said, they did some fucked up shit. But they were dumb.
Yeah.
They were young and dumb.
Real dumb.
He was much dumber than her.
Right.
By all accounts, she was actually quite intelligent, but sort of crazy.
Yeah. Sid was dumb.
Sid was kind of dumb.
Sid was dumb. Sid, some people just said that he was just dumb as shit. He was funny. People liked him.
Yeah, people thought he was quite sweet.
Yeah.
That he had a good sense of humor.
Right, yeah.
Like I said, he did do some fucked up shit, and I'm not going to gloss over that.
He was kind of dumb, and, his friend, John Lydon or Johnny Rotten was light years ahead of Sid in terms of intelligence, which I would probably put John at above average intelligence. Shit, did we lose it?
Wait, it's red. Okay, we're back.
I don't know. What I was saying before, I don't know if I got cut off. I would say that Sid was fucking below average intelligence. But I would say John Lydon, his friend, was probably above average intelligence. He was way ahead. But I know that John, seen in interviews with him, he feels real bad about what happened to
He
Sid.
does, yeah.
Okay. He felt responsible for that.
Yeah.
But no, it's survivor's guilt. There was nothing that fucking John could have done.
Yeah, but that doesn't. I mean, saying that.
Yeah.
If I'd been in that situation, I would probably feel bad my whole entire life too. Whether I was actually responsible or not, that doesn't really matter. At the
time, John was around with Sid and all this has happened. John was also young. He was a little bit older, but he was also real young. John was not equipped to help Sid. He was too young to help him. He was just not psychologically equipped for it.
Well, they were all kids.
They were all kids, you're right.
I mean, they were all kind of like working class kids. They didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Or I would say underclass, but...
Yeah, that's, if you want to say it that way, yeah.
John had spinal meningitis from having fucking rats piss on him. He grew up in a fucking rat-infested council estate. Was constantly fucking sick. Fucked his eyes up and everything. But he was an above-average intelligence guy, John. Just cursed with being born into that situation at that time. England was a rough place in the time that he grew up.
Well, and that's what kind of makes me sad about the whole thing is that if some of these, individuals had been born in a different time or different place or different circumstances, they probably would have turned out okay.
Yeah. To us, it was poverty. No, it wasn't poverty. It was more environment. Poverty in a fucking city is a lot worse than poverty in the country. A guy like Sid, if he was born to poverty, say out in Mississippi, they still had good upbringings. Because it's just, you don't have the population density, you got the outside, you got fishing, you got hunting, you got other things to do. It's just a totally different culture. Trying to grow up in a fucking highly congested city with no money, fucking with rats everywhere, man. That's bad.
I mean, I grew up fairly poor, but,
Poor and rural is very bad.
I mean, I didn't grow up rural. It was probably more like suburban.
Right.
But honestly, until I was older, I didn't really realize that we were poor.
Yeah, poor and urban is the worst.
Because my parents, who were actually very, very young when they had me. They were only 18 when they had me. So, we were always kind of living with family and stuff. But honestly, it's to their credit, I didn't really realize that we were poor until I was older.
I mean, that shit went red again.
I know. Well, I'm trying not, and, it seems to be, like, coming back at some points, but I'm just, like, really... I'm just hoping this isn't gonna do that shit like it did the other night, where we have to do shit in, like, 4 parts, because that was really annoying. Okay, come on, green. God damn it. I hate this.
I'm looking and it's, like, coming and going in here, too.
I hate this.
Yeah.
Well, it's just, like, I try to get, I feel like I'm trying to, explain some shit.
Should
and,
I go ahead and restart the fucking router?
I don't know. It seems to be okay now.
Look. Okay.
It seems to be okay now, but I don't really know. I don't know why we're having so much trouble with this fucking connection lately. Anarchy Extra says Sid didn't kill her. Honestly, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I wasn't there, but I kind of feel like if I'd been on, if circumstances had been different and Sid had actually gone to trial for it, spoiler alert, he died before that happened. But had I been on the jury, I do not think I could in good conscience have said that he did it, because there were just too many other factors. He very well might have, but if he did, I don't think he meant to kill her. Or it's very possible she could have done it herself, or it's possible that there could have been like a third party involved, because there had been a lot of other people like in the hotel, in and out of the hotel room that night, because they'd had a party, and there were some mitigating factors there. So I don't think, I don't think we can even like really say what the fuck happened there. I don't think anyone will ever know. Had he gone to trial, I don't think, if the jury had been in their right mind, I don't think he would have been convicted. I mean, I think the worst thing they could have convicted him of was maybe manslaughter, maybe second-degree murder, maybe. I don't even think they had the evidence for that, to be honest with you. But
did it fall again?
No, it's fine.
Okay,
it's fine. But I was saying that. Ooh, you made it all go blurry. Everything went blurry.
Yeah.
Look at, why is it doing that? That's weird. Come on. There we go. It came back. Yeah, somebody said Sid didn't kill her, and I was just kind of like,
we talk about that on another show.
Well, we can talk about it on this show, because this was a show that's actually like about it. Yeah. But I don't think there was any way of proving it. I kind of lean toward maybe
accident.
It was just an accident, or somebody else might have done it too. It's that's kind of like because there was a lot of other people like in and out of there.
Crime scene doesn't support murder.
Not really.
No.
I think it was just like a terrible accident, or there might have been somebody else involved, because I think DJ Maniac said earlier he thought Rocket's Red Glare, who we'll get into that, who was a comedian, that maybe he had something to do with it. He was actually at the hotel room that night, and there was like some kind of shit, so it could be. Mango says, curious fact, Courtney Love auditioned for the role of Nancy in Sid and Nancy. Yeah, she did actually, although Chloe Webb got it. And like I said, I really like that movie. I'd have been curious to see Courtney Love in that role, because although Chloe Webb was great in it, she was annoying as shit, but according to everybody that actually knew Nancy Spungen, and I'm not saying that she deserved to, like, fucking die the way she did, because that was awful, but pretty much everybody except Sid hated her. You know what I mean? So, but like I said, she had a fucked up upbringing too, so she also had some problems. So I'm inclined to be like a little bit more charitable toward the two of them. They were dumb kids. It was a bad scene, and, you know, shit happened. Like I said, I'm not excusing, like, some of the shit that they did, but, you know. So, all right. So, Sid Vicious, obviously, not his real name. This is, like, really funny because I was watching, like, I think I was going to say this earlier, but I was watching, like, a bunch of documentaries about this, and I saw this one, it was, like, 15 or 16 minutes, and it was, like, this really younger woman, and she was doing, like, a true crime episode on it. And one of the first things that she said was, like, this case isn't very well known. I'm like, where the hell have you been? I'm like, maybe it's not that well known to, like, fucking 20-year-olds. But I'm like, everybody our age knows about this shit.
Yeah, really.
This was, like, super, super famous. Yeah. And also, I was kind of inclined to be, and a lot of people in the comments, I don't like to be shitty to, like, people on YouTube, especially, like, younger people. They don't know. But, you know, she kind of pronounced a lot of the names wrong and shit like that. So I was just kind of like, meh, all right. I couldn't, like, watch the whole thing. But, yeah. So I just thought it was funny that she said that it wasn't that well known. Like I said, I guess, I don't know. I don't have my finger on the pulse of, like, the fucking 20-year-olds nowadays. But I kind of feel like, just from our perspective, this is obviously a very, very well-known case. So Sid Vicious, born Simon John Ritchie. Now, he was born in 1957, and as I said, his parents, John and Anne had actually dropped out of school, and then she joined the British Army, and that's where she ended up meeting Sid's dad. Now, his dad was also a musician. He was semi-professional. He was a trombone player, but he was into jazz. He was also a guardsman at Buckingham Palace, so there was that. So he had, by all accounts, like, fairly normal parents for the time, I guess. Now, after Sid was born, I know that's not his real name, but that's just what I'm going to call him, like, so it's not confusing. So, not too long after Sid was born, though, he and his mom, like, moved to Ibiza. Now, they had every expectation that his dad, you know, her husband, was going to join them. I mean, that was the plan. But he never showed up. And he also never paid child support. So there was that. So now his mom is a single mother. And supposedly starts selling pot. Like, just, you know, to get by. Because, like I said, she's in Ibiza at this point. So then, since she'd been in the army, I guess she was able to go through the British High Commission and, you know, get some help, like, moving back to the UK. So she moves back. They moved to Kent. 1965, when Sid was about 8 years old, I believe, Anne married again. She married a guy named Christopher Beverley. Now, he died of kidney failure only 6 months after they were married. So at this point, she's a single mom. Again, I don't know if he was an alcoholic or if he was just unlucky, or I don't really know. But he had kidney failure.
Got jaundice somehow.
Yeah, maybe.
Liver,
I mean, huh?
Is it jaundice from liver or kidney?
Yeah, I thought jaundice was liver, but
yeah.
I could be remembering that wrong.
Just might have some kind of renal failure.
That's what I mean. It's like, it happens. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have to be an alcoholic for that to happen. That was the first thing I jumped to, but that doesn't mean anything. So at this point, like I said, Anne is a single mother again. So her and Sid kind of moved around. But then in 1971, ended up in East London. And at this point, Sid, even though he was born Simon Ritchie, starts using the name John Beverley, which John being his middle name and Beverley being the last name of his stepdad, who had died. So, I don't know, to me, maybe I'm psychoanalyzing, but to me that suggests he was looking for a father figure. And I don't know how long Anne and Christopher Beverley knew each other before they married, but I mean, it was only 6 months after they married, then he was dead, so I don't know, that just seems really sad to me. But yeah, so he took his stepfather's name. Now, 2 more years go by, and at this point, Anne has become addicted to heroin and opiates as well. So, as I said, that's why I've kind of questioned whether he was born addicted to heroin. I think she was into kind of like the drug scene from early. Like I said, she was a pot dealer. But I don't think she became addicted to heroin until he was a little bit older.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's maybe. Okay. Now, the thing about...
Or it was a relapse, maybe.
Maybe. The thing about Anne, and this is so fucked up. Like, I was watching this one, I think it was a documentary, I think it was called, Who Killed Nancy? And in that one, I don't know how much of this is true, because, you know, a lot of this was people that were kind of in the circle at the time. Anne, Sid's mom, they said that her and Sid were more like buddies than mother and son. Like, she was very protective of him, but... she would, like, hang out with him and his friends. She would score drugs for him. They, you know, they used drugs together a lot.
Somebody in the scene.
Yeah, so it was a little weird. Like, the relationship was a little weird. It almost seemed a little, like, codependent. And honestly, I kind of feel like when he got together with Nancy, I think he was almost using her as, like, a mom replacement a little bit. Even though his mom was still around at that point. But yeah, it was a weird situation.
He was young. He needed management.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
he didn't know what was going on all the time. He needed somebody to kind of put him in the right direction. Maybe I'm getting ahead of ourselves.
No, it's all right. Just go ahead, go for it.
One of the things about Sid, he's remembered a lot of based upon how he looked. He was a good-looking kid.
Yeah. Yep.
And he had a badass fucking style for the time. It was like proto-gothic. A lot of the way that fucking Sid dressed was kind of like very early 80s gothic style. Black leather jacket, spiked black hair. Stuff you saw in Bauhaus. Stuff that looked like maybe like Susie might be into from Susie and the Banshees.
Well, he was in Susie and the Banshees.
Yeah,
briefly.
For a little while.
For like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, that look actually came from Nancy. Nancy got him dressed in that way, and I think she kind of based it on the New York punk rock scene.
Yeah, because she was American.
Yeah, it was probably the Ramones mixed with fucking bondage gear. And, you know, Sid's look was the shit, man. Cool hair.
Well, even though he couldn't really play all that well.
He was all looks.
Yeah, but his look was such that he had like a bunch of different bands, which I'll get into. He had a bunch of different bands like wanting him in the band just because he looked so good.
He had the looks. He had a good stage presence when he wasn't fucking stoned out of his fucking gourd.
Which he usually was, to be fair.
But he could play that, too. You'll see some recordings of him fucking doing shit. He had some stage presence to him, and he had a recognizable name and an image. Okay? He was kind of like the Billy Idol that couldn't sing and had no talent. Billy Idol could at least sing. He had talent. But Sid didn't. Could Sid have turned into an artist? Yeah. But not probably with that drug addiction. No.
Yeah, let's call that drug addiction.
Yeah.
Because like I said, he started real young.
Right.
And he did everything. And honestly, by the time he was, 19 or something like that, like people around him were like, man, he was taking enough drugs that would like kill fucking 3 people.
Yeah.
If you gave it to a normal person. So he had like a really high tolerance. Which, like I said, fucked up. So, as I said, 1973. At this point, Sid's mom is managing her own addiction, not even managing it. So she was so fucked up that she didn't even know what the fuck was going on with Sid. Sid was going to Westminster Kingsway College, which was like a vocational school for difficult kids. So he was actually going to school most of the time, from what I hear. Now, while he was at Kingsway, this is where he met John Lydon. Now, I should note that around this time, when Sid was around 16, he seemed to be exhibiting some problems, some mental problems.
This is a picture of Sid Vicious, just so people who don't know who he is, trying to get it folks right, that's what he looked like. He had pretty good style.
John Gora says Sid Sings is a fun album, though. I do agree. Like I said, he couldn't really play, and he couldn't sing all that well, but I don't know. There was something kind of charming about that.
I think he did a little bit on Rock and Roll Swindle, too.
Yeah.
He did My Way.
Yeah,
He did a good version of My
he
Way.
did My Way. And honestly,
Yeah.
I like that. I liked he did that song Something Else. I always liked that song.
There's
My Way is also
the
hilarious.
quintessential fucked up Sid.
Yeah. When he's like carving things into himself and whatnot, which we'll get into.
So he had really the perfect late 70s punk rock look. That shit sold.
And the attitude. And Malcolm McLaren absolutely saw that.
Yeah. Yeah. He was defining that scene. There's a good picture of him. So he was a good-looking guy. Good-looking young guy. Very charismatic in his way.
Yeah. So around this time, as I said, Sid's about 16 years old. He's going to Kingsway College. And he apparently, shared with a counselor because he was having some problems, which, like I said, not crazy because his mom's an addict. Like, you know, his dad left, his stepdad died. It's like, I'm sure he was having a hard time. They didn't have a lot of money. He said that he was contemplating suicide, even when he was 16 years old. Also, reportedly, I don't know if this is true. If it is, as I said, I don't truck with this kind of shit. But apparently he tortured and killed some cats. Or at least one cat. And like I said, even if you just do that to one cat, I'm not forgiving that. Sorry. But I don't know if that's true or not.
It was mentioned in some songs.
But yeah.
I don't know if it was...
I don't know if it's true or not.
I think it might be legend.
It better be.
Yeah, I think it's legend.
It better be. That's all I'm saying. Don't fuck with cats. That's what I'm saying. Don't fuck with cats. So Sid turned 16 and his mom kicked him out, which seems a little hypocritical, but okay. 1973, as I said, Sid meets John Lydon. Now, at this point, because John Lydon was going to the same school. So at this point, he introduces him to two of his friends, John Gray and John Wardle. So these four guys, collectively known as the Four Johns, they decide that school is just not for them, man. So they all quit. And they started, going to various places and, being squatters, essentially, is what they did. So at this point, three of these Four Johns got their iconic nicknames. John Lydon named Sid Vicious because John Lydon had a hamster named Sid, who was named after Syd Barrett from the original lineup of Pink Floyd. Yeah. And apparently the hamster, so the story goes, apparently the hamster bit Sid, and Sid said something to the effect of, wow, that hamster's really vicious, or something like that. So they gave him the name Sid Vicious. I don't know if that's true or not. That's the legend. Johnny Rotten got the name apparently because of his teeth, I guess. Because his teeth were kind of fucked up.
I think that's partly legend.
That's probably legend. See, that's what I mean. The punk rock scene was so iconic, and it's just like I kind of feel like people make up a lot of stories because some of the stories, like if you read like the Wikipedia page about it, or you read like the All That's Interesting page about it, or you watch different documentaries, everybody's got slightly different stories about things.
And part of the punk rock street cred is to glorify a flaw within you and turn that into a brand name. John's teeth obviously were not rotten.
Yeah.
It evidently came from he had green teeth. That's what they were saying. But I don't believe he had green teeth. I think probably when he was young, probably didn't brush his teeth that much.
Yeah.
Or somebody noticed that he didn't brush his teeth that day, and that became part of his persona.
Yeah.
But he has all his teeth, or most of them. I think he might have missed a couple. But that could have been that might have been from fights, because these guys got their asses beat a lot.
Yeah. Honestly, I saw, was it Malcolm McLaren that said I was watching like the documentary? It might have been Malcolm McLaren or somebody else that knew Sid. He called Sid a willing victim in the sense that he was like pretty scrawny and pretty small. he would get into fights pretty much knowing that he was going to get his ass beat.
It's like masochist.
He was a little, and that he said he was like a little bit of a masochist. He knew he was going to get like his ass handed to him.
Yeah,
and it's almost like he enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, he cut himself but the thing is that would kind of get him laid in the punk scene.
Well, yeah.
Getting your ass beat would get you laid.
Yeah.
Because then you'd have all these damn sycophantic fucking punk rock girls try to, make it up to you that you got your ass beat. And in those days, that meant a blowjob or a hand job. According to Billy Idol.
Here's your reward.
Yeah. According to Billy Idol. Yes, I'm not making that up.
It worked for Sid.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, he really didn't seem to have that many problems getting girls.
According to Billy, head was rare, but hand jobs, the fucking girls just handed it out like it was nothing. In this scene, they would give you a hand job behind the fucking place, just to fucking so they could brag about it, or just kind of like on a dare. And Billy, who's another character, I don't know if you guys know who he is. Billy Idol, what I'm talking, but who was a little bit younger than these guys, not by much, a few years though. Billy, evidently, he was getting hand jobs at like 14 by 17, 18-year-old punk rock girls. But that was on the menu back then, just the way it was. It was all that same scene. There was nothing about underage drinking or anything. There was no rules really.
Yeah, no one really gave a crap. I mean, as long as
They
you
were
were
all the same scene.
Yeah, if you were all into the same shit, then no one really asked you how old you were.
They didn't care.
You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean, as long as you obviously weren't like 40.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody was young.
And as long as you weren't fucking, 10.
Yeah.
It's just
I don't recall ever hanging out with 10-year-olds.
If you were in the fucking bar,
as long as you were like a teen
and you were in the scene,
it was okay.
You were. They were all young people anyway. Yeah.
Everyone was roughly the same age. They were all teenagers, or early 20s.
Or early teen, 13, 14. But that was in Studio 54 too.
True.
There was like some big scene girls who were famous, and David Bowie dating them, and then you do the math and you do the dates. She would have been 14.
Yikes. Yeah. Which nowadays,
Nowadays they get you in trouble, but back in the 70s, not so much.
Yeah, no one was really all that worried about it.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying.
Well, they were 20s.
Yeah.
So it was between 20s and early teens, which I guess in the 70s and with the law enforcement at the time, they didn't care. I guess it was just like free love type of deal.
Yeah, I suppose it wasn't really as big an issue. Like I said, as long as everyone was in the same scene, and everyone was like close enough in age, no one really seemed to worry that much about it. Like I said, I didn't really experience anything because for me it was kind of more 80s, but you did kind of have younger people, but nobody like super, super young. I mean, everybody I think was at least 15 and older. So it wasn't, and I never really saw like anybody obviously in their 20s dating somebody that was obviously in their teens. It was more, sometimes you'd see 15-year-old, 18-year-old, but it wasn't all that common. Most people were pretty close in age. So I don't know, like I said, a lot of it's probably legend, like how Johnny Rotten got his name. The big story is that it was because of his gross ass teeth. I don't know if that's true. And Sid was apparently the one that gave John Wardle his nickname of Jaw Womble, which is the name he ran with. Because, like I said, he was in Public Image Limited later and various other things. So these four guys, they start hanging around the iconic store called Sex, which was owned by Malcolm McLaren and Vivian Westwood. It was a clothing store, and it was in Kings Road in Chelsea, which was kind of like the epicenter of youth subcultures at that time, and that was where all the punk rockers in London hung out at that point. Most of them were broke. And a lot of them that were interviewed in some of the documentaries said, yeah, everybody just stole from there. So, because they never had any money. So they're like, oh, that's nice. I'm just going to have that. So everybody would just like fucking steal from this fucking store. But yeah. Now, at this particular store, interestingly, Sid Vicious meets very famous Chrissie Hynde. Now, this was before she had, formed the Pretenders. She's an American, obviously. But she was living in London at the time.
Christy Hines?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
right.
the story goes, again, I don't know if this is true or this is like some later shit, but apparently she approached Sid Vicious and said, "Hey, can I marry you so I can get my work permit?" I don't know if that's true or not. She said
Probably.
that sounds like some shit she would do.
Yeah. If she sees some broke dude, you know what I mean? And he's good looking. He might need a drink, you know what I mean? Fucking, I'll give you $100. Marry me and we'll go in there.
So yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But I guess he turned it down. But yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he was only like 16 or 17 at the time, but she was pretty young too. So at this point, John Lydon and Sid Vicious, they started like begging or busking, as they call it in the UK, where it's basically like performing in the street for money. The story goes, again, I don't know if this is true. Sid Vicious would play the tambourine. They would play Alice Cooper covers, and people gave them money to stop. Which I thought that was like super, super funny. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's kind of what the story was. Now, at this point, so Sid wasn't in the Sex Pistols from the beginning. He came in later. So 1975, John Lydon has Steve Jones, Glenn Matlock, Paul Cook, and they put together the Sex Pistols. Malcolm McLaren, who was partial owner of the Sex clothing store on the King's Road in Chelsea, was their manager. And Sid Vicious was kind of like their super fan. Like, he would go and see all their gigs. But he wasn't in the band yet. But he was in some other bands. So, like I said, I don't know. It would be a stretch to call him a musician. Because by all accounts, he couldn't really play all that well. I mean, sure, he probably played better than me. But, you know. So, 1976... like a little while after the Sex Pistols were formed.
Hold on, let me address something. Cheryl's going, it's so weird she didn't seek a medical attention. He's talking about Nancy. We're going to get to that in a minute. But Cheryl, knowing the people like this and the generation that was right after this that I hung out with, they were part of this. No, not weird at all that she didn't seek medical attention.
A lot of people didn't.
Not weird at all.
I don't think that...
They would have been like, oh, I can shake that off. That's no big deal.
Yeah,
Give me a hit of that fucking...
I don't think people took it as seriously.
They didn't take shit serious back then.
No. And I remember that too, from like growing up. And I think that's kind of like a holdover from the older generations.
Totally different generation.
Where they're just kind of like, you know, look, just snap out of it. You know what I mean? They didn't really understand
they looked down and
the gravity of mental illness.
Yeah, they looked down and saw a little bitty slit, and they probably didn't see much bleeding, and oh, it's okay. That's, and they went, give me a hit of that smack. You know, they don't want to go to the fucking hospital. They want to lay up in the bed and fucking do smack.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just, it's really not that weird.
You're
like,
thinking like a normal person of fucking 2021 who's not on heroin and not a punk rocker.
Who's not on all the drugs
fucking,
ever made.
Not in a pre-internet civilization that was very high testosterone for the men and the women. And they fought constantly, talked a lot of shit. They were dirty. They were fun. They were very fun. But it was mindless fun, looking back on it. There's, you know what I mean? You'd get bored with that today as an adult. I think a normal 20 or 30-year-old would get bored with them pretty quick.
Well,
People
to be honest, it's
down.
probably, I mean, and this is, you know, from my own personal experience too.
Yeah.
It's more fun for you than it is like hanging out with, you know what I mean? It's more fun getting super fucked up drunk or super fucked up on drugs or whatever. It's fun for you, but it's not fun with people that are hanging out with you that maybe didn't take as many drugs as you did.
Yeah.
Because they have to like deal with your bullshit now.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Or they have to deal with your
they would drive
shenanigans.
People away.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it was like a self-fulfilling kind of thing where it's like they just ended up hanging out with other
the people just like
self-destructive people like that because nobody else would hang out with them because that's like not fun for other people to hang out with that.
I told you early in the show that fucking heroin makes you a worthless piece of shit. You fucking, and that's what they are.
Yeah, it's fun for the person taking it, I'm sure.
But
obviously
you as a non-junkie, it's just like, what the fuck? And
they're just like sleeping.
Yeah, and I was friends with he was a great junkie. He could hide it. He could function normally, and then he'd go off into junkie land and rich. And he ended up blowing his brains out. And he was 50 I think 52 when he killed himself. And he lived a great life. I mean, he didn't do anything other than stay in his fucking room. He worked during the day as a maintenance man in fucking Commonwealth Ave in Boston. And he was just a good-looking kind of punk rock, proto-goth guy. Kind of looked like Gary Newman. And he was 51, and I don't think he ever dated a woman older than 35. And they were just these cute little goth junkie girls. Because having heroin makes you very attractive to junkie women. And
Well,
just,
obviously.
yeah.
You got drugs? Okay.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Well.
But yeah, and I was
What's
in
up, sexy?
I was in my mid to late 20s hanging out with him. We didn't hang out full time, but I would hang out with him quite a bit. And the people that hung out with him, like the barbiturates and shit from fucking Sleep Chamber, and John's Wiz and all those. That was some weird shit there. It was fun though, but I never saw John as an old man, and normally a 20-something-year-old guy sees a 50-something-year-old guy as an old man. Not John. John came across as a 30-year-old. And psychologically, he probably was, in terms of development, because he slept most of his time away.
Yeah.
He could drink an entire fifth and remain standing.
I've always kind of admired people that I know it's like a weird niche talent, but
yeah,
my brother used to be able to do that.
He could drink an entire fifth, remain standing, snort lines of coke, and then go inject some heroin, or snort heroin too. You do that also.
See, I hear about that kind of shit, and when you hear about fucking rock stars and people like this and stuff like that, I'm like, how are they still some of them are still alive? Look at Iggy Pop or Nick Cave or something like that. Yeah. These bitches are still alive, and they have all their faculties, and they still look reasonably good. Holy fucking shit!
I got a picture of John. Excuse me, Rich. I got a picture of Rich. I got a picture of Rich doing a quick fashion show when he was in his 30s or maybe 40s. Well, should I get it? It's in the other room.
If you want.
Because I've talked about him a couple times on the show. I'm going to show you who it is I'm talking about. He did a little modeling shit.
TB Drigger says, I don't even do smack, and I don't even want to go to the hospital when I definitely should. I know that feeling. I mean, honestly, I don't know if it's just because most of my life I have not had health insurance. So I'm always kind of like, is this really worth however many thousands of dollars this is going to cost? I could probably get over it. So I don't know. So I never go. I mean, I have to be super, super dying before I would actually go to the hospital. John Gora says punk was a real reaction to the hippie boomers. Yeah, and it totally was. And honestly, I get it. And like I said, I was really into... I was a little tiny bit young to get into, because I was still kind of a kid when punk came along. But I got into post-punk and new wave almost as soon as it came around, when I was only 10 or 11 years old. And so I totally got that fucking attitude, because I'm not into the whole drug thing and this whole self-destructive thing, but I get that they got to a point where they thought everything was too hippy-dippy and self-indulgent, and and I get that. I'm not really into it. They wanted to go back to more of a simple kind of thing, and I get that. So where was I? All right. So as I said, 1976. So Sid Vicious was actually in a couple of bands, sort of, before he was in the Sex Pistols. So you did find the picture? Oh yeah, there's
Rich with his ray gun.
Oh yeah, he had a ray gun. He's showing it to me. Yeah, I've seen that.
That's the guy I'm talking about. And that was 1984 or 5, around that time. Yeah, he's doing some kind of little fashion show.
Please expound on John Goris' statement, punk was a reaction to the hippie boomers, while I go to the bathroom.
Okay, yeah. Punk rock was everything that was anti-hippie. Hippie was all kind of something that came out of the 60s. It was kind of Age of Aquarius. I guess you could say it was kind of the PC of its time. Political correctness. It was kind of free love, environmentalism in a way. Anti-industrialist, returning back to nature kind of motif. Peace and love and getting along with your fellow man. Like, it'd be like saying diversity. It would be kind of like, it was just a lot of platitudes of the time. In a way, it was the optimism, the hippie movement. Chill out, do some psychedelic drugs, search for like your inner peace and meditation. Timothy Leary type shit. Punk rock was actually the opposite of that. It was more like nihilism, like fuck it, there's no hope. More kind of like antisocial. More like, yeah, fuck nature, that shit fucking, that's played out. I'm trying to come up with some good John Lydon or Johnny Rotten quotes. Okay, some woman mentioned something about sex and having sex, and fucking John Lydon because that's disgusting. Fucking sex was just anything that was natural. It was just kind of like a rejection of fucking.
Yeah, it was just nihilistic.
Yeah,
basically.
Right.
In the sense that it was just trying to like tear down established norms,
paradigms and norms. Right.
Where it was just like, I don't want to say it was reactionary, but it was almost kind of like they just wanted to be, or they were just contradicting everything. And honestly, musically, I think it was almost more a reaction. Yes, it was a reaction against hippies, but it was almost kind of more a reaction against prog rock, because I kind of feel like prog rock had kind of become really popular in the 70s, like late 60s, early 70s. And even though a lot of punks were into that when they were younger, I kind of feel like they were kind of rebelling against this thing where everybody had to be like super musically proficient. And so the thing about punk that I think a lot of people relate to, and certainly what I liked about it, was the democratization of music. Like, you don't have to be pretty, you don't have to be musically proficient, you don't have to sing well, you just have to have the right look, the right attitude, and the right presence, and you can still make good shit. So to me, that was kind of like, I liked the DIY aesthetic of it, I liked the creativity of it, because I kind of feel like particularly for a time, and like I said, that's why I'm saying notably like prog rock, because it was something that those, the people in prog rock bands, very musically proficient, and I'm not shitting on that because I like some of that too.
Oh yeah, they were great. So,
but punk was kind of like, look, anybody can do this. You don't have to you don't have to be rich. You don't have to go to musical school. You don't have to look good. You don't have to have done all this stuff. You can just put out the records yourself. We're just going to put it in a fucking sleeve and draw on it, and and it's still just as valid. Right. So I think that's what a lot of people related to, and why it was like such a big fucking cultural deal.
Yeah, and I would say that at the time, old people like my grandparents' generation, they would have seen hippie stuff as counterculture. The punks saw hippie stuff. Excuse me. They would have saw. Okay, my grandparents' generation would have saw hippie as counterculture. The hippies would have saw fucking punk rock as counterculture. It was against that. All right. Somebody said, hold on, who is this? Adriana goes, Nick Cave did heroin? Where the fuck? What?
Nick Cave.
Where the biggest junkie
Nick
out
Cave
there?
did so much heroin that there was hardly any left for anyone else.
He did all of the heroin.
He did pretty much all of the
heroin. Yes.
And he lived to tell the tale.
How do you think that motherfucker stayed so skinny?
Right? And he's still looking pretty good. He's probably pushing 60 at this point.
Huge junkie.
But,
admitted.
At one point, and honestly, one thing I admire about Nick Cave is that I read an interview with him. It was a few years ago. It was before his son died and everything like that. But he was kind of like, look, I know that people want me to come out because I had some experiences with heroin. Like, obviously, at one point, he was arrested for heroin and said, look, you're going to jail unless you go into rehab. And so he's like, okay, fine, I'll go into rehab. That was right around the time The Good Son came out, like in the early 90s. And he's like, and he had a real hard time. And so there was that. But he did come out later and he said, you know, all these people kind of want me to come out and say, oh, you know, say no to drugs and, you know, talk about all your experiences. He's like, but, you know, I had a really good time on drugs for a very long time.
Yeah.
He's like, so I'm not going to tell people, like, not to do them. He's like, because I had a good time on them. It's like, you know, I'm not saying that people should do them.
Yeah. Do
heroin.
heroin.
He's like, I'm just saying that I think it would be disingenuous to be like, oh, it wasn't fun sometimes, because it totally was.
I've mentioned this on other shows. I'm going to mention it again because we're doing something about Sid Vicious. In the 90s, there was a heroin chic revival. Some people got sucked into that. Bad shit happened. I'd be hanging out with fucking John's Wiz, and shit in the sleep chambers, and had these fucking dancers. They were fucking gorgeous. I showed them on another show, because some of their stuff is on YouTube. Beautiful female fetish dancers. They were called the Barbiturates. All right. Anyway, they kind of did
Which should tell you something.
The Barbiturates. They did some like, backup stuff for that act. Had them over at my place one time. We were in another 2-story house. That was the haunted one I've told before. That motherfucker was weird. And John was over, and fucking Rich was over, and a bunch of the Barbiturates was over, and there was one of them. I was waiting for her to show up. You know what I mean? Because, well, you guys saw her. I saw some shit went down last time. I saw her, and I was like, man, if she shows up, I'm gonna get lucky tonight, type of deal. And she never showed up. And I can't remember what her name was. I think her name was Sin. That's what it was with Sin. It says, where's Sin? And they went, without missing a beat, they go, oh, her? Oh, she died. I was like, what? Oh, no, yeah, she died.
You know, like people die.
Yeah, she died. She died last week. I was like, what? What are you talking about?
Shit
It was like 3 weeks that I saw her. You know, what do you mean she died? Yeah, she died. What happened? Oh, she OD'd. And it was just like it was nothing. Then they turned around and she OD'd. Yeah. She got a hold of some good stuff.
Well, I mean, to be honest, it happened a lot back then.
Yeah, and she went right back. I'm going to have to fucking show that video so you guys understand the loss of mankind. This woman was gorgeous. Fucking, and she could dance, too. Like, she died? And oh, man. I'm going to show them.
I mean, you showed that before, but
yeah. But probably a different crowd tonight. I'm going to show. Go ahead, keep talking.
We've known people that OD'd.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's kind of sad, but it's weird because a lot of people from our generation, like the generation before, that were like into, you know, the punk and post-punk scene, you either died super, super young, or the bitches seem to live for fucking ever, and they're just like just preserved.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Most of them died young. I'm not gonna say that, but if they did manage to get through it, then they do seem to live a long time.
Yeah.
So it's like it's one or the other. There's like no in between. But like I said, we've known a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew a lot of people.
That was her.
That died of overdoses.
And it's just like.
And nowadays, I feel like it's not as prevalent. I feel like there's no. I mean, in the goth scene, in the punk scene, shit like that, in the late 70s, early 80s, I kind of feel like heroin was like the big thing. Some people were on speed, like amphetamines. That was kind of a big thing too. But I feel like nowadays, not so much. There's really no one drug that defines it. A lot of people, like I said, everybody smokes pot, but that's not just goths. That's kind of everybody. Honestly, most of the drugs you see nowadays are more like, Molly.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
Stuff that you can kind of come back from. It's not that bad, but...
Yeah, or ecstasy type shit.
I showed you guys who it was I was talking about, and it was just like months after that. For nothing.
Yeah.
No reason, just...
Well, as I said...
Taking a fucking drug.
I kind of feel like...
Yeah.
Adriana says, I thought Nick Cave did antidepressants, but never saw him as a heroin kind of guy.
No,
he was absolutely a heroin kind of guy. Yeah, he did. He was
pretty sure Lou Reed and all that.
He was kind of a drunk too, Nick Cave, when he was younger. But yeah, big heroin addict. So like I said, he actually had to go into rehab or they were going to put him in jail. And that was like late 80s, early 90s. I would say.
Inside information I heard earlier years ago, so is Susie. But she kept it under
As
control.
I said, it was very prevalent. I would not be shocked that anybody that was into the punk or post-punk scene, even if they weren't really known for being a druggie, like Nick Cave was known for heroin, Iggy Pop known for being a heroin addict, even though, like Cheryl said, he's still running around, and still looks pretty good. He looks like an old man, but he looks like a skinny, like pretty spry old man.
Yeah.
And like I said, Nick Cave, he's looking pretty good too, even though he's got to be in his 60s by this point.
Iggy Pop probably also heroin.
Oh, definitely. Definitely, yes, heroin.
Yeah.
Well, and like I said, it wasn't just heroin. And honestly, with Sid Vicious, it wasn't just heroin either. They were doing pretty much any drug they could get their hands on. It was usually just heroin that killed them. That's what it was. But they were not shy about whatever anybody... And honestly, like, watching the interviews with some of the people that were in the scene at the time, they're just like, you didn't even ask. Like, somebody gave you a pill or something like that. You just took it. You didn't ask what it was. You know what I mean? It was a different time. Which, I never did that, but I know a lot of people did, and amazingly, a lot of them are still alive. Although, like I said, I guess I shouldn't be shocked that, like, people, Gen X and stuff like that are maybe dying off kind of young because of that shit. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really even start drinking and shit like that until I was older, so I didn't do a lot of the shit in my teenage years. I drank a little bit in my teenage years, but not much. But yeah, so, okay, so the Sex Pistols had formed in 1975. Now, Sid, again, didn't join the Sex Pistols until later. So in 1976, he actually co-founded a band called the Flowers of Romance. He was a singer in that and played the saxophone. I don't know how well he played the saxophone. Probably not very well, considering how well he played the bass, which was not well at all. But Flowers of Romance also contained Keith Levine, who was one of the co-founders of The Clash, and Viv Albertine from Palmolive. So, again, he's very up in the scene. He's like all of these kind of people. Now, he did learn to play bass, sort of, by listening to the Ramones, but it seemed, and this I'm not shitting on him, like I said, it seemed that he just learned the bass line to one Ramones song and just said, I'm just gonna play this bass line. I mean, it seems easier, right? It's like, it's a bass. It's only got more strength. So I'm just gonna learn this one song and I'm just gonna use this for other songs and let it. I kind of feel like that was maybe his attitude about it. But he learned to play from the Ramones. Now, as I mentioned, Sid Vicious, big fan of the Sex Pistols, and he would go to pretty much all of their gigs. June 1976, he goes to see one of their gigs at the 100 Club. Now, this guy named Nick Kent, who had played in the Sex Pistols like earlier, he wasn't with them anymore, but he had played with them earlier. He actually went on to become a music critic for the NME, actually quite famous. I mean, I knew his name for real because I was, all up in that kind of British music journalist kind of thing. So I know all their names and stuff because I'm a nerd like that. He was also Chrissy Hines' boyfriend at the time. So he was at the show, apparently. And also supposedly he was in Sid Vicious's way and Sid couldn't see. So he decided, Sid was high as shit on amphetamines at the time. So he decided he was going to take this motorcycle chain that he always carried with him, apparently.
Featured on the Great Rock and Roll Swindle.
And beat the shit out of Nick Kent with it.
Yeah.
So he decided to do that. So even though this was kind of a big enough deal to be in the papers, nobody got charged with any crime at the time. But he did, apparently beat the shit out of a guy with a chain, so there's that. Now, the Flowers of Romance, this band, they didn't ever do any live shows, and they didn't actually ever make any records. But some of their songs that they wrote actually were performed later by other bands, so they are kind of iconic in that sense. And like I said, there were kind of people that became famous later on. At this point, and this is something that I'd totally forgotten about until I started researching this again.
Hold on one second, I want to say something. Grandparents are saying punk was a repudiation against Brit rock bands like the Rolling Stones, Kinks, The Who, etc.
Kinda.
I would say only halfway. More against prog rock bands like Alan Parsons Projects, Pink Floyd. Even though John Lydon secretly fucking had a lot of respect for Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd.
But you couldn't say that.
You couldn't say
You'd
that.
lose all your cred.
Right. In some ways, the bands that you just mentioned borrowed a lot from punk rock. They would have never been a thing without punk rock. Like, punk rock is where the edge came from in the British New Wave. And there is early fucking Stones, shit that was never recorded, just rumors of what they sounded like before they were recorded, sounded like the Sex Pistols, evidently. They sounded like punk rock. They were real raw in the 60s.
Well, shit, man, if you listen to shit that came out in the 60s,
Yeah.
like American shit,
Yeah.
like fucking the Stooges,
Yeah.
I mean, that's punk.
Yeah. And there is some Stones tracks that, man, they're so goth it's not even funny. Like fucking Paint It Black. Very fucking goth. There's Sympathy for the Devil has a weird goth undertone to it. There's a lot of shit that Stones had that had a darkness to it.
That's why I always kind of feel like it's hard to pinpoint where punk as a genre came from, because like I said, you had in the late 60s, you had bands like the Stooges or the MC5 or Velvet Underground who had very obvious punk or goth sound to them. Like if you listen to it nowadays without any context, people would be like, oh, that's a punk band, or oh, you know.
My favorite goth band, which have been the old Sisters of Mercy with the original band, like First and Last and Always album. Andrew Eldritch says that album was a new interpretation of what the Rolling Stones were doing.
Well, and they covered
Rolling
Stone songs.
Yeah.
He was super into the Rolling Stones. Andrew Eldritch was.
And goth was very punk inspired in a certain way. It was a different interpretation. And it's punk classed up some.
And I kind of feel like punk, at least as it came from, say, the Ramones, who were, early 70s. The Ramones, I kind of feel like what they were trying to do was, I don't even think they were trying to, make a new genre. They were trying to go back to, rockabilly. They were trying to go back to, old, simple, just simple songs that were just, a few chords and just simple lyrics and were just catchy. And it was kind of seen as revolutionary in that, cultural context.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
the British New Wave was still very punk, and the American response to the British New Wave was still very punk. Duran Duran, which is nowhere near, well, it's the opposite of what punk rock was. Duran Duran would have never happened without punk rock.
No,
they
absolutely
were from
not.
the same scene.
Yeah.
They were like, yeah, we're punk rock, but let's pretend that we have money.
Yeah, let's dress up pretty.
Let's
like
dress
pirates
up pretty.
and stuff.
And we're going to be on yachts. We're going to be on yachts drinking this with these beautiful
It's like, because punk is fun, but nobody wants to, live in a fucking squat somewhere with no electricity.
Right. But they all came from those same clubs.
Yeah, Duran Duran came from, they were also grew up very working class, very art school. They were, they came from Birmingham. And they were hanging out at it was more glam, but like I said, early goth punk took a lot from glam. That was like New York Dolls and shit like that.
Billy Idol knew the Sex Pistols, knew Susie, knew fucking the guys from The Cure. He was that same thing, but he's like, I'm gonna take that and move to New York and become a biker from Mississippi. And that's what Billy Idol was. That's why he's got motorcycles and Harleys and fucking flying the fucking flag of the Northern Virginia Army. It doesn't have anything to do with the South or fucking the Civil War per se. It's just he really liked Elvis in the South and rebellion.
As I said, you got the same thing, since we were talking about Nick Cave earlier. You got the same thing with his very early post-punk band, The Birthday Party, which is actually one of my favorite bands of all time. They're from Australia, but it's their own interpretation of American Southern blues,
right? Yeah,
mixed with
Mississippi Delta
punk,
right?
And I find that really, really fascinating.
Yeah.
Like mixed with all the drugs.
Yeah.
As I said earlier. Because they have a very, very distinctive sound.
So you might have some people in New York and California says, what the fuck these fucking rednecks in the Mississippi and Louisiana and Florida, what do they know about punk rock? Oh no. The South was very punk rock through the eyes of people that were from outside the United States. They saw it for what it was. Watch, I'm going to give another plug to White Lightning. Watch the movie White Lightning.
Well, it's any kind of like outsider...
It's outsider stuff.
Like poor
Right.
people that are just like these hard scrabble lives like outside of the mainstream, like around the fringes. So I kind of feel like punk rockers could like relate to that.
Yeah. And then Anne Rice comes in with her gothic ass and makes it vampire gothic. The South. The South becomes vampire.
And then Poppy Z. Bright picked that up and ran with it.
Right. I mean,
Sure.
it's transsexual vampire.
Sure.
Yeah.
There was that whole thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
there was
that's a whole fucking scene.
That's
too.
a whole fucking thing.
Yeah. John Gora says the Cars' first album was way more punk than what came later. Honestly, yeah, because I do kind of feel like sad, and this is another thing, and we've kind of talked about this before, but like when the early 90s came along, and remember when like Nirvana got super popular and everybody suddenly just decided or said like realized that punk rock existed, even though the rest of us are kind of just like, yeah, welcome to the club, like 20 years too late or whatever. But yeah, so when it went mainstream, it was just kind of lame. But then like afterward, you got these kids that were going to like Hot Topic and shit, and they were talking about like bands like Green Day and like Blink-182 and shit like that, like they were punk bands, and like the old shit wasn't punk anymore. And I'm not shitting on Green Day. I didn't mind Green Day. I actually saw Green Day live before they got popular, like before Dookie came out. Like they were just like a college band. Like I saw them at like a university campus or something. I don't remember what year that was. Maybe my sister went. But you know, they're a good band, but honestly, if you're gonna be real into music, like at least kind of know where the shit came from. And or if you don't know where the shit came from, then at least keep your damn mouth shut about it. Don't go around saying like Blink-182 they're like the first punk band, because that is absolutely not true, and everybody should rightly like shout you down about that stuff. Cheryl was saying this. She thought the Stooges were the first punk band. Honestly, I mean they're in the contention for sure, because if you listen to a Stooges album now, that absolutely sounds like punk rock. Yeah. Absolutely. And that was late 60s. Same with Velvet. Velvet Underground had more of a gothy thing, because they had more of that drone.
They were, I think.
So they were kind of more like a post-punk or the first goth band.
Yeah. Especially with Nico singing. That sounded very goth.
I mean, her album, The Marble Index, which I think came out in, I want to say 71, but I can't remember. That is very much a goth album.
Forgot to tell you, our friends at Starry Night are doing a UK tour soon. They are fucking special guests of Clan of Zymox, fucking great band, and fucking maybe we'll post. Did you do the poster, or somebody else do that poster for that tour? Because he posted it's probably a UK.
I don't think that was me.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll post something in Data Stream for on what you call it, for tour dates, because I know we have some UK listeners, and if you guys want to meet friends of ours, they will be there.
Yeah, they're opening for
Glasgow.
That's Glasgow.
Glasgow. Okay, Glasgow. They're doing Bristol, and there was like 2 other fucking UK locations, but it sounds like it's going to be good. I would love to see that show. Those bitches better record that shit and to send that to me.
They will.
I would love to fly there. No, those bitches need to fly me there to go to those fucking
Ask
shows.
them, see how that works out.
They wanted me to manage that shit for a while, but I was like, man, I can't manage a band.
Yeah, pay me to fly me over there and buy me a hotel room.
Yeah.
And I'll manage you.
And no, they don't need management now.
They don't.
They don't need management now.
DJ Maniac says Blixo wasn't in the birthday party, was he? No, he was in the Bad Seeds later. If you don't know who he's talking about Blixa Bargeld from Ein Stürzende Neubauten, who was also who's a rad dude, and he was in Nick Cave's later band, the Bad Seeds, but no, he was not in the birthday party. And then Mango says Nirvana, the band that ripped off Killing Joke. They ripped off Killing Joke and they ripped off the Pixies. So, you know, I'm not mad about it. I don't mind Nirvana, but it just kind of made me angry that Because I remember first hearing that Nirvana song, because I think I had their first album, Bleach. I think somebody gave it to me, like, before they got popular. And because back then I was broke, so you had to, like, kind of have friends that could afford to buy records every now and then and would tape them for you. So I did have the first Nirvana album. But then when Nevermind came out, and I heard that first single off it, Smells Like Teen Spirit, I was like, that's a pretty good song. That's a good song. And then, like, literally, like, the next day, every fucker in the world knew that fucking song.
Yeah.
And I was just like, well, that's the end of that.
I recognized it right on.
That's the end of that.
And look, we're talking about albums. We haven't mentioned it so far in this song. We're going to get back to the Sex Pistols. The Sex Pistols fucking really only had 2 albums. And only one of the albums was kind of like a normal release album, and it is a classic. It is called Nevermind the Bollocks.
Bollocks. Nevermind the Bollocks.
Let me fucking spot. Let a motherfucker talk. I'm going to say Bollocks. Okay.
But that's not how you say it.
I'm going to say, though. Okay. I'm not a limey. I said, I'm living down the Bollocks. Here's the fucking Sex Pistols. All right. Now, that's a fucking great album. It is, by today's standards, a normal hard rock album with real trashy vocals that sound great, really good lyrics, wicked bass lines. Sid didn't play those bass lines. That bitch could not play that bass, all right? Sid did live performance and sounded
He didn't
like
play
shit.
on that record.
He didn't play on that record. I think I think that was Paul Cook did all that shit, I think.
They let him play bass on Bodies.
Bodies?
But
Okay.
then Steve Jones overdubbed it later.
Okay. All right.
So Sid Vicious is not on that record.
You're right, he's not on that shit.
No.
But it doesn't matter, okay? It's a fucking great album. And then they came out with a double album. And it was called The Great Rock and Roll Swindle, where they troll you through the whole thing, but it has good songs on it. A lot of people don't like that one as much. I liked that album. It was a double album, wasn't it? Or was it a single album that opened up?
Yeah, see, a lot of...
Mine opened up.
Well, yeah, a lot of them had that gatefold.
Yeah, it opened up and it had a dead deer with a bunch of arrows stuck in it.
Mango says it's bollocks. I know. I could. You can't.
Fuck y'all.
You can't tell him anything.
Fuck y'all. All right, I'm from Mississippi.
He's not allowed to be wrong.
I'm from Mississippi. I have my own interpretation of what
Bollocks.
English
It's
sounds
testicles. Bollocks are testicles.
Yeah, I got it. I got tons of them.
Wait, how many do you have?
Tons of them.
He has tons of testicles.
Got tons
you
of
guys.
testicles. Yeah,
you
I
heard
don't-
it here first.
I ain't saying shit around these bitches. Man. Come on.
You just did though.
Maniac.
I have tons of testicles.
Maniac.
That's
Your
an
memory's
extra.
probably better than mine. Was that an album, a double album, or was it a single album that opened up? I haven't heard it in years.
Yeah, see, I don't have that one. I have Nevermind the Bollocks, but I don't have.
Rock and Roll Swindle was good. You opened it
yeah,
up,
I know,
and
but
it
I
had a
don't
bunch
have
of
it.
cartoons taken from a movie, like a little movie that they did, or it was like a little movie, kind of like a what do you call it? And like the Sex Pistols made a little movie, had Malcolm McLaren in it.
Yeah.
What do you call it? Not a movie,
It was a movie-like product.
movie like a historical documentary.
Yeah.
It's like a documentary. That's what it was
It's
like.
a movie-like product.
Yeah, it's a movie-like product.
Sure.
And it had there was some cartoon sequences of fucking Sid Vicious wearing a fucking swastika T-shirt and his leather jacket.
Well, he
fucking
wore that in
leather
real
chain,
life
fucking
because
hitting people and shit.
there's photographs of him wearing that.
Yeah, okay. People can't understand that it was.
Susie used to wear like Nazi shit too,
Yeah.
but they weren't Nazis though.
No, the whole idea was just to be deplorable to the maximum. It was
all provocation.
Fuck you. Yeah,
it was all provocation. They just wanted to wear something that was like as offensive as possible because they
really,
wanted to provoke a reaction.
It's the kind of shit that is needed in the world today. It's whatever they would try to fucking soil every sacred cow you believed in. That's what they would go after. So now it would be, I don't know, the race. They would go after that. They would just anything, and it was just pushing your fucking buttons. They didn't believe it. It was just they wanted to see you blow up.
Yeah, they just wanted to make people mad.
And if you beat them up, they didn't care. They would love it. They were psychos, but they were kind of cool psychos.
Sid in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, he seemed to enjoy getting his ass beat.
It was a true counterculture.
And I will say too, and many people in their circle have said this. Malcolm McLaren, who was their manager, his whole thing was he wanted to provoke as many people as possible, so he would do shit on purpose.
Yeah.
He would hype Sid up to do that kind of shit. He was the one that set up that whole tour of the Sex Pistols when they came to the U.S. and they toured all those like redneck joints in the South. He did that on purpose.
Of course. They were touring Texas, and they had fucking was it Sid or was it fucking, I think it was Sid. Sid was up there with a fucking white T-shirt with two gay cowboys rubbing their dicks on each other, and they were like illustrations of cowboys, like from a sex comic.
Yeah.
And he's showing that to a fucking
and he would go to like redneck bars, and he would like on stage, and he would on the stage he would call them like faggots, and, like cowboy faggots.
Yeah, because in New York and in more urban settings, the cowboy motif was a homosexual sexual fetish. You know what I mean? Gay muscle dudes dressing up as cowboys.
See Midnight Cowboy for more information.
And they were like muscle guys dressed up as cowboys doing each other. And you make a lot of money on that. All right? So they would go to Texas and fucking accuse them of basically being gay porn stars. That's basically what for the cultural equivalent.
And they knew full well. Like I said, Malcolm McLaren did that on purpose for provocation purposes. Right. And Sid Vicious for sure, and I'm sure like most of the other band members also knew that it's like, well, we're gonna get our ass beat, but that's just that's what they did.
And that was the genius behind punk rock music and the Sex Pistols.
All marketing, man.
Whatever sacred cow you
music's
believe in,
good too, though.
That's what they would attack, and they would got free publicity all throughout. And they didn't care if they were hated or disapproved of. They didn't care if they went to prison or jail. Because they ended up doing that, some of them.
They were in the papers. They made money.
They didn't give a
shit.
They did not give a shit. They would laugh at it. And if you beat them up, they would just laugh at it. They didn't care.
Nope.
There was a certain strength to them, you know? And
you couldn't really fuck with them because they didn't have any shame and they didn't have any fear.
Nope. The motherfuckers wouldn't bathe. Okay? They kicked one dude out because he kept bathing. I don't know how I can stand with that, but I'm going to arrest you. But I fucking bathe, you know, but those dudes are fucking nasty.
Tom had to make sure that you guys know that. Yeah, John Gora says, I never saw Urban Cowboy with John Travolta. Worth seeing. Well, it was all right. It's in a cheesy way. And I wasn't talking about Urban Cowboy. I said Midnight Cowboy. That's a totally different... Urban Cowboy is a totally different type of movie. Midnight Cowboy is a totally different kind of movie. So yeah. But Urban Cowboy is... I haven't seen it in a long time. I remember it being fun in a cheesy sort of way. Midnight Cowboy is kind of more... It's fun for a little while, and then it gets, like, super depressing. But, yeah. So, where was I? All right. So, Sid Vicious, like I said, he had done this... He was in this band, The Flowers of Romance. They didn't do any live shows. They didn't do anything like that. But they kind of got known in the scene because... You know, some of their songs were performed by other bands who were around at the time. However, at that point, and somebody brought up The Damned, who are actually one of my favorite bands of all time. I fucking love The Damned. Thank you, Vandal Cabbage 72. Y'all are the best. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much. That's very, very nice of you. Vandal Cabbage 72. Is that because you were born in 72? Because so was I. I don't know if that's why you put 72. Might just be random. So at this point, the members of The Damned, they didn't have a Dave Vanian yet as their singer. So apparently, legend has it, that Sid Vicious was also under consideration for being the singer of The Damned. Again, not because he was a great singer or because he could play, because not really, but he did look good, and that was kind of what mattered. So basically, what happened was... They told him to come for, like, an audition, and Sid didn't show up. So, obviously, it went to Dave Vanian. Now, later, Sid said that, oh, well, they lied, and they told me that the audition was, like, a different time or at a different place or something like that because they really didn't want me. I don't know if that's true or not, but like I said, that's kind of how the story goes. But Dave Vanian ended up doing it.
Y'all the best. Keep doing what you're doing. I love you, bub. Thank you for the $10. I'm going to do some Sid quotes so that they don't ban me. I got some Sid quotes that'll get you fucking rolling. I just don't want fucking Susan Wojcinski or whoever it is who owns fucking YouTube to ban my ass for saying it. He says some crazy shit. It was funny, though. And it was there's an element of truth to a lot of shit that they said. They would see things for what they were, and they would fucking dumb it down to the masses and troll you with it. That was what they would do.
I mean, the thing that I think people liked about it was because they just didn't give a fuck.
They didn't give a fuck. Okay, I'm gonna throw it at you. Queen was in studio fucking recording one of their albums and fucking... The Sex Pistols were in there recording too. As Sid busts into the fucking recording studio when Queen is in there and fucking Freddie Mercury was singing and he says, so... Have you queers succeeded in bringing ballet to the masses?
I don't even know if that's true, but that's still pretty funny.
Well, no, that was according to Queen. The band members of Queen said that. And then they beat his ass and kicked him out. Because he was a little bitty dude.
Yeah, he was a little
He didn't weigh nothing.
He was a little scrawny fella.
Have you queers succeeded in bringing ballet to the masses?
The thing about it, though, I mean, particularly when we're talking about Sid Vicious, it's like he was probably so fucked up most of the time he didn't even know what he was saying.
I bet you John Lydon put him up to that shit because I don't think he had the intelligence to come up with that shit as an original material. That was something John Lydon said. Go ask them if they've succeeded in bringing ballet to the masses.
The thing about Sid, I don't know. I'm not saying he wasn't kind of an idiot, because I think he was. I'm not sure he was as dumb as people thought that he was. You know what I mean? I think he was like pretty average intelligence. I don't think he was like stupid or anything.
I think he was below average.
It's just the thing about it was that he was so fucked up all the time.
Yeah.
That probably people just thought he was dumb because he was just like so fucking on drugs most of the time that he was just like sitting there like half asleep.
He was dumb because he was young too. You can't be that smart when you're that young. You know, but
so it's like I'm willing to give people the benefit of the doubt.
John Lydon made up.
Because he was only like fucking 19 or some shit like that. It's like everyone's an idiot when they're 19.
John Lydon had a lot more intellectual intensity, and I think he put him up to that. You know, that sounds like something he would have done.
That does sound like something.
That's because Go ask them if they brought ballet to the masses yet.
Well, and as I said, one thing, and this is something that I kind of read between the lines of some stuff that I read about the Sex Pistols, was that, as I said, Malcolm McLaren, who was their manager, his whole thing was provocation. So he didn't really care. And honestly, you could tell Sid to go do something fucked up, and he would do it. So Malcolm was like always kind of like, hey, why don't you go do this thing or go cut yourself with a razor or something. I don't know if he told him that, but he was like, just told him to go do fucked up shit and he would do it.
Cheryl thinks that it was Freddie Mercury that told that story. I think it might have been.
It might have been, yeah. Because I have heard that story.
Yeah. But that's a good one.
So, like I said, even if it's not true...
Have you queers succeeded in bringing ballet to the masses yet?
I'm so conflicted because I like the Sex Pistols and I like Queen.
The fucking Queen's fucking genius.
I like both of them.
Freddie Mercury.
For different reasons, but...
Mercury was one of the best live performers ever. Fucking watch that Live Aid live performance. They've got that bitch remastered on YouTube where he condenses that shit down into like a cabaret show. It is fucking awesome. He doesn't even bother finishing the songs. He'll do another one, bites the dust for like 2 minutes. Okay, fuck that one. Then go on to the next song. He was great.
Mango says, I can't recall what Freddie called Sid. It was great, though.
Yeah. Moron or something, you know. Yeah.
I mean, you know, it was the whole thing. And like I said, there's a lot of myth-making around it, too.
Well, they were all personalities for the time.
Sure.
But I'm sure that did happen. Sure that did.
Yeah, that totally sounds like some shit. But yeah, so had Sid Vicious showed up for his audition, apparently, he could have been the lead singer of The Damned, but apparently that
The Damned wouldn't have went anywhere.
Probably not, gotta say. Because Dave Vadian not only looked hot as fuck,
he could sing.
But he could fucking sing.
Yeah, and he had good ideas.
He can still fucking sing.
Yeah.
I have a couple of their newer albums and they're still pretty
If you guys don't know The Damned, get an album called Phantasmagoria. And it's kind of like a Pink Floyd album of the gothic world. Very good album. Very good.
Fun fact, that woman that's on the cover of Phantasmagoria is now Nick Cave's wife.
Yeah. She was in Interview with a Vampire, wasn't she?
Oh, I don't know.
I thought maybe she was an extra in the cemetery scene in France, wasn't she?
I don't know.
I thought she was.
She's a model, so she very well might have been.
Yeah, I thought she was in there.
Like I said, that's Nick Cave's wife, though.
What was her name?
Shit, I can't remember.
Good-looking woman.
She is, yeah. And she doesn't look that much different. I haven't seen her in a while, but I think last time, like I said,
I used to remember her name.
Last time I saw, well, I'll probably remember it like later on, but last time I saw her in the press was when one of their sons died. Do you remember that? And when was that? 2016, 2017? Mm-hmm. They had twin sons and they were like 15 or 16, and one of them like fucking fell off a cliff in Bristol yeah. Mm-hmm. It was an accident.
Yeah.
And and died. It's fucked up.
Cheryl agrees that sounded like something John Lydon would say. Yeah, I think that sounds like something he would say. He would come up with something witty like that. I think he came up with something witty and said Sid in there to fucking say that.
Mango says Freddie called Sid Simon Ferocious. That's right. Had to look it up. Yeah, I remember seeing that interview. That's right. Simon Ferocious. That's actually a better name. Why didn't somebody like some punk rocker?
I think Freddie would have been forgiven as Sid because as cute as Sid was, Freddie probably would have cut him some slack. He was just a fucking cute idiot, is what he was.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he was kind of like Freddie's type. I thought.
Yeah.
He'd have been like, all right, I'm into that. But yeah, so yeah, Cheryl says that Sid wouldn't have been right for the Damned. Yeah, I agree. I mean, honestly,
no.
Man, like I said, I still love the Damned, and I love that they started out as like they started out as a punk band.
Yeah.
And their early punk shit is good, like New Rose and all that. Yeah. And but then they later kind of went into
goth,
like a more goth direction, and a little bit of a psychobilly. Like much later, they kind of went in a more psychobilly direction.
Although I thought their punk rock was lukewarm, good but lukewarm.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah,
I like all that shit.
The Sex Pistols were better.
I
thought.
I don't know.
But I also liked hardcore stuff like Exploited. I did as well.
Exploited,
yeah.
And honestly, I even liked a lot of American hardcore, like your DC shit, like Minor Threat and stuff like that. I like all that, even though it's still punk, but it's like a different sound. I like all that kind of shit. I kind of soured on punk later when it went more in a pop punk direction.
Yeah.
Which I didn't love, but all that old shit, I love all that stuff. All right, so where was I? Oh, and I even like all that old, like, all the old, like, punk goth, like, crossover shit from LA, like 45 Grave and all that.
Adriana's in there fucking giving black hearts to Dave Vanian and Carl McCoy and all these hot goth hotties. It's okay. It's all right, girl.
So I get it.
They're out there, Jenny gets it. I understand it.
I get it.
Yeah, I understand it.
Honestly, Dave Vanian, like, the Damned were on The Young Ones in the early 1980s. Mm. Playing a song called Video Nasty.
Yeah.
And, man, he looked so good. He was, like, covered with cobwebs, and he had that big fucking, all that black back-combed hair with, like, the white stripe in it, like the Bride of Frankenstein. Yeah. So fucking rad. He looked really, really good. I love that episode. That was from fucking 81 or some shit like that.
I remember that episode.
Yeah. And I think the episode was called Nasty, but the song was called Video Nasty. But I'm not really sure... Did they ever release that on an album? Like, I have it. Like, I have the song on my phone, but I thought that might have just been, like, a single or something. I don't know if that was on any of their albums or not. Okay. So, later on, we talked about The Damned. Late 1976. Sid Vicious, and I mentioned this earlier, he shows up with Susie and the Banshees. He played drums at their first gig at the 100 Club.
That would have been
on Oxford Street.
Terrible.
Yeah, I don't know if he played drums any better than... I don't know how that went.
This is not the Susie that you know. The early Susie had no musical training. She was not a polished act. That wasn't until much later. She ended up becoming one of the best new wave / goth acts of all times. Fucking Susie was the fucking role model, the model female for all goth females. How to be started with Susie. She invented the goth look in a certain way, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, she took inspiration from other things.
Yeah.
Particularly like 1920s.
Started codifying that shit
and stuff, and like Vampire and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean that look was iconic. Yeah. And honestly, she started out like a lot of other that would later be iconic musicians. Following the Sex Pistols around.
Yeah, following the Sex Pistols around. She did a lot of she did that television appearance where fucking the Sex Pistols were fucking with that dude. She's in the back. Always wanted to meet you. What's his name? Fucking boy, I didn't see that thing on YouTube. But Susie was ended up becoming one of the key players in the goth scene, one of the best goth acts of all times. Talented musician, great performer. Madonna just ripped her off. Madonna is an American ripoff of Susie.
But much lamer.
Much lamer. Much lamer.
The more basic version.
Yeah. Mainstream basic version. The original was Susie.
DJ Maniac says, "Have you got a video?" Yes, we've got a video.
Yeah.
I remember that episode. I've seen every Young Ones episode about a zillion times. I think I have them all like memorized. But that was my favorite one because the Damned were on it. That one and the one where they were on University Challenge. I mean, that one fucking killed me. And that had like some famous people like Emma Thompson and shit like that on it before they were super famous. Okay, so he's playing drums at the first Susie and the Banshees gig. So there's that. The next day, the Damned were performing with Dave Vanian. So apparently, like, Sid was upset about this because I guess he wanted to be in the Damned. He was very drunk and he was very high on speed. So he threw his glass at Dave Vanian, but he missed. The glass broke against a pillar and blinded a woman in the crowd. So that's nice.
Permanently?
I don't know.
Okay.
So Sid gets arrested and he gets put in jail for that. He wasn't in there very long, but yeah. Now, at this point, so it's February 1977, Malcolm McLaren kicks Glenn Matlock out of the band, out of the Sex Pistols. He says it's because Glenn likes the Beatles. Glenn said it was because, no, I quit because I was sick of it. I don't know which story is true. Malcolm McLaren has been known to, like, make up some shit. Like, again, myth making. But I don't know which one is true. So Glenn Matlock leaves. He was the bass player. So at this point, it's kind of like, as I mentioned earlier, Malcolm McLaren was very much, he wasn't really a band manager. I mean, he had a store and he was kind of like, he just wanted to make headlines. So he didn't really care if they could play or whatever. He just wanted to get in the papers. So whatever it was that they would do to get attention, he would encourage them to do that. So he thought that if Glenn Matlock left and he got Sid Vicious, who already kind of had a reputation in the scene, if he got him in the band and could encourage him to just be like drunk and on drugs all the time and do crazy shit, then, then they would get a lot of attention from that. So I kind of feel like, that's kind of why he wanted him in the band. Like I said, he didn't give a shit if he could play. He looked good and he was a fucked up person and would do fucked up shit. And if you asked him to do fucked up shit, he would do it. So, again, he was just trying to get press. So at this point, Jah Wobble actually said, I found this quote on Wikipedia. Jah Wobble said, Sid was offered up as a sacrificial lamb by the people around the Pistols, meaning probably Malcolm McLaren mostly. None of them would have gone over the top. He was their kamikaze pilot, and they were all too happy to strap him in and send him off. So like I said, he was so fucked up on drugs and, he was just drunk most of the time and he would just do crazy shit without much provocation and it was getting them attention. So that's kind of, I think that was the main reason that Malcolm McLaren wanted him in the band. So that's what they did. So he joins the band. March 1977, they get signed to A&M, which, again, a rather large record company. So to celebrate this, they trashed the offices of A&M Records. And then they had a party at the Speakeasy, which was kind of like a club that a lot of sort of like London music industry insiders hung out at. So while they were all at this party, they ran into this guy who named Bob Harris, who was actually the host. He was a BBC DJ, and he was the host of the Old Grey Whistle Test, which was kind of like a big deal. It wasn't like Top of the Pops was the stuff that was like in the charts, whereas Old Grey Whistle Test was more like stuff that wasn't in the charts, but it was more like, a music show that was to highlight stuff that wasn't in the charts. So they come up to Bob Harris, and they're kind of like, well, when are we, the Sex Pistols, going to be on your show? And apparently there was a little bit of confrontation, a little bit of a bar fight going on. And at this point, so they're like starting to hit each other with broken bottles. And Sid apparently broke a bottle and stuck it into the face of a dude that worked at the BBC, like a recording engineer named George Nicholson. At this point, like, that guy gets like pulled out by some other like musicians that were there. And then there was like a whole big fight. I don't think it was a riot, but it was just like a big bar fight. Like, it was a big brawl. The cops had kind of like, cordoned off the whole block or whatever. None of the Sex Pistols actually got arrested in this situation, but because it was kind of such a big deal, A&M dropped the Sex Pistols, voided their contract. And at that point, like, Capital Radio, which was kind of like the main radio station, so it was like a national radio, they said, okay, we're not allowed to play any Sex Pistols music on any of your stations now because they were causing such a fucking problem. So there's that. Now, Sid ends up playing his first gig with the Sex Pistols in April of 1977. And this was actually recorded. If you've seen the documentary Punk Rock Movie, which was done by Don Letts, he's in that. So that's like the first time he played with the Sex Pistols. Obviously, like I said, he couldn't really play. And on the first album, we mentioned this before, they did let him play bass on Bodies, but it was later overdubbed by Steve Jones because apparently Sid didn't do that well. So, summer of 1977, it was July, Sex Pistols turn up on Top of the Pops. And I kind of feel like this was like a big fucking... I mean, I remember seeing footage of this. This is a pretty famous situation. So, Top of the Pops, that was kind of like the indication that you'd made it into the British mainstream. Like, everybody knows who you are. For this point, Sid did not come. So, Glenn came back and played bass at that show because Sid couldn't be bothered or whatever.
Probably on heroin.
Well, they said most of the time. Well, actually, at this point, he had hepatitis, probably from intravenous drug use. Yeah, which a lot of people get, from that. And so he was kind of in and out of the hospital a lot at this time. So they're like, not only was he not on Top of the Pops, but he also didn't show up to a lot of their rehearsals and a lot of their recording sessions and shit like that. Like, for various. So he was either on drugs or because he was in the hospital with hepatitis. So there was that. Now, as I mentioned, he had gotten really into heroin at this time, and his mom was usually the one that procured it, which is really fucked up. But
they were both addicts.
So there was that.
She gave him fucking heroin for Christmas. For his birthday
that's kind of like
Yeah.
Which I can't even imagine what it must be like living in that situation.
They don't have any goddamn sense, man.
No, they don't.
You're fucking feral. She got addicted. It was important. It became a priority. He got addicted. It was a priority. So they're just like, yeah, okay, here. It's cool. Here, you take it. Don't tell nobody. Like smokers giving each other cigarettes. That's what it,
Yeah, which I mean, that's weird too. It's not weird. It's not as weird as like giving someone heroin, obviously, because at least cigarettes are legal.
Social stigma. Yeah. Social stigma.
Cheryl says, Top of the Pops is a weird show. It is. Honestly, one of the things
kind of low budget, yeah.
It is, but...
Yeah. It was of its time. You
know what's strange, that I always thought was strange? Because I've seen a lot of Top of the Pops episodes. They always make you lip sync.
Yeah.
And then the weird thing was that New Order, when they were on the show, they absolutely refused to lip sync.
Yeah.
And so when they're on the so if you see their performance of Blue Monday on Top of the Pops, it sounds awful.
Yeah.
It sounds awful because they absolutely refused. And I think some bands that actually kind of had some integrity, like, wouldn't go on there because they're like, we don't want to lip sync.
In the U.S., we had something like that. It was called Solid Gold.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
But the main attraction to Solid Gold was the Solid Gold dancers.
Yeah, no one gave a shit about the bands. They honestly,
top 40 shit.
They didn't even have the bands on there, did they?
No.
I thought it was just they just played them, and then they just had like hot girls like dancing.
It was kind of like Casey Kasem's fucking show of fucking,
like the top 40
or the top 10 or the top 40, and they would do these stupid ass reenactments using these fucking smoking hot dancers for the time. All these girls fucking on Anavar and implants and shit. Yeah, at least they had meat on their bones. That was the first time they started to bring. They were going away from the skinny coke whore look to the fucking kind of pumped up fucking booty look. You know what I mean? Which was effective, and that show was a hit. But it was a hit in the way Jerry Springer was a hit.
I
You know what I
remember
mean?
watching it sometimes.
Yeah. But there's nothing else on.
True.
You're a captive audience.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
have
I
to watch
wasn't
that.
super into like a lot of chart music.
Right.
But, you know, you'd kind of
Right.
walk, well, if it was on, you'd be like, oh, okay,
But
that's a good song.
I've gone back and watched all the classics on Top of the Pops. Fucking Billy Idol, fucking The Damned, everybody, fucking, and it's just a cheap, low budget.
Well,
show.
as I said, they didn't really have
Fun,
to. They had to look like. Well, I just thought it was very weird because they're like, well, look like you're playing live, but it
Yeah.
was like some Milli Vanilli shit.
Yeah,
going on.
it's funny they got Iron Maiden up there doing that shit. Early Iron Maiden doing Top of the Pops.
And then I kind of feel like if you were gonna be like, if you were gonna stick to your principles like New Order did,
Yeah.
and they're like, no, we're gonna play live. We're gonna make you sound as crappy as possible then.
Yeah.
Because I mean, okay, let's be fair. New Order, I love New Order. Okay, I mean, I'm more of a Joy Division fan, but New Order are amazing.
They can be good. Yeah.
Barney, not the world's best singer, but he made that work for him. Like I said, you don't have to be a good singer. You just have to have
The delivery has to be
a
right.
thing.
Yeah.
But him singing live on that Top of the Pops was just like it hurt me to like hear it because I'm like, oh, it's like I know, I don't know. It just I have a hard time watching it. Maybe because I like them so much. I was just kind of like, I kind of wish you guys had just like fucking lip synced and shut up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just kind of wish that, but oh well. Yeah, somebody said Ed McMahon. I was like, yeah, that wasn't Solid Gold. Yeah, that was Star Search. Yeah, Mega remembers Solid Gold. I haven't seen that in such a long time. I'm sure they're all on YouTube now because everything is. But yeah. So, all right. So at this point, where are we? 1977. So this is where the fateful meeting of Sid Vicious and Nancy Spungen occurs. We're finally getting to it, 2.5 hours in. Nancy Spungen, she was an American. She's actually from Philadelphia, originally. She is usually listed as a amateur music journalist, also a drug dealer,
Yeah. Hooker.
and a hooker, sometimes. Mostly, I think she's, they usually call it just a groupie. Because what she did was she would follow rock bands. And it wasn't just them. I mean, she was Bad Company, Aerosmith, Ramones, New York Dolls. So she just kind of like followed them around. And, you
And they
know,
avoided
presumably had sex with you. Yeah, that was the thing. And like I said, I'm not justifying, like, I'm not glad she got killed or anything like that. But almost everybody that knew her, other than Sid, who apparently, like, loved the shit out of her for whatever reason, pretty much everyone else said that she was, like, intolerable to be around.
Yeah.
But as I said, that might have been, I mean, she had a pretty fucked up life, right? But, what? She
You
was
have to
a
put-
star fucker. Yeah, that's what she was. She was a star
You
fucker.
have to look at Nancy from Sid's point of view. He's a young guy. He doesn't have a whole lot of experience. He's got a bad upbringing. He's got a lot
Yeah,
of
he has a
drug-
weird codependent relationship with
Yeah.
his mom. So I
Right.
kind of feel like, because Nancy, in a way, she kind of was like his mom too. Like
Yeah.
she was.
She's older than he is, and she's given him guidance. Okay? But it's guidance from the scene. It's not guidance from back home or anything. So I think he's kind of looking up to her. And I do think that she was protective of him. But I also think that she was manipulating him. She was using him as a vehicle to her own fame, I think. But, you know, I think
And that was a super unhealthy relationship.
yeah, but
gotta say.
I think she did fucking love the dude.
In her way.
Yeah, I think she did. No.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm just
He
saying.
was a lovable guy.
Yeah.
And from her point of view, he would have been a dreamboat, you know.
Although she actually tried to fuck John Lydon first. Apparently, the story goes that when they met, they were at a party,
Yeah.
and she fell asleep between John Lydon and
Yeah.
Sid Vicious, and she rolled over trying to jump on John Lydon's
Well-
dick, and he said no, and so she just was like, okay, and she
No,
rolled.
well-
Again, that's the story. I don't
But
know.
that's the pecking order.
Yeah,
She's gonna try to go with the
the
front
singer
man,
first. Yeah, sure.
the leader of the band. And look, man, fucking Lydon was a fucking hardcore intellectual compared to Sid. Sid was kind of a beta in a certain way. You know, he's going along with the flow, trying to put on a good show. He's not in charge of anything. So he's a beta. Not to talk bad about it. He's young. He's young.
Well,
He's
and
not
he
in charge.
seemed very happy. Well, he was on drugs most of the time, so
Yeah.
he just seemed very happy to just go along with
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. So, but she's going to go with one of the band leaders first. So she's going to head right to John Lydon. When he says no, or Johnny Rotten, you know, so he says no, she's going to go, okay, well, I'll take this one. I'll take the cute one. Well, they were
Yeah.
both cute in the day. You know, let's be honest. They were both cute guys. But in terms of, if you take the fame away and the fucking, the whole Sex Pistols thing away, Sid Vicious was cuter than John Lydon, physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, it's just...
Yeah,
so
easily.
he's going to, you know, so she's going from power to beauty. You can say that was her echelon. She's just trying to attach herself to that band. And then she's going to try to make this guy a winner. That's what she was doing. She was trying to manage him, like a manager.
Well, she did actually
Yeah.
kind of later after the Sex Pistols broke up. She did
Yeah.
actually like get him some gigs. She did act in a managerial role.
Yeah, of course.
You know.
And she did help him. She did give him his look, or help him with his look a lot. And really, the iconic the iconic Sid Vicious look was Nancy that kind of helped him with that. Just, you know, it just was.
Thank you, Janet. That's very nice of you. She says drinks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You know, Janet, a whole $25.
I know, man.
Thank you very
Holy
much.
crap. We can have a lot of drinks with that.
But from what I've learned through my studies, it was, and this is John Lydon that said that. John Lydon did not approve of the way Sid Vicious dressed. He said it was goth, and he didn't like it, and he had gotten that from Nancy. But I'm gonna call bullshit on that. John was right about a lot of shit, but he was wrong about the way Sid dressed. Sid fucking had a better look than they did.
Sid was way hotter.
Sid looked fucking good. Okay, I think there might have been a little bit of Johnny Rotten player hate, even though
big time.
Even though some of the live acts that I've seen it recorded with John when he had the white shirt with the fucking black vest on, and the black fucking leather pants, John looked good too. But my take on that is that he kind of fucking tipped his hat to the fucking Sid Vicious gothic look. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of that too. That's how I interpreted.
I mean, the thing about John Lydon back then, he wasn't a bad looking dude either.
No, he was good looking too.
He was a pretty good looking
They're both
dude
good
too.
looking.
But I'm just gonna say, if it was me, if I was like, 18 years old at the time in the punk rock scene, I mean, Sid's like hotter. Sorry.
That was physical.
Although the thing about it though was that he was physically hotter, but would you really want to put up
No,
with that for
you
a long?
wouldn't.
Because I kind of feel like he was such a druggie
Right. And John
and kind of a dummy a little bit.
John had wit, and he might have been a little bit abrasive at first and kind of obnoxious when you first met him. But according to people that actually knew him, that's not the way he really was. He was actually very sensitive and thoughtful and very intelligent.
Which I kind of feel like a lot of the punk rockers and goths and stuff like that, I
Yeah.
think people have this perception
That's the way they really are.
that they were all these
Yeah.
like really obnoxious, and a lot of them were not like that though.
No.
A lot of that was kind of like a persona.
It was kind of like their defense mechanism for a world that was very hostile from their point of view.
Sure.
And the world was hostile from their point of view.
Yeah.
They were getting stabbed.
Yeah.
They were getting stabbed.
So
for saying
it was absolutely a defense
for
mechanism.
saying crazy shit about the Queen.
Yeah.
And if you look at the lyrics of God Save the Queen, they were true. People couldn't handle the truth.
Yeah.
They made you
They
a
got in
moron.
big trouble for that
A
back then.
potential H-bomb.
Which, like I said,
'Cause
back
there's no future
now
for
it's
you.
like not a big deal, but like
Right,
back
yeah.
then it was a
Back then you
massive
couldn't
fucking
say
deal.
that.
Like you
Right.
couldn't say that.
They were telling the working class to downsize. There's no future for you. Okay, and that's exactly what they told them. And the Queen dumbed you down and made you a potential H-bomb. And fucking John, as young as he was fucking dead on. That's exactly what happened.
Well, they kind of
That's exact-
saw the thing that I think was appealing about punk, particularly at that time, was that it was cutting through all the bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just calling everything like it was.
Exactly what it was.
Which was something that hadn't really been done
Yeah.
prior
Right,
to
no.
that. Everyone was just kind of like pretending that
Nope.
things were this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And they were just kind of saying like, no, this is all bullshit. This isn't the way it is.
Right.
And they were just coming out and saying.
More money's coming. I guess we're saying probably things that are true.
Thank you,
that people
Cheryl.
think
Thank you. Oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Have to thank you for being so awesome, Tom and Jenny. Oh, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Look, we got Sid and Nancy and her little icon.
Aw. John Gora says Lydon had a simpy mid-age crush on Bjork, so I heard.
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Bjork is cute as shit.
Bjork was cute.
Honestly-
and crazy. And crazy.
That's okay.
And Lydon would have
We're
been
all a
all
little
into
bit
that.
crazy.
Right, yeah.
Honestly, I was a massive fucking fan. I like Bjork solo stuff too, but I kind of lost track of it in the 90s. But I was really into the Sugar Cubes.
Yeah.
Man, the Sugar Cubes were so fucking good.
Yeah, I saw him live. They
God
opened up,
damn.
Opened up for New Order.
They were New Order and Public Image Limited.
Public Image
I remember
Limited.
that tour.
Yep.
I remember that tour.
Yep.
Yeah, it was three bands.
3 bands. And that was a good show. Saw it
I
at
mean,
Pine Knob Theater. So my boy fucking knows exactly who I'm talking about.
Life's Too Good
good
was
album.
such a great fucking album.
Yep.
I mean, when the Sugar Cubes came out in 1988, nobody sounded like that. Nobody. The first time I saw the video for Birthday in 1988, I was just kind of like, what the fuck is this? I was like, this is awesome. Nobody was doing anything like that in 1988. Nobody. I mean, now it might be like kind of passe.
The Sugar Cubes were good, but I would think that some of the Bjork solo stuff was a lot better. That it got a little bit more purified, and it was some of that shit was just very gothic.
Yeah, she
I
did
like
go. Honestly, I did like a lot of the.
kind of.
I mean, the first Sugar Cube albums was really good. I bought the second one, but I kind of feel like there was a little too much of Einar on it, like with his weird like chanty.
Yeah.
He almost kind of like served the same purpose as like Fred Schneider in the B-52s, but not as cool.
Or almost kind of like Flavor Flav and from fucking Public Enemy. He was kind of the hype man.
Yeah, and I didn't love it. I didn't love it.
Didn't work too well.
I mean, Bjork was kind of the star of that shit, but I mean,
The Flav jammed. Fuck Flav. Public Enemy would not be the same without the Flav. But fucking, it didn't work too well with fucking on fucking Sugar Cubes to have a male vocalist pop in and do all that kind of stuff. And it was some of it was kind of rapish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't work that well.
DJ Maniac said I never heard the Sugar Cubes, but I remember Bjork being a huge deal when Debut and Human Behavior dropped. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I got into the Sugar Cubes as soon as Life's Too Good came out because I saw the video for Birthday. She had been in a band prior to that called Kukul in Iceland, which didn't really get much traction here until the Sugar Cubes got big. But so I never really heard that. But I had like that album, I had their second one, I had like a bunch of her 12-inch singles, and the cool thing about the Sugar Cubes is that every time they put out a single, the B-side would always be the same song, but sung in Icelandic. So I thought that was kind of cool that they did like an English and Icelandic version. But Life's Too Good is a fucking great album.
Yeah.
I fucking love that.
That's the green one.
I love that album
That's
still.
the green one, right?
Yeah, it's like neon green with like pink on it. Yeah. The one that I had after that, what was the one that came out after that? I remember it was kind of like, it was pale blue with like kind of, it looked kind of sci-fi. I can't remember what it's called. I liked that. I liked 2 or 3 of the songs on that, but I didn't love it. Life's Too Good was way better. Honestly, the weird thing about it, apparently I didn't grow up in Iceland, so I don't know. But in Iceland, apparently a bunch of everybody that was into the music scene in Iceland, which I'm sure was not massive, they were all super into the Fall. And I really like the Fall. Like, you can seriously like hear that influence. And so I guess that like everybody, like, so all of their music sounded like so fucking strange, and it just sounded like, but awesome. It was just something that nobody else was doing. They were just coming from a completely different cultural context, but also kind of filtered through, again, like the Fall, who were a British band, but they're a really weird British band. So it was just interesting to hear that like juxtaposition of sounds. But yeah, like Life's Too Good is like their easily their best album. DJ says Flav was the only reason Public Enemy got signed because he was the only one in the group that could play an instrument. He plays about 15, it turns out, which is funny because it's almost kind of like they relegated him to like court jester status, but I don't know, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like that. Let's see. DJ says, oh, I heard a cover of Cold Sweat on a comp today. I mean, Cold Sweat and Birthday are my favorite songs on that. Oh, Deuce is good too. But that whole album is good. I mean, I listened to the shit out of that back in like the late 80s. It's like so fucking good. I remember like, you know, buying it as soon as it came out. As soon as I heard that song, I was like, oh my God, that's great. And it's just funny that Bjork got so famous later. Because I was like, you never know what's going to hit. I would have thought that shit was too weird, but I don't know. Whatever. There's no accountant, I guess. So yeah. So let's see, where was I? Hugo says, first Sex Pistols song I heard was Who Killed Bambi. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that's off of Great Rock and Roll Swindle. That was their second album. And some people say that that's not a real album from them, that it was kind of pieced together after.
It was.
But the thing is that it was pieced together. You still have people playing on it. You still have people singing on it that were they had Belson Was a Gas. That was a good song. Which they're talking about the Belson was the gas. Belson was a fucking concentration camp.
Yeah.
You know, whatever was
Again, offensive. Whatever was
offensive, that's what they were going to fucking talk about. Which is fucking. They were like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, they were just trying to offend as many people as possible. Yeah. That was kind of like the whole thing. So yeah, where was I? Okay, so at this point, so Nancy's a groupie. She ended up in London because she had flown there with the Heartbreakers. So she was like hanging out with them in 1977. So let's go back a little bit. Now, Nancy was actually born, as I mentioned, in Philadelphia. Now, she was Jewish.
Where's the cat treat? She's asking for food.
Right there.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, is it empty? Oh my God, she ate all those?
Yeah.
She's like sitting over there going, what the hell? It's like there's no treats on this fucking plate. Now, Nancy, by all accounts, when she was born, you know how sometimes babies are born and the umbilical cord is wrapped around their neck? That happened to her. So when she was born, like, she was blue. And, you know, normally they're like, well, sometimes that causes, like, brain damage. Now, the doctors at the time said that no, she seemed okay and like that they didn't have any brain damage, but her mom, and I saw like a little bit of an interview with her mom. Her mom said when she was a baby, she's like, look, I know babies cry and shit like that, but basically this kid, all she did was scream all the time.
Yeah.
So the mom thought probably there was something like wrong with her. Like maybe she'd had like some kind of oxygen deprivation or something like that. So I don't really know. But doctors didn't notice it, didn't see any brain damage, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there. Now, Nancy did get, like I said, she was a very loud child. She was very combative. When she was 15, she was diagnosed with schizophrenia. So again, she not having a good time. She had some problems. She actually got kicked out of college. And ended up flying to London, as I mentioned, with the Heartbreakers because she was a groupie in 1976.
What, Tom Petty's band?
No.
Different ones? Okay.
Yeah, it was Johnny Thunders.
Okay.
The Heartbreakers.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a totally different. Tom Petty's, that was his backing band, but there was another band, like a quasi punk band called the Heartbreakers.
Never heard
with Johnny Thunders.
I don't know who Johnny Thunder is, but I didn't know about the Heartbreakers.
You didn't know who Johnny Thunders is?
No, I know who Johnny Thunders is.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Johnny Thunders had a band called the Heartbreakers. So she flew over there with them as a groupie. And that's where she met Sid. Now, it seems that even though, like I said, it seemed like this documentary that I watched said, oh, Sid was second choice because she was actually after Johnny Rotten because he was like the lead singer. But after he rejected her, she was kind of like, okay, well, we're going to the second one. But for whatever reason, like her and Sid just fucking clicked, man. And But the problem being that it seems like the way that their personalities were, like, he seemed, by all accounts, very, even though publicly, he was always drugged up, he was always drunk, he would do crazy shit all the time. He had violent tendencies, like he would get into fights and shit. But if you were just like hanging around with him, most people said he was very sweet, he was very quiet, he was very soft-spoken. And, he was just kind of like a teddy bear type of dude, like he wasn't real obnoxious or anything. And I kind of feel like Nancy, on the other hand, the best things anybody said about her, they said, yeah, she was really intelligent and she was very like streetwise. She'd grown up in Philly, she grew up in New York City scene, and she'd kind of been all over and hung out with bands and shit like that, so she was kind of like knew her way around. But other than that, everyone thought she was just, as I said, intolerable to be around. They said she was very brash, she was very abrasive, obnoxious. She would, if you made her mad, she would get like violent. She was very aggressive, and she was kind of like, she was kind of the thing where if she wasn't getting all the attention, she would like do some fucked up shit to get some attention, type of thing. So there was that.
I'm going to show you guys Nancy. See Nancy. Okay, just in case you have to see who it is we're talking about. Some people are like, what was he doing with her? Blah, 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 blah. She was cute. Nancy was cute. She was just crazy. But he was kind of crazy too. It's just, she was around and there was some attraction there and they fell in together. I understand it.
And I mean, as I said, it does kind of feel like it was a little bit of a weird, like, codependent relationship because she wasn't that much older than him, but she seemed, even though she seemed everything that he wasn't. She was very outspoken, she was very brash, whereas he was kind of more, which you wouldn't know from his image, but he was a lot more, like, quiet and kind of shy, like, around, so... And he didn't have a fuck ton of experience with women. And he might have been attracted to her because, as I said, he had a weird, like, codependent relationship with his mom. And he might have liked that she was bossy. Yeah. And that she was, like, managing him and, like, kind of telling him what to do and shit like that. So he might have
I think it was a security
responded
thing.
to that. Yeah, I think maybe
thing.
There was that kind of thing that he was responding to that.
I think she was giving him some guidance.
Now, I will say that...
So it's not a crazy match, really. It wasn't crazy. I mean, it just... that I'm sure that made sense if you were there.
Especially if you were older than the witnesses. John Lydon was like, what the fuck, why? They were trying to throw her out windows and do
everybody. They were all trying to like Yoko her.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
It was a Yoko Ono situation.
But they were all young people, you know what I mean? It was... If you were in your 40s or 50s, it probably wouldn't have been as odd. It's just that she was just crazy. Yeah. She's crazy. But he was crazy, too.
And to be honest, this is not great, but there was a lot of domestic violence on both sides.
Yeah.
He would smack her around, she would smack him around. So, not great.
They were punk rockers, though.
They were just fucking rough, They were fucking rough people, and it was kind of a thing of equality. You know what I mean? You say some crazy shit to me, I'm bitching. Yeah, I'm bitching, what I mean? They just beat on each other.
You fucked up my lighting again.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah. You keep doing that. You fucking up my lighting and my focus.
Yeah.
So, as I said, pretty much everybody except Sid seemed to hate her, and were trying to, like, get rid of her. Now, at this point, so, the Sex Pistols, broke up. There was all kind of, like, shit going on with that, and after that happened, like, the two of them kind of went off on their own thing, so we'll kind of get into that in a little bit, but after that happened, they moved to New York City, and then that's what happened. So as I mentioned, Nancy, I kind of feel like she's she's usually just called a groupie, which is what she was, but she was also a drug dealer. So that's kind of, I think that's how she sort of ingratiated herself into the scene. That's why people put up with her, not just because she was Sid Vicious's girlfriend, but also because when she was living in London, she would like get all your drugs for all the bands. So
that was her in. That's how she met
so yeah, so everybody was just kind of like, well, we don't really like her, but she's getting us our drugs.
Yeah.
So, you know. And she, again, occasionally would work as a sex worker. She did, like, topless dancing, shit like that. She was just, like, trying to make money the way she did.
I heard hooker, though, too.
Well, yeah, well, I just said that.
Okay.
That she was a prostitute sometimes.
Okay.
But, and wasn't, like, ashamed of it either. She would tell people that. But like I said, she did topless dancing also. So, yeah, there was one story. Malcolm McLaren tells the story. Again, I don't know if this is myth-making or if this really happened. But apparently, they all hated her so much that at one point Malcolm McLaren had a couple of the people in the scene kidnap her and throw her in the back of a car, like in the trunk, and take her to Heathrow Airport and put her on a flight back to the U.S.
You're talking about my eye patch. Someone put the eye patch on.
Okay. Yeah, so that's how the story goes, that they actually had her in the backseat of the car, and they said, well, it didn't work out because when we got to the airport, like, she kind of came to or whatever and jumped out the back, and there was a cop there, and she said, I'm being kidnapped by the Sex Pistols. And so, like I said, I don't know if that's true or not, but Malcolm McLaren told that story, like, on a documentary that I saw. So they did, apparently, either they planned to or they actually did kidnap her and took her to the airport and tried to get her to, like, fucking leave the country, like, and go back to wherever she came from, because they were just, like, so sick of her. So it's, like, weird. So this is something that I found. So again, they had a very weird relationship. Apparently, I found this very weird. Apparently, according to one of their moms, Nancy would cut Sid's meat for him. Like, she would, like.
Yeah.
So it was like this really weird. Like I said, it was a very motherly.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, the whole psychology of this is, like, very strange to me. But like I said, I think it makes sense because of Sid's relationship with his own mother, who, by all accounts, and like I said, this is people that knew both of them, said that they weren't even like mother and son. They were more like buddies that, like, hung out together, like drug buddies that hung out.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like he was just approaching her the same way. I don't know. So he's, like, finding a girlfriend that's kind of, like, motherly in that way, which is very, very weird.
They loving that I got the eye patch on. I put the eye patch on. I even got the Pliskin shirt on. That's right.
Yeah. Let's see. Where was I? Yeah. So we talked about Nancy being occasionally doing sex work, and that Sid might have set some shit up and maybe even watched. They don't really know. Maybe that was going on, not really sure. So, at this point, 1977, summer of 1977, the Sex Pistols actually went on a Scandinavian tour, and Nancy went with them. So, no one was happy about this except for Sid. Now, in late October of 1977, never mind the bollocks, here's Sex Pistols came out, and even though the album actually was not allowed to be sold at a lot of places because of the controversy, particularly around God Save the Queen, which we brought up before, obviously you ban people from having some shit, they're going to buy some shit. So it debuted at number 1 on the UK album charts, went gold on the 17th of November, which is like just a couple weeks after it came out, and it was on the charts for almost a year. Like, all the people buying it. So
it is a badass album.
It is very good. I actually really do like that album.
Fun album.
And it's honestly, so many people, the Sex Pistols, even though punk had been around for a while, the Sex Pistols are obviously not the first punk band by any stretch of the imagination. But I think it was the album that, like, popularized punk, I feel like. Yeah. It was, even though there had been punk bands before that, when that album came out and made such a big impact, everybody that saw the Sex Pistols, I mean, the story goes, everybody that saw the Sex Pistols live, like, formed a band, which is an exaggeration, but not much. Not much. A lot of people that were at those early shows went on to form bands. There's members of Joy Division, the Smiths. It's like pretty much every
It was a
post-punk
scene,
band.
though.
Yeah.
It was a scene. But no, and never mind the bollocks. You can fucking watch it. That's a fucking good. You can listen to it. You can listen to that album fucking over and over and over again. I did as a kid. I listened to it recently. And I'm like, no, this shit is still good.
It's still good.
It's very simple, very hard driving, really good lyrics, and fucking John Lydon fucking does great vocal work. He just goes insane. It sounds like he's losing his shit when he's fucking singing. In the way Mark Mothersbaugh loses his shit doing Devo sometimes. It's just like he's on the edge of fucking losing it. And it's just good. It's a good album, real good.
Yeah, and I mean, by today's standards, it's not all that quote unquote hardcore or anything like that. It just sounds like a good rock album.
Yeah, good rock album with fucking weird fucking vocal work and fucking great lyrics. It's good.
Yeah, I still really like it.
It was way ahead of its time.
I still really like it.
Broke a lot of fucking boundaries.
And as I said, even though they weren't the first punk band, they totally were responsible for like popularizing it for sure.
Yeah.
Because that album was so massive, and they were just like known around the world, really. So, I mean, as influential as they were, the Sex Pistols were not really around. They weren't together for that long.
No.
Nevermind the Bollocks was kind of like their only really real album while they were still together. Sid didn't even play on it, even though they told him he did, but then they fixed it later. But it sold like a zillion copies. It was like this big cultural thing. So, but honestly, by the time the end of like Christmas of 1977 rolled around, Sex Pistols, they played 2 shows in West Yorkshire, and those were their last performances in the UK. That was the last time they performed there. Now, as I mentioned earlier, in early 1978, they went on a US tour. Now, Malcolm McLaren had kind of like set this up, and as I said, Malcolm McLaren was all about provocation. So he's like, well, instead of putting you in some, cities where people would actually know about punk rock and would actually go see you, like New York City or somewhere like that, let's go in like these fucking redneck bars, like down south, and see what happens.
Well, it was wrong timing.
But he totally did that on purpose.
Of course he did.
He totally did that on purpose.
He was trying to get some headlines that they got.
And it
asses
went about as well as you would expect. Not very well at all.
Cess is in there saying that she got fucking never mind the bullocks fucking stuck in her car fucking tape player or CD player that played over and over again for 2 years, drove her crazy. That's fucking funny.
I had that happen one time. I had like a CD or a tape or something like stuck in my thing, and I just had to like listen to it over and over. After a while, like I just kind of like I didn't hear it.
Now
anymore.
in the 70s, the South would have not been ready for the Sex Pistols. They would not.
Oh, they absolutely.
They would not even been able to interpret that. They wouldn't have understood. The concept of trolling was not in the Southern mindset of the 70s. They wouldn't have known what that was. Because everything was literal. They would have taken that shit literally. And then they're like, what? Yeah. And fucking them coming with the gay fucking cowboy t-shirts. Oh, shit. You'd have been in big trouble.
And as I said, Sid actually on the stage like called them cowboy faggots, quote unquote. And he got his ass beat. But like I said, he knew he was going to get his ass beat. He didn't give a shit.
Evidently, though, some of the Southern girls fucking were into it, according to fucking.
Well, I can see that.
They understood
like,
it. You're like, yeah, okay.
Well, it's a whole bad boy thing. They might be into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're playing in fucking Georgia and shit like that.
Yeah.
I'm just like, that went not all that well.
They were probably still wearing shit like bell bottoms and fucking.
Yeah, this was
cowboy
1978.
hats.
You got early 1978.
Yeah, they would have been wearing fucking big belt buckles.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Yeah. The mullet had not even been invented in the South in 78.
Well, we've talked about this.
The 80s.
I mean, the mullet.
The mullet was progressive.
Yeah, that was like a new wave
That was
thing
like new wave shit.
in the early 80s.
Yeah.
So it's like if you had a mullet in the early 80s, everyone would have thought you were gay.
Yeah.
And then who knew how that would turn out? But like, yeah, and by the time the late 80s, early 90s came around, then suddenly it was a redneck thing.
You had the mullet. That's because you were listening to the Journey. You had progressed beyond country western.
We didn't
music.
stop believing, goddammit.
Yeah, now you're listening to Journey and Foreigner.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Asia. Remember Asia?
Yeah.
And that shit.
It's the heat of the moment. Yeah.
The heat of the moment.
I remember all that
shit.
shit.
Was fucking funny, man.
I remember it whether I want to or not. This is what happens when you get old.
Yeah.
Whether you want to or not, like you just remember shit. You remember shit you didn't even like. from your like teenage years and 20s and stuff. It's like, wow, I wish I could forget that shit so I could have some like useful information in there. But no, that's not gonna happen. That's not how the human brain works, unfortunately.
No, the Southern mind would have not have been able to understand that.
I can't imagine in early 1978 them playing at some like podunk bar in fucking Georgia or Louisiana somewhere.
Oh man!
And having the fucking Sex Pistols and having Sid up there cutting shit into his chest with a razor.
Yeah.
The rednecks would have been like, what the fuck is even happening?
Well, they wouldn't have known what a Sex Pistol was.
Well,
and just the word sex in it would have offended them.
True.
And then when they got up there doing it...
I can't imagine. Although I have to say, Malcolm McLaren...
that was genius.
It was kind of genius. I mean, he absolutely knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
I mean, he knew how to get headlines, that was for sure.
Well, he knew it would go down in legend.
He was right, it did.
Yeah. Right.
It did.
You got to sit up there in a gay cowboy shirt.
Yeah. Like I said, like he absolutely did, like at some of those gigs, like he would take a razor and just like cut shit into his chest. So he just bleed all over. So again, that's what I'm going back to. Like Sid would just kind of do anything that you told him to. Hey, do some like really fucked up
For
shit.
you foreigners don't know what we're talking about.
You foreigners that don't know what we're
The
talking
north of the United States had a gay scene that was fetishizing southern, the southern look with like gay cowboys. That shit didn't exist in the South. No. Fucking, if you took that shit down south, that would have been a direct insult. You literally could get killed. Literally.
Some people did get killed.
Yeah, for some shit like that. It was a very different South back then. It was different people. It was pre-internet. It was a very low information society. That would be like going to Afghanistan with a shirt with gay Taliban on it. It would be like that. Even though cowboys weren't Taliban, just that.
But that's like a similar
It was a cultural thing. You wouldn't.
I kind of feel like that's something they would do on Jackass.
Yes, that'd be like something from Jackass. Exactly.
And then they would get
something
shot.
straight out of Jackass. They would have taken that as a direct insult and fucking. You're lucky you didn't fucking get her out of this shit without getting shot. Okay.
I'm actually shocked that none of them did get shot.
Yeah.
Well, because like I said, it's we laugh about it, but back then
in those days that was very dangerous.
Yeah. It's funny like to talk about it now because they didn't get killed, but you absolutely could have, and it did happen. Like back then, not just like punk rockers, goths, whatever, like gay people. Yeah. They absolutely did get killed.
You get killed.
Oh yeah.
Now it doesn't have anything to do with laws. Okay. Law enforcement, military operations, everything. I'm ex-military. If you're a new listener, things don't depend on law and systems. Everything depends upon terrain. The southern terrain and its population density means that it's very hard to enforce any kind of laws in most of it. Not so much anymore. You have urban areas now. Most people are in kind of cities and towns, and there's locally elected law enforcement. But no, man, back in the day, no, you could shoot somebody and just walk away from it. Nobody would know.
And they did.
And they did it all the time. And you say, well, the guns, they banned guns. They would not even give a fuck about that. They'd cut your head off with a knife, or beat you to death with a club or their fists, or set you on fire. They did all that. You had to be careful back in those days. And these kids showing up doing that shit.
Ballsy, but kind of stupid.
Yeah. I've seen the recordings of it. It looks like a normal club event. I kind of have a feeling that the Southerners that were watching the event that I saw recorded were amused. They were a mixture of amused and offended, but they were lucky that I think they kind of thought it was funny, or they didn't see it as a threat. I don't think. If it was a really threat, they'd have killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they didn't really get it, but they just thought, oh, maybe it's supposed to be a joke
like,
or something. Whatever.
What the fuck is this? I think they knew it was. I think they knew it was some kind of a troll. I mean,
Adriana says, what was big in the South back then? The Allman Brothers? Let's see, late 70s.
Late 70s. Elvis.
Well, I don't know. I do kind of feel like...
this would have been... Well, his time had kind of passed.
Yeah, that was like their grandparents at that.
Right.
Yeah, I kind of feel like a lot of Southern rock.
Southern rock.
Leonard Skinner, Allman Brothers. Doobie Brothers.
Yeah.
That was more like your pothead redneck thing.
Yeah.
Eagles.
Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to understand, fucking... The South was not, even in the Bible Belt, was not real religious like a lot of people think. Religion didn't have anything to do with it. A lot of them were doing drugs. Okay, a lot of them were doing weed and shit. Watch Gator. White Lightning. We did reviews on those two movies.
We haven't done Gator.
We haven't done Gator
because we
yet.
just watched it last night.
But if you watch White Lightning, that's a very accurate and fair portrayal of the South of the 70s. And it was made by Southerners for Southerners. And it's still entertaining, but that's a very good impartial portrayal of the way that it was. And then you watch Gator, that's in 76, I think, is when that movie was taken. So a year later, the Sex Pistols would have been there. Imagine Gator, the movie Gator, with the Sex Pistols showing up. It would have been very shocking to them people. But they would have, from the recordings that I saw, they kind of thought it was a troll, and they were kind of, get off the stage.
Or they didn't really know what was going on there. You guys suck, whatever.
Suck. Yeah.
But yeah, so they did all that shit. They kind of got their ass beat, whatever.
Yeah.
They did a show actually in San Francisco, and at that show, they had just given up on any pretense of like actually being an actual band at this point. Sid just kind of like stood there. His guitar wasn't even plugged in. Johnny Rotten started like losing his voice, and basically he was just kind of like, he said something like, have you ever felt like you've been cheated or something like that? And they just like left the stage. And by that point, they just like fucking broke up. Now, at this point, just like less than a week after this last show, Sid gets on a plane and goes back to New York. Now, while he was on the plane, he apparently like had somebody like fucking supply him some shit before he got on this stuff, because by the time that he got off the plane, he was so fucked up on alcohol, methadone. They were trying to... Malcolm was trying to get... Because the other band members and Malcolm, not... I'm sure everybody was doing drugs back then, but they weren't addicted the way Sid was. So Malcolm McLaren understood that Sid had a problem, and he was trying to ration... So he would only give him like $14 a week to live on, because they were like making decent money at this point, because they'd sold a lot of records and whatnot. But somehow, even though he only had $14 a week, he was still finding drugs somewhere. So he was still getting fucked up on shit. So it wasn't super successful. But so he goes back to New York, and he had got some drugs. He got fucking drunk. He was so fucked up that he was basically comatose. So as soon as the plane landed, they had to take him in an ambulance. They had to take him to a hospital in Queens. And the doctor basically told him, look, you need to knock this shit off, or you're going to be dead in 6 months. Just all the drinking and drugs and whatever. So he gets out of the hospital a little bit later. And he goes back to Nancy. Now, at this point, him and Nancy, the Sex Pistols are broken up, and so he's kind of at sixes and sevens, I guess. So the two of them go to Paris, and they're filming the Great Rock and Roll Swindle, the mockumentary. And the whole time they were there, pretty much, they were in their hotel room just, doing drugs. Although, they did actually get Sid to, like, off his butt long enough to record a few songs. My Way, which we talked about earlier. Something Else, which actually I quite like that. I like his cover of My Way also. And Come On Everybody, which I think that's also a cover, isn't it? In that shit, man, who the fuck is that? I'll think of it in a second. Eddie, fuck, I can't remember. So he did a bunch of covers. And so Sid, though, he goes to like record these songs on this particular day. He gets back to the hotel room, and allegedly Nancy was mad because he had left her alone in the hotel room to go off and do his recording. So she had slit her wrists Not bad enough to like do any damage, but just like an attention-seeking kind of thing, which, you know, that was kind of like something they did a lot. They had a lot of fucked up suicide pact kind of stuff. She was very attention-seeking in that way, which is why I'm not going to say, like, I think she stabbed herself, because I don't know. I wasn't there. But I'm saying that's not outside of the bounds of possibility, because she did do that kind of shit.
Grandstanding.
She did do that kind of shit for attention. And it's entirely possible that she did that for attention, not realizing how serious of a wound she had inflicted because they were so fucked up. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that's possible. So yeah. So then they went to London. And then at that point, they're like, okay, well, we have to go back to the U.S. because, like I said, Nancy was American. But they didn't have any money. Now, at this point, they bump into Glenn Matlock, who, like I said, was the former bass player of Sex Pistols. And they were like, well, let's play a gig together. We'll make some money. So Glenn Matlock had formed his own band after leaving the Sex Pistols called the Rich Kids. And so he had Rat Scabies from The Damned and a couple of... So they got Sid Vicious in there, and they called it the Vicious White Kids. And they did one performance at the Electric Ballroom in Camden Town. That was in August of 1978. Sid sang at this. He didn't play guitar. Nancy also sang backing vocals, but Glenn Matlock told her she could sing backing vocals, but did not turn on her microphone. I don't know what her voice sounded like. Yeah. I mean, that was something that they did a lot. Like to Sid, they'd be like, "Yeah, you can play on this," but then they wouldn't plug his shit in. Yeah. They wouldn't plug in his amp or anything. So I kind of feel like they did to say, "Yeah, sure, you can like sing in the band," and then they would just come because you wouldn't know. You'd just be singing in your microphone. You thought everybody could hear you. Nobody could hear you. So that's just kind of what they did. I don't know what her voice sounded like her
probably not
voice. Good. Probably not, but they didn't like her, so that's kind of what they did.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered if it was good or not.
Yeah. So after that, Sid and Nancy then went back to New York, and then they moved into the infamous Room 100 of the even more infamous Chelsea Hotel. Now, apparently they'd moved into one room before that, but started a fire in there, so they had to move them to another room. So what the fuck is it with everybody like starting fires at the Chelsea? The Chelsea Hotel, we should do a whole show about that, man.
It's a fucking hotel full of losers.
Well, they were famous. I mean,
famous losers and bums.
There's all kind of like legendary stories about the Chelsea Hotel. Like fucking Leonard Cohen wrote a song about that shit with him and Janis Joplin giving him a blowjob, and it's a whole thing. So the Chelsea Hotel is just one of those places that's like iconic in rock music history. So probably we should do a thing about that. But yeah, so they check in under the names Mr. and Mrs. John Ritchie. And at this point, like I said, Nancy was actually kind of doing managerial stuff. She was setting up gigs. She was putting bands together. He played a couple shows, like at CBGB's and Max's Kansas City, so she was actually doing something. And she did sing at some of the shows.
CBGB's, in case you guys don't know, is a famous New York club, big in the fucking American scene.
Eddie Cochran, thank you.
And,
I knew it was Eddie something.
Known for having real good bands and dog shit everywhere on the fucking floor for a while.
Yeah, I heard that place was
fun. The people that owned it lived there, and they'd let their dogs run around. They'd fucking take a dump, and then they'd have to clean it up. But I was there in like 97 or 98. Went down there from a visit. When I was living in Boston, visited it, and it was just kind of a live music event, kind of dead during the time that I went in there. But I think that was back in 98, 97, 98. But I was happy to go. Like, oh, okay, yeah, this is the CBGBs they're talking about.
I mean, you gotta see it. It's famous.
Yeah. Made great shirts. I need to make a fucking CBGB fucking bootleg shirt, Jenny.
I mean, you might as well. They're closed now.
They're closed. It was just a white print on black shirt, just like everything else.
I might drink someday. I might need
They want to know? Okay.
Yeah, I might get
Yeah, CBGB bootleg shirt. If you guys are interested, drop it in the comments section.
Yeah, we can make some.
Maybe we'll send it out to our fucking subscribers.
So she did actually like put some shows together, and it had like fucking Arthur Kane from the New York Dolls and like some other like people that were famous in the scene at the time. So they had Mick Jones was there from he was from the Clash later, and Johnny Thunders, like I said, from Heartbreakers, and a lot of people did show up. But apparently what was going on was that Sid, he was singing, as I said, and a lot of people kind of accused him. It's like, oh, you're just trying to sound like Johnny Rotten, or you're just like ripping that off. You know, and he would kind of get pissed off about it, like I said, because he was usually drunk or high or both. And so there would be like a lot of confrontation between him and the audience. There are some recordings of that, if you would like to look them up. But yeah, so they did get paid for the shit. So as I said, Nancy was actually trying to do something to manage his career, even though obviously they were both spiraling downward very, very quickly. Nancy also said at this point, and like I said, she's still she's quite young too. You know, both her and Sid were.
Poured tequila in there.
Oh yuck! I don't want that.
Okay.
Jenny does not want tequila. So Nancy was still, even though they were making money from the gigs, she was still kind of like hitting up her parents for money. And she also told, reportedly, according to her mom, she actually told her mom around this time that she was having kidney problems. And she actually did, according to her mom, say that she wanted her and Sid to go into detox, or go into a detox program around this time. I don't know if that's true or not, but according to her mom, Nancy was apparently trying to get them both off of heroin. I don't know if that's true or not. However, unfortunately, that's not how the shit worked out, as most people know. October 11th, 1978. Sid and Nancy were having a party in their hotel room, room 100. Now, during this party, Sid apparently took 30 Tuinol tablets. They're a barbiturate. 30 of them is probably about 3 times, well, actually maybe more than 3 times what a normal person, but he had like a very high tolerance. So that probably would have killed most people. Didn't kill him though. So he took about 30 of those. Now, during this party, there were a bunch of people just hanging around. It was a party. So a bunch of people were kind of in and out, like throughout the course of the night. Most people that were at the party that were interviewed later, Sid said Sid was pretty much out of it most of the party. Like I said, 32 in all tablets probably do that to you. That he was kind of comatose, or he was sleeping most of the time. Now, sometime during that night, nobody knows exactly what happened, but about 11 o'clock the next morning, October 12th, 1978, the hotel staff came in and found Nancy dead on the bathroom floor. She had a knife wound in her abdomen. She had apparently walked into the bathroom and just laid in there and died. Now, they did find Sid wandering around in the hallway of the hotel. Now, interestingly, okay, now the Wikipedia page says that he claimed to have killed her. But a couple of the documentaries I saw, they talked to some of the investigating officers or some of the police, that were first on the scene. One of the guys that investigated the case said, he's like, that's actually not true. He's like, that wasn't in the original police report. He's like, what we found...
No.
What happened?
Pulling shit out of the...
Oh.
Pulling books out.
He says that when they first got there, he was just wandering around in the halls and didn't really know what the fuck was going on. And he didn't say he had killed her. He said he didn't remember anything, is what he said. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he initially said, yeah, I killed her, or... I mean, he said all kind of crazy shit later on, but I think initially he said he didn't really remember what had happened, which would kind of... I mean, that kind of goes along with what most people that were in and out of the apartment or the hotel room that night said, because, like I said, they'd had a party, people had been in and out of there all night, and most people that had been in and out said, well, Nancy was still alive at 5 a.m. Like, they saw her alive at 5 a.m. and she was fine. So it must have happened sometime between 5 and 11, so in that 6-hour period. But for most of that time, I don't know what happened after 5 a.m., but most people said, well, Sid was pretty out of it. Almost all of that night. Like, he was just laying around, like, not really moving all that much. Now, the murder weapon was a Jaguar K11 hunting knife. Now, Nancy had actually given this to Sid as a present just a few days earlier. They had a weird, like, knife obsession, They were cutters, kind of, a little bit.
Yeah, they cut each other and make little things.
Yeah.
And yeah, nice. That's
cut
cool.
themselves.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's cool.
it was
Switchblades and shit.
It was that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Um.
It was part of their fucking.
Now, interestingly, the knife was left in the room. It was wiped off, but somebody left it. I think it was just left like by the door. There was like some luggage or some shit like that, and somebody just left it by the door. But it had been wiped clean of fingerprints. There was that.
Wait a minute. How do they know it was wiped clean?
Well, because there were no fingerprints.
That
on
doesn't
it.
mean anything. I know all about fingerprints.
Well, no, I'm just saying there were no fingerprints on it, so they
There's no
assumed.
they're assuming that it was wiped. Don't. I would not, as a listener, I wouldn't put much weight in that, because during a forensics investigation, and you know, I have a history with working for companies that provides support for law enforcement. Happened to be the Louisiana State Police, a lot of it. They'll fucking try to find fingerprints on shit. When they don't find anything, a prosecutor will go, well, it must have been wiped clean. No, sometimes things don't have fingerprints on them, that's all. Even though somebody picked it up. Because there's a lot of different conditions. There may have been fingerprints on there for a while. The person's hands were kind of oily, and over time, or the object had been oiled and the fingerprints are lost. Or there were fingerprints, but you can't draw them. They don't have the technology to get them off of there, because there might be too many oils involved. And it's a prosecutor tactic to say it was wiped clean. No. It just means they couldn't pull a print.
Well,
That's
now
all.
they did say that in the hotel room, they did find the fingerprints of 6 people that had prior police records that had been in and out of that room that night for the party.
Okay. All right.
So that's why there has been speculation that maybe Sid didn't, because Sid apparently could not remember what had happened. And some people have speculated that it could have been somebody else that was in the room that night, which, like I said, I think that even if Sid had gone to trial, which didn't happen, I think that his defense would have been able to muster enough reasonable doubt, just because there had been so many people in and out of that room that night, and there were some other mitigating circumstances, which I'll get into in a minute, which could have suggested another scenario. That's what I'm saying. So whether or not, I don't know if, because, you know, the cops said different things. You know, some of them said, yeah, he initially admitted that he killed her, but then he admitted, no, I didn't know what happened. One cop I saw, like, in a documentary said, no, he never said that he killed her. He said that later. At first he said he didn't know what was going on. He was just wandering around. And there was that. But regardless, Sid was their only suspect. Which seems, I mean, they probably should have investigated this a little bit better. I'm just going to say. Because there were some other possibilities going on there. But Sid, he was the only suspect. He got arrested. He was actually charged with second-degree murder. Now, he did end up saying, yeah, we did have an argument that night, but...
They argued every night.
That's what I mean. There was a lot of that going on, and most people said that. Even when they'd been at the hotel, they said, yeah, they fought all the time. It wasn't anything that was unusual. But Sid gave them several different conflicting stories. At one point he said, yeah, I stabbed her, but I didn't mean to kill her. One said, I don't remember what happened. One time he said she fell on the knife. So I kind of feel like he was so out of it that I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew what was happening. And honestly, I think that maybe that contributed to him, because he died not too long after this, was the guilt of thinking that maybe he had done it and just didn't remember. But like I said, no one was there, so I don't know if he did it or not. I mean, there's a lot of other possibilities.
A big possibility is that she did it.
She could have very well done it to herself.
They were self-cutters and stunters and emotional and grandstanding, and there's a good chance he's like, you bitch, you don't love me, and she stabbed himself, and she's like, what are you doing? That could have happened, Because I will say, I mean, she was only stabbed one time. Yeah. She apparently stabbed herself in the room and then walked to the bathroom and then just laid there and bled for like 2 or 3 hours. Well, it couldn't have been bleeding that much, because...
No, it was a long time.
But you can bleed out all your blood in a few seconds.
Well, it depends on where you're stabbed. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The fact that she just stabbed herself, which if she had gotten to a hospital probably would not have been a fatal wound at all, but the fact that she did not feel the need to seek medical attention.
Yeah.
She just wandered into the bathroom and laid down and then just let herself bleed to death over several hours. You know, what does that say?
It says a lot of things. Okay.
I mean, obviously, if Sid did stab her, he obviously didn't mean to kill her, because if he'd meant to kill her, he would have kept stabbing her till she was dead.
Yeah, that would have been manslaughter. Okay. Here's the problem. He never would have gotten a second-degree murder conviction. Never. At worst, it would have been manslaughter, where he stabbed her in an argument, and then she ended up dying from that wound. That would be manslaughter. If it was a murder, and to get a murder conviction, he would have had to have intended to kill her.
Which
and the evidence does not there.
I absolutely do not believe
the evidence.
He intended to
If you know anything about killing somebody with a knife, and we've talked about this on earlier shows, to kill someone with a knife, usually they're stabbed multiple times, 30, 40 times.
Well, yeah, because you got to make sure.
Right.
I mean, that's fucked up, but
and it takes a long time to kill somebody
like
with
that.
a knife.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that's just not there is that she wasn't running. She wasn't seeking help or medical attention. So she got stabbed somehow. We don't know, but she didn't feel that there was the threat to where she had to get out of that damn apartment and seek help. So it just tells me that there was some kind of an argument where she was stabbed. Either he did it or she did it.
Or like I said, somebody else might have done it too. There was a lot of other people in and out of there.
After the stabbing, they chose not to get help from the law or medical. So that tells me not murder.
Because they obviously, whoever stabbed her didn't really think it was enough of a deal.
Yeah. She didn't think she was going to die, and the other person didn't think that they were going to die. Knowing the way junkies are, she got stabbed during an argument. He may have done it. Afterwards, they were like, "Oh shit! Oh, it's okay. We'll be all right." And then they were like, "Well, let's take some more smack. Let's hang out. Oh shit! This shit won't stop bleeding. What are we gonna do? Oh, I'm not going to the hospital. We don't have any money." Or it might be, "I don't want to get in trouble." You know, it's that kind of stuff.
It very well might have been that.
Yeah, right. You know, I don't want you going to jail.
I could totally see that happening.
So it might have been where Nancy didn't want him going to jail. So
she might have been. She was probably fucked up too, and she was just kind of, "Oh, it's fine. It's nothing."
Yeah, it's right. We'll just hide that this happened. That's probably what happened. Yeah. Let's just say most likely what happened. They were arguing. He may have stabbed her once, and then it was like, "Oh shit, sorry," and they're like, "Oh shit, yeah, well shit, we got to hide this," because they're high. They're not in a normal state of mind.
Yeah, they were incredibly fucked up.
Yeah.
Incredibly fucked up.
So chances are she tried to protect him afterwards. Like, well, we can't go to the hospital, and because I don't want you getting in trouble. It'll be all right. It's just a little cut.
Just a flesh wound.
It'll heal up, and then they probably did some more drugs. That's probably what happened. And the other option is that she was jealous and got mad and fucking was grandstanding, and she stabbed herself. And he's like, "What are you doing? Don't do that." And
which, like I said, there was some precedent.
She did that kind of shit too.
There was some precedent for doing that.
But either way, it was between a couple, and I don't think there was intent or malice, not real malice. Or you'd have kept stabbing her ass. You'd have cut her head off.
That's what I'm saying. If you really wanted to kill somebody, you would just keep on stabbing them. You wouldn't just like stab them one time and let them wander off and then just be like, "Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about it anymore."
Couples fight. They just do. It's normal. Now, it doesn't normally go to violence, but you're dealing with young punk rockers
who are high as shit
drugs
and have no idea what's going on.
And the evidence says that fucking Nancy covered what happened. She tried to cover that up. It wasn't a... she forgave him. It wasn't a big deal. And this was not a serial thing. He was not known for beating her up. It was not...
Well, kinda. He did kind of beat her up. She beat him up too.
Yeah, punk rockers beat on each other, but it was kind of like not serious. It was part of being punk rock. But she was never put into a hospital or had blackened eyes or a bunch of blackened eyes all the time.
Well, no, because there was a thing where she did actually turn up like wounded sometimes, like kind of beat up. And for a long time, she told her mom that it was like her John's doing it. But then like later she's like, no, it was Sid.
So they're
Sid
fine.
did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Well,
but a lot of people said that Nancy would beat up on him too.
Yeah, it was mutual.
So
this goes back to kind of like in the 90s. In the 90s, fucking the goth scene, which kind of came from the punk rock scene, wasn't really gay or straight. Its sexual orientation was BDSM. That was kind of but it was
not even so much that, it was just whatever.
Yeah.
It's still like that, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So punk rock culture was it prided itself on being trashy and rough. They didn't have the same moral standards as that normal civilian population that's law-abiding was about. Those two did not hate each other. They didn't.
No.
That was fucking love.
Actually, by all accounts, as
They loved
fucked
each
up
other.
and codependent as it was, they actually did seem to love each other in their own. As much as someone as damaged as
they
them
were. Right.
could love each other.
Yeah.
But it was kind of like that real unhealthy, like Romeo and Juliet, kind of I'll kill myself for you type of thing.
They were young.
But yeah, it's a very young person.
They were very young.
Which I think is why a lot of people like romanticize
Right,
it.
yeah.
But like I said, you have to think, they were 19, 20, 21 years old, which is very young. And back then, emotions are very heightened. You're just kind of, oh my God, if something happens to you, I want to die. And
I'll kill you, you bitch, you.
Right. It's
it's that kind of stuff.
It was that.
Don't you dare betray me. No.
Everything is a massive deal.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like...
Drama queen, motherfuckers.
Well, everybody's like that when they're young. Most people are like that when they're young. I mean, once you get to our age, you're just kind of like, you don't give a shit about anything anymore.
Fucking,
but
they'd pull knives out and fucking carve shit.
Carve names and like their each other's names into their fucking So
that's the way they were.
Which that's not good. I'm just saying that a lot of people did that.
That whole scene was about pushing boundaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they would fucking inject heroin, knowing that shit was very addictive. They would do it. Girls would go out and fucking turn tricks, knowing that shit was fucking highly dangerous and very immoral. But they were like, I don't care. I just need the money. It was very counterculture.
Well, as I said,
very counterculture.
A lot of them came from really fucked up backgrounds.
Right.
So they really had a kind of nihilistic, who gives a shit. Mm-hmm. They didn't really have much. I don't want to say they didn't have much self-respect. They didn't really have much, or they didn't really think of themselves as very valuable.
They were kind of wallowing in it.
So so they were just kind of like, who cares what happens to me?
Right.
It was that, and I get that. I get that attitude. But
they're trying to glorify it.
Yeah. So I kind of feel like that was what happened. But so whether Sid stabbed or not, I don't know. He didn't seem to remember.
I think probably did.
I mean, but like I said,
50-50.
There could have been there were some other scenarios that were possible. So like I said, had I been on the jury, I probably would have let him off because there were some other scenarios that were just as likely, I kind of feel like. But so...
I definitely would have acquitted him for murder.
Yeah, that was absolutely not...
Yeah, no, it wasn't intended. It wasn't intended. Maybe negligent homicide. He didn't get her help.
Yeah, I mean, at the worst.
Yeah, negligent homicide is when you...
I absolutely don't think that he meant to hurt her or kill her or anything like that. I don't think he meant it. Even if he did do it, I don't think he meant it.
Negligent homicide is when you're responsible for someone's death by neglecting to act.
Yeah.
She had been injured. He didn't get her...
I could see that.
And now, negligent homicide maximum would be 5 years. First offender would... year maybe, and then some probation. If that. First offender might get probation for that. But chances are a U.S. court would have given him a year.
Cheryl says, it's incredibly hard to stab someone to death. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Usually got to hit vital organs. And this one stab to the abdomen was totally something she could have survived.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Had she gone to get help,
Yeah.
she would have lived.
Yeah.
But the fact that she just got stabbed one time, whoever did it, and just wandered off into the bathroom and just laid there and bled out for a couple of hours.
But didn't she actually die in the bed, though?
No.
Oh, she didn't die in the bed? Okay.
No, she died in the bathroom.
Okay.
They found her in the bathroom.
Okay.
She actually walked to the bathroom.
Okay. She was in bed for a while and then walked in the bed.
Yes.
All right.
And that's where they found her. She was dead in there. But they assumed they knew that she had been in there for a couple of hours. So she'd been bleeding out for a couple of hours.
I would say that Sid was guilty of negligent homicide, failure to act. He didn't get her any help.
Yeah.
But you could say, well, maybe he had diminished capacity because he was
He was really fucked up. Yeah.
But usually, diminished capacity fucking argument doesn't work too well in court, from my understanding. Depending on what the jury thinks of you, I think he would have gotten about a year, and then he got a couple years of probation, which he'd have fucked up because he was a drug addict. It'd been hard to straighten Sid out, but he definitely wasn't guilty of murder.
Yeah, I absolutely don't. It
No.
absolutely was not.
No.
First, I even if he did stab her, which I'm not sure if he did. Even if
never proven it.
Even if he did, I don't think he did it maliciously, and I don't really think he meant to kill her or even hurt her.
They would have never.
I just think they were so fucked up they didn't really know what they were doing.
They would have never been able to prove that he stabbed her. The only thing they could have been able to prove is that he failed to act knowing that she was stabbed. That's how they would have got him. And it would have been negligent homicide. That's what I think.
Tammy points out, when you're treated like trash all your life, it's hard to give a fuck.
Yeah,
it's probably
true.
And I kind of feel like that's kind of what happened with both of them.
And they were getting famous by not giving a fuck. Because they were getting like
encouraged
to be that way.
Which was probably not good.
Right.
So at this point, like I said, Sid gave a bunch of different conflicting stories, but at some point he probably said, yeah, we had an argument and I stabbed her. I don't really remember what happened all that good. Now they did have they went around to some kind of, because they had money, like I said, he was a Sex Pistol. And so they had, and Virgin Records was actually paying all his legal costs still at this point, because he was famous. So they actually did kind of approach some high-profile lawyers. So he got kind of like a decent lawyer. Not F. Lee Bailey, they did approach him, but his kind of like a dude that was at his firm or whatever. Now, they did actually get him, Sid, released on $50,000 bail. The only conditions of that were that he couldn't leave New York, and then he had to sign in at the homicide unit offices, and he had to sign it at the methadone center. So like I said, Virgin Records was paying. I think there was an urban legend going around that Mick Jagger had paid his legal defenses, but that's not true.
It's not true, yeah.
Virgin Records paid all of his legal costs, as far as I'm aware. Now, Malcolm McLaren has come out and said he absolutely does not think, thank you, no need for me to, just because. Well, thank you very much. That's nice. Love Kills is a great Circle Jerk song. I agree. It is. I love the Circle Jerks, honestly. Malcolm McLaren, he absolutely did not think that Sid Vicious killed Nancy. He thought that, and this is something that, and somebody brought this up earlier, DJ Maniac brought this up. And this is something, again, this is a possibility, and this would have raised some reasonable doubt in my mind. The knife was actually, whether it was wiped of prints or not, I don't know, but it didn't have any prints on it. But there were, again, 6 people's prints in the hotel room that were known to police, as in they had police records. I don't know what the charges were for those, because they'd had a party, so people were in and out. Sid and Nancy, they had a lot of cash on hand. They liked to be paid in cash, so they always had a lot of cash, piles of it. So they kind of had a lot of it in their room. So Malcolm McLaren and some other people have speculated that, there were a lot of people, including this dude who was like a comedian that lived in the same building, who went under the name Rocket's Red Glare. He knew that they had all this cash in their room, and he was there that night. A lot of people saw him. So some people have speculated that somebody else there, maybe him, that knew about the cash maybe stabbed her and like took the, you know, because Sid was asleep. And so there's a possibility, because there were other people in and out of there that night. And some people said, yeah, there was like all this cash like in the room, and then later on it wasn't there anymore.
I would like to see the transcripts of the police
I'm just
interrogation.
saying. So there's other like possibilities.
I would like to see the transcripts of the police interrogation. He said he stabbed her. I want to see what...
That's not what he said at first.
I want to see under what conditions he said that he stabbed her. Just because the police said, well, he said he stabbed her. I want to see the actual transcript.
That's what I'm saying. And it's honestly, I don't entirely trust the police because, you know, he's a punk rocker. He's famous. He had a reputation for violence and things like that. And so I kind of feel like maybe he wouldn't have gotten as fair a shake as maybe somebody that looked like, you know, respectable, quote unquote. You know, and he was a drug addict also. So I kind of feel like, I mean, they didn't even look into... I think they like did a perfunctory like interview of like other people that were there that night, but not really. They didn't really seem to do much of an in-depth investigation into other people that were at the party that night. Yeah. Even though there were a lot of people in and out of that room, and there were a lot of people that knew them, that lived at the Chelsea, that knew that they kept a lot of cash in the room, for example. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that's another possibility. Somebody could have absolutely been at the party. They could have been fucked up themselves, could have seen the cash and be like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking steal that. And then Nancy maybe was like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? And then maybe they stabbed her. You know? Well, it could happen.
Could, but there has to be evidence. But
no, I'm just saying that there's I'm just saying that's another possibility.
I would like to see what the transcripts or recordings of what Sid actually said. The cops are saying, well, he said that he stabbed her at one point.
But he said lots of other things,
But did he really say that, or did he say, well, maybe I stabbed her, I don't know, or maybe, I don't know if I stabbed her. You know, just because the cops said that he said
that doesn't mean that's exactly what he said. That doesn't mean
that's what he said, you know.
I got the impression that he didn't remember.
Yeah.
And that later on, he was worried that maybe he had stabbed her and didn't remember it, and that, like, upset him. That was the impression that I got. Right. I don't think he remembered doing it at all.
They were probably fucking just super high.
Yeah, so like I said, there's a possibility he might have, but I think it bothered him like the rest of his life, which was only like a few months, sadly. But I think it bothered him that he didn't remember. Like, what if I did kill her? Because imagine what that would be like if you were so fucked up. God, can you imagine like being so fucked up, like drunk or on drugs or whatever, and then like your boyfriend, your girlfriend, whatever, like they end up dead, and then you're kind of like, wait, did I do that? And then like you can't remember, and that will like fucking haunt you forever. I kind of feel like. So I don't know. So there was a lot of other shit going on. Now, F. Lee Bailey, the lawyer, did actually hire a forensic psychiatrist, and he interviewed Sid. Now, Sid, during the first interview, they said he was really preoccupied with whatever was on TV, so they couldn't really get much out of him. But they thought, like, his mom was kind of in there saying, well, you shouldn't leave him alone. She was afraid that, like, he would do something bad because, like I said, she understood, I think, the weird codependent relationship that he had with Nancy, and that, like, maybe something bad would happen now that she was dead, and that he couldn't remember if he was responsible for it or not. And indeed, Sid apparently later did break a light bulb and try to slit his wrists with it later on. So at that point, they have to come back to the hotel. They get an ambulance, and then when Sid saw the people from the people from the ambulance, he tried to like jump out the window, or like ran for the window like he was gonna jump out of it. And at that point, they took him to Bellevue, like a mental hospital, and then took him to like another behavioral health center, and kind of kept him in there, like under suicide watch, for a while, because it did seem like he was trying to commit suicide. So they did put him under like mental health watch. So they let him out of there November 26th, and then he went back to the Chelsea. Johnny Rotten apparently tried to contact him at this point, but his mom and Malcolm McLaren would not let him. At this point, and I think you can still see this on YouTube, I actually saw parts of it earlier today. A British journalist, Irish journalist named Bernard Clark interviewed Sid Vicious on November 20th, 2 days after he was let out of the mental health center. And he said that Nancy's death was, quote unquote, meant to happen. Nancy always said she'd die before she was 21. And I saw this part of it, and it's actually like, he's pretty fucked up, you can tell. And the journalist asks, well, where do you want to be right now? And he says, under the ground.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
He wants to be dead.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, as he seriously did, yeah, he was having some problems. Now, so a little time passes. Not much time, but a little bit of time passes. So Sid kind of goes back out into, he's out on bond, and he's kind of like dating around, hanging out in the scene again. So he was kind of seeing some women. Dee Dee Ramone's ex-girlfriend, Connie Grip, was one of them. Judy Nylon, another one. Michelle Robeson, who was, it was her apartment that he actually died in. And he was actually seeing Johnny Rotten's ex-girlfriend, Danielle Booth, also on the side. Now, on December 5th, Sid goes to a nightclub, the Hurrah, with Danielle Booth and a guy named David Still, who was a photographer, and a guy named Peter Kotick Gravel, who was a friend of his, who also gave him the drugs that maybe killed him. There was an interview with him on the Who Killed Nancy documentary, which is actually kind of interesting. Also with them was the comedian who I mentioned earlier, who went under the stage name Rocket's Red Glare. His real name was Michael Mora, who some people have thought that maybe he was the one that stabbed Nancy. I'm not saying that. He's dead now, so he can't really defend himself. But some people have speculated that maybe he was the one that did it and like stole the money out of their room. But as like I said, I think he lived at the Chelsea at the time. So they all go out to this nightclub to see Skafish, the band. Now at this place, and now remember, Sid is still on. He still has a trial date coming up for murder. At this point, they just kind of let him out of bond. So he's at this club. There's this woman there named Tara, who was the girlfriend of Patti Smith's brother, Todd. So Sid starts flirting with this girl. She tells him to fuck off. He pinched her. And then at this point, Patti Smith's brother says, hey, fuck off. Sid breaks a beer bottle in Todd Smith's face.
Damn.
Which cut it open, and he had to get 5 stitches. Now, later, the comedian, Michael Mora, told the cops, oh, well, the guy, provoked Sid, and the bottle broke in Sid's hand, and all these guys. It was an accident, essentially, is what he tried to say. But Sid, who was essentially, like I said, he's awaiting trial for murder. He's out on bond. So they arrested Sid on December 7th and charged him with assault. Now, so this is essentially breaking the terms of his bail.
Yeah, he has to go back.
So they sent him to Rikers Island.
Oh, shit.
Now, he's in Rikers Island for a while, and obviously while he's in there, he can't get any drugs.
Right.
So he's going under detox, and apparently, by all accounts, was completely fucking miserable.
I mean, so.
Now, January 8th, so he was in there for a while, more than a month. January 18th, he shows up in court, and the judge let him out on $10,000 bail, and actually even reduced his previous bail conditions. Yeah, you still have to report to the homicide unit, but you only have to do it 3 days a week now instead of every day. You don't have to go to the methadone clinic anymore. The only condition other than that was, oh, well, you can't go to nightclubs anymore. Right. That's what he said. So they did, let him out. Now, at this point, according to the documentary, he comes out of Rikers Island, and his mom was there, and his friend, Gravel, was there also. Now, Sid has not had any heroin for more than a month, and he is flipping out. So basically, what I heard was that his mom, to celebrate him getting let out, had got him some heroin. And they said pretty much from the courthouse back to the hotel room, back to the apartment, because I think they went to Michelle Robison's apartment, who he was dating at the time. He was basically like, did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? Like, he was just like, did you get the heroin? You know what I mean? So they go back. They're having this party to celebrate him being let out on probation, essentially. So they have this party, and his mom got him some heroin, but apparently it wasn't that good of stuff, because it didn't really do much of anything. So then his friend goes out and gets him some good shit, right? Apparently. So Gravel goes out, he gets $200 worth of the shit, and then he brings it back. Now, a lot of people are here. It was like Sid Vicious, it's Michelle Robison, who he was dating at the time, his mom, Jerry Only from the Misfits, Howie Pyro, who actually, he was in The Blessed, he was in Degeneration, he worked with Joey Ramone and Danzig and shit like that, Genesis Peorage, all that stuff. So that guy was there also. So there was like a shit ton of people there. So they gave him some of the good heroin. Now, I'm not a heroin addict, but from everything I've heard, if you are a heroin addict and you have not done heroin for a very long time,
you lose your resistance.
very, very dangerous to do really, really good shit or do a lot of it. Sid apparently was not worried about that because they gave him some and he's like, that's not good enough. I need better shit. And so they did give him a little bit more.
Yeah.
And so apparently they all sat around doing a bunch of drugs until about 3 a.m, at which point Gravel, who had brought him the drugs, left, he said.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, Jerry Only, as like I said from the Misfits, he was also at the party. He says that him and Sid's mom were making food for everybody. And then he took off not too long after that, and then more people started using drugs. Now most people said Sid, when he got the good heroin, like, he immediately had like a reaction to it. Like, he started like vomiting, and he was kind of like flopping around, and so they were just kind of like trying to keep him awake, and he seemed fine after that. And they were worried about him for a little while because, like I said, he was barfing a lot, and they thought that he was going to OD. But he seemed to recover. And then, like, a couple hours later, he seemed like he was back to normal. And then he was just kind of like, no, I want some more. At which point, they probably should have said no. But,
This is basically what happened to that fine-ass bitch that I showed in that video earlier.
Yeah.
She got a hold of something really good. Pretty girls can do that. And it fucking killed her.
Yeah. Well, that's what happened with this one, too.
Yeah.
So, evidently, somebody, I don't know, like, everybody has a different story about this. There was a story going around for a little while, which I think later on kind of came out as maybe not. There was a story going around a little while that his mom actually deliberately gave him an overdose of heroin because...
I ain't buying that.
Yeah, because she thought, oh, well, he's not going to get off, he's going to be in a murder charge, and he's miserable. I don't buy that either.
I don't buy it.
But yeah, that was a story that was going around for a time.
I'm pretty sure people knew that he was not going to get a whole lot of time. That
He
was not
probably,
murder.
I mean, he probably would not have.
No, that was not murder.
He might have got some time, but he probably wouldn't have gotten, I mean, he wouldn't have gotten first-degree murder or even second-degree murder, I don't think.
No. Worst case would have been manslaughter. And manslaughter can be very light. 5 years, 2 years. It just depends on the situation. I think they would have got him on something more kind of lighter, like negligent homicide.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking it would probably be something like because at least they could kind of like prove that.
They could prove that. They could say, well, this was an accidental stabbing, and he did not go get help for her. That would be negligent homicide.
Yeah.
And he'd have got first offender, maybe a year, 2 years, maybe a year. If not, probation. But I probably would have got a year or two. And then...
Yeah, at worst.
And then gotten some probation when he got out. And his punk rock street cred would have been magnified by getting a year or two. He would have been a legend. His mom did not try to try to kill him.
No, what came out like later, that was kind of like, I think the documentary Who Killed Nancy, like this guy like had written a book and kind of like put that forward.
No.
And they kind of portrayed it, but then later on, like many years later, he came out and said, no, that was bullshit. I was just trying to like get more money.
Yeah.
Like from the book sales.
Yeah. No, his mom wouldn't do that.
I mean, his mom was fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. And his
She's
mom
trying to kill him, though.
His mom died of a heroin overdose too. Like many, I think 2006, I want to say maybe.
Yeah. And here's the weird.
Maybe
Here's the
earlier.
weird thing. This was happening in a time when the Sex Pistols' career possibilities were starting to expand. They could have been fucking. Now the band was officially kind of broke up.
They had broken up,
but it would have gotten back together. It would have.
They got back together in the '90s. They did that Filthy Lucre tour.
Right.
You remember that?
I think Sid Vicious's death put the nail in that coffin for many decades. But had he not died, they probably have been together fucking 5 years later. Vicious wouldn't have stopped. There would have been a lot of bands that would have wanted his name.
Well, yeah, I mean, as fucked up as he was famous.
Just his name would have been enough.
Sure.
So, no.
Although, honestly, I wonder if he hadn't died so young, would he still be as legendary? I don't know, maybe. I do kind of feel like sometimes...
He'd have been like John Lydon.
I mean, sometimes if you die young,
yeah,
you know, like Jim Morrison or something like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes your legend is like grows to like much bigger than...
He would have been like John Lydon. He'd have been like Johnny Rotten. He probably just would have ended up in other bands, not quite as good. I think, you know, the real talent, if you ask me, was John.
I gotta pee.
Oh, sorry. John was a much bigger talent, but maybe a couple years clean, something maybe would have changed with Sid. Maybe he could have picked himself up and come back stronger, and not on drugs, and maybe he could have learned to play bass a little bit, which is not that hard to learn to play bass. Somebody in a band could teach you how to do it. And a studio musician can do your tracks for you in the studio. So no, I think had he not OD'd, I think it would have fucking evened out. I don't think he would have done much time. There's no way he would have been convicted of murder. I don't even think he would have gotten manslaughter. He'd have to have a pretty fucked up lawyer or a pretty fucked up jury. It would have been something else. Like I said, probably like negligent homicide. If he did get manslaughter, it would have been like along the lines of Vince Neil. I mean, Vince Neil from Motley Crue got a manslaughter charge from accidentally killing a guy with him, a passenger, fucking in a car during a drunk driving thing. And Vince Neil really didn't fucking. I think it was Vince Neil, wasn't it? Man, I'm kind of drunk now, but I'm pretty sure it was Vince Neil. I mean, his career really wasn't. Was it Vince Neil who went to got a manslaughter charge for drunk driving and killed the guy?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Vince Neil.
So I think it would have been something like that, and that didn't destroy Vince Neil. It was a bump in the road, but it would have been like that.
I'd be interested. I mean, obviously we're never gonna know, but that's kind of the thing. Well, because there is something romantic, as fucked up as that sounds, of people who die young. Why do you think? And I'm not saying that Joy Division would not be as well remembered nowadays if Ian Curtis hadn't hanged himself when he was 23. But would it have been the same? Because if you're around long enough, even if you're a legendary rock star, with very few exceptions, if you're around long enough to see yourself become old and irrelevant, there is something to be said for rock stars that die when they're still very young and very relevant, that you don't ever see them get old and fat and and like, so there is something to that. You always remember them, so you're always going to remember Sid looking like a fucking 21-year-old because that's how old he was when he died. Bless you, sweetie. Pookie sneezed.
Yeah, what's up, Pookie?
You all right? She's been sneezing a lot the last couple of days. I hope she doesn't have a cold. But you never saw him get old and fat and bald, so there is something kind of like romantic. Like I said, it's just like Jim Morrison. You never saw him get old and fat. You're always going to remember him like that because that's what he looked like when he died.
Get old, but you did see him get fat.
Oh, that's true. He did get fat. That's a bad example.
He got fat.
He did get fat.
Yeah, he got fat.
Well, he got chubby.
Yeah.
He got chubby.
Yeah. Morrison wouldn't have made it. Not long term. His music was good though, but it would have aged out. It would have aged out.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know. I mean, the thing about John Lydon was that he was actually musically talented, and he went on after the Sex Pistols, and he went on and did Public Image Limited, and he kind of went on and did other like innovative shit.
Well, John wasn't only talented; he was innovative.
That's what I just said. He did like innovative shit.
Yeah. And he was a dick, but he was kind of cool in a way.
Yeah.
And he would go to fucking talk shows on purposely to troll the fuck out of him and get kicked out. He did not like the corporate media thing. He just didn't like it. And he was very contrary to what was going on.
Well, that's kind of his whole thing.
And I like that. He was critic. You know, he's going to go, oh, you're going to do that? Well, I'm going to do this. Oh, you're going to say that? Well, I'm going to say no. And I kind of like that. That was his thing. That was his thing.
Yeah, so we don't know. So anyway, that night after that party, Sid died in his sleep. So his mom and Michelle Robison found his body the next day. Nobody knows who gave. Gravel says, I feel kind of partially responsible because I'm the one that procured the really good shit, like the really good heroin. He's like, I tried to... What he says, he's like, I gave him a little bit because I was like, dude, you've been in detox for like a month and a half. You really need to like take it easy because this is really strong.
That shit will fuck you up.
And so he tried to like, so he gave him some of it, and then the rest of it he gave to his mom, and it's like, don't give him this until like later because this is like really powerful shit. And you know, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he said.
Well, junkies usually know what they have, so it probably was true. It's just that he had really lost his tolerance. His receptors had all been cleared out from being up on Rikers Island. They gave him that shit and it fucking killed him.
Because honestly, that's the sad thing. The second, I mean, according to them, they said the second he got out of Rikers Island, like his mom and Gravel were the only people there to meet him apparently. Yeah. And that was the first thing he said was, did you get it? He said to his mom. Because his mom apparently told him, I'm going to get you some heroin. Like because he'd been without it. Which, like I said, that...
Which would have been a perfect time to quit, but no, we're dealing with a fucking...
Yeah, you would think. I mean...
Dumbass fucking...
You already haven't had it for that. You just might as well just, like, suffer through it. But he wasn't thinking like that. He was thinking, I need to get it, like, right now. I haven't had it in, like, a really long time.
So I was telling you people, man, fucking do not fuck with the horse. Heroin is...
Like I said,
it's not worth it.
I'm not averse to like a lot lot of drugs.
We'll take other shit, but not that.
Yeah, I'll take other shit, but heroin, no. I've never felt the least bit tempted to try that. Not at all.
You can get away with a lot in moderation.
You can.
There is nothing moderate about heroin. It's very addictive. And I've smoked opium, which is heroin. Heroin is a derivative of opium, but it's highly purified. Opium is a totally different thing. It's like alcohol. It's very controllable, a lot milder, and it's a great smoke. It got that nice fucking heavy, oily fucking... And it was legal where I was smoking it, which was Egypt, out in Dahab. All right? And fucking... but you don't want to fucking... No. Heroin? No.
Everything I've heard about heroin...
It's like heaven, and you won't want to come out of heaven. Mm-mm.
Even though I have seen some awesome shit produced on heroin...
Yeah.
Most people that I heard of that were on heroin just made them completely useless. They just slept all the time and did nothing.
It's kind of like that Star Trek movie where they go into the fucking...
Which, like I said, fun for them, but...
What they call that in that Star Trek movie, the Nexus?
Yeah.
Where the fucking damn the rift from another dimension, you jump in there, it's like going into heaven, and you come back out. It's like some shit like that. No, don't fuck with that.
I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like, even at least in the reenactment, which, ooh, you guys, just correct me if I'm wrong in this. I think this is the documentary Who Killed Nancy, and I watched it. It was on YouTube. Pretty sure the guy that was playing Sid Vicious was the same guy from Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. I'm pretty sure that was the same dude. The same guy that did the documentary Scream Queen, if you guys saw that, like on fucking Shudder. I'm pretty sure that was the same guy. I didn't recognize him because he had totally different hair. But I was looking at his face and his mouth. I'm like, that's Nightmare on Elm Street 2, dude. I'm pretty sure. Like the guy that played Jesse. I mean, I could be wrong, but it looked exactly like him if it was. Now, Anne, the mom, like I said, she also died. She died of an overdose later on. She said that Sid and Nancy had a suicide pact. Not a crazy thing to think. That's totally something that sounds like they would do. Well, no, I'm just saying that does kind of sound like something they would do.
Yeah.
His mom said that she found in the pocket of his iconic leather jacket, that she found a handwritten note in there from him that said, this is what she said it said. Or she produced it. I don't know if she wrote it or, you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
She produced this letter.
She says, we had a death pact. I have to keep my half of the bargain. Please bury me next to my baby. Bury me in my leather jacket, jeans, and motorcycle boots. Goodbye. That's what the note said.
Did they do that? Did they bury him in his jacket, jeans, and motorcycle boots?
They did not. They
Cremated him?
Cremated him. Yeah. Now, apparently his mom, or Nancy's mom said that Sid had written her a letter when he was in the hospital last time, that said pretty much the same thing. So maybe that was legit. Maybe they did have that thing going on. The letter that he apparently sent to Nancy's mom said, we always knew that we would go to the same place when we died. We so much wanted to die together in each other's arms. I cry every time I think about it. I promised my baby that I would kill myself if anything ever happened to her, and she promised me the same. This is my final commitment to my love.
So this is a suicide pact that they made up long before anybody got stabbed?
Yes.
Okay. So they must have been talking about some other shit at another time, and then she died, so he decides he has to go after her.
Yeah, I mean, that's very possible.
That's possible.
I don't know if he OD'd on purpose.
I think he did.
But the thing about it, like what I got, like I said, I'm not inside the dude's head. I wasn't there. But what I got from listening to people that knew him or people that were hanging out with him around this time period, they said he seemed pretty fucked up. Not just because obviously Nancy was dead, but obviously because he might go to prison. He was kind of worried about that.
He's under a lot of stress.
But he couldn't. He legit could not remember whether he had actually stabbed her or not.
Yeah.
And that was kind of fucking him up.
I kind of buy that. I think maybe he thought that he did kill her.
Which, can you imagine how that would eat you up?
Right. And then he's got this fucking second-degree murder trial hanging over his head. And then he's got that heroin sitting there. And he's like, I'm going to take a bunch of that. If I don't come back, I don't give a shit. And that might have been what
I kind of feel like, I mean, I feel like when people overdose like that, it's hard to say whether it's like, whether they meant to or not. I just kind of feel like they don't even care.
That's what I was going to say. I'm feeling desperation and indifference. He's just in a desperate situation.
That's
he's gonna
kind of
do
what
a bunch
I'm
of shit.
thinking
He doesn't
too.
care if he lives or dies. Kind of a kamikaze thing, and he doesn't. He dies. So, but I don't think he's like, yeah, this one will kill me. I'm gonna die. That's probably not.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think they're thinking that much about it.
I don't care what.
They're just kind of like, whatever.
I don't care what happens.
Whatever.
Probably what it was.
Because they probably feel like, well, if I died, I wouldn't like.
They don't have to face the
notice
trial,
it anyway.
And I'm gonna go back and go with Nancy. You know, there you go. That sounds likely to me.
Yeah, but apparently he did write a letter to Nancy's mom, saying this essentially the same thing. So maybe that letter that mom, because somebody, Danny Rolling said, is his mom still alive? No, she died in 1996 of a heroin overdose. Because like I said, she was an addict as well. So he wanted to be buried next to Nancy, and obviously Nancy's mom was not having it. And also Nancy was Jewish, so she was buried in a Jewish cemetery in Pennsylvania. And so Sid got cremated. Now, so then Anne, Sid's mom, asked, well, can we at least scatter his ashes over her grave? And she again said no. But according to some sources, Jerry only drove Anne and her sister and a couple of Sid's friends to Nancy's gravesite, and they scattered Sid's ashes over the grave, like, without permission. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they said they did. So yeah, that's kind of like I said, the fact that this happened probably, I mean, propelled, he was already kind of legendary at this point, but it probably propelled him even to more like legendary status, to the fact that like he's still remembered nowadays. And like I said, even nowadays, I saw photos from Halloween 2021 of like famous people dressed up like Sid and Nancy for Halloween. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Even though Kadavatsalan says Sid Vicious, I don't know who that is. There was a wrestler named that in the 90s. There was a wrestler named that, but they were named after this guy, who was more famous than the wrestler.
Con, man, Con's up, he's in Tijuana, Mexico. He might be fucking with me. He might be fucking with us. But Con, if you've never heard of the Sex Pistols, just go on.
How many rocks do you have to be living under to have not heard?
He doesn't fucking really like rock music, I think. He's probably up there listening to that damn Mexican country music. But you go up there and listen to fucking the Sex Pistols album, Never Mind the Bullocks.
Bollocks.
It's just this is what I said. I said bullocks.
Bollocks.
Bullocks.
With an O.
Same thing.
With 2 O's.
It's the same fucking thing. This is how she does it. Go up there and fucking watch that shit. It's on YouTube. You can see it. One of the best real hard rock albums of all time. It's a punk rock album. It's good. Real good. It makes, and I want to. Oh shit! She's corrected my English. Hold on. Let me go to the restaurant.
Well, you're saying it wrong.
I said it exactly the way it says.
You're saying it wrong. Only Tom is correct. So we were mentioning earlier about, and I think DJ Maniac mentioned this too, about Michael Mora, or Rocket's Red Glare, who, like I said, he's also dead. I think he died in 2001. So I don't necessarily want to like impugn his character or anything, but some people have pointed out there was a book that came out in 2007 called Pretty Vacant, A History of Punk. And he kind of thought that maybe Michael Mora was the one that had actually killed Nancy. He was there at the party that night, and he was the one that brought the 2 in all. Like I said, Sid had taken like 30 of them, and it was kind of like out of it for most of the party, according to most of the people that were there. And Michael Mora also supposedly knew about all the cash that they kept in the hotel room. They just apparently kept it in drawers and stuff. It's funny because I was watching this documentary, and Legs McNeil said, he's like, they insisted on being paid cash for everything because, you know, cash, I guess it was easier to like buy drugs with or whatever. So it's like, a lot of times they would have all this cash and they'd be like either super drunk or super on drugs or whatever, and they'd just be walking down the streets of New York with like cash falling out of their pockets because they had so much of it, and they just like had, you know, because like I said, they were kind of famous. So they kind of like had all this cash stashed in their hotel room. And this author is making the point that, you know, Michael Mora and a lot of other people knew that they had a bunch of cash in there, and if they wanted to steal it and, you know, something was happening where everyone was kind of out of it, then, you know, there was maybe an opportunity. Like I said, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying it's kind of like a possibility. And there have been, like, people put forward. And some people have said, too, that there was another guy that lived in the same building who was also a punk rock guy named Neon Leon. And he actually lived in the Chelsea, like right down the hall from Sid and Nancy. And allegedly, they found some of Sid's shit in his possession, like after Nancy was killed, like and after his death, like his leather jacket, a couple of his gold records, shit like that. And he just said, "Oh, Sid gave me this shit, like to look after." But who knows? I mean, it's a possibility that some people that knew about the shit were like coming in there stealing shit because they knew that they were out of it. So I don't know. And some people have said too that Michael Mora, aka Rocket's Red Glare, had told some of his friends, "Yeah, I totally stabbed Nancy," but he wouldn't like say that publicly, allegedly. So no, I'm just saying.
Sounds like somebody else trying to write themselves into it.
Well, some people have said, yeah, he did tell people that he'd stabbed Nancy, but a couple of his friends said, well, he made stuff up for attention sometimes too, so we don't really know if that's true or not. They said he was there that night, and he did know that they kept a lot of cash in their hotel room, so it's possible, sure, but nobody knows. And like I said, he died in 2001. He can't defend himself. So, like I said, but I'm just saying that like some people have put that forward, and that's why I'm saying that if I was on the jury, I don't think that there's any way. There's too much reasonable doubt. There's just too many other possibilities Yes, Sid could have stabbed her.
I
Sure.
think they kind of did it together.
Nancy could have stabbed herself.
Yeah.
Somebody else could have stabbed her.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that could have been good, and we will never know what happened because we weren't there.
Whatever it was, it wasn't murder.
And most of the people are dead. And yeah, like
No.
I said, even if he did stab her,
It wasn't murder.
it wasn't murder because I'm sure he didn't mean to kill her.
The evidence demonstrates that they both tried to hide it, whatever it was. It's not. She didn't go running for help.
Or like I said, they thought that it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly she thought it wasn't a big deal. She's like, hey, I'm just going to go in the bathroom for a second. And then she just laid down, and then like a couple hours later she was dead. She just like bled out. So if she thought she was in any danger, you would think that she would have gone for help, but she did not. And no one else did either. So whoever did it, nobody took it entirely seriously, or everyone was so fucked up they didn't know what was going on.
In most states, the legal definition of murder is an intentional homicide.
That's what I'm saying. And this
For
was
an intentional homicide,
I'm sure this is not intentional.
if you're going to stab somebody with an intentional homicide, that means you're going to sit there and you're going to work them over with that blade until they're dead. This whole thing, you stab them once, and then you sit around for 3 or 4 hours and then talk about that. No. It wasn't a murder. Negligent homicide.
I could see
Probably.
that. Because like I said,
Negligent
she was obviously wounded.
Right.
And after a while, he's like, oh, well,
and he didn't get her help.
he should have gone for help.
Yeah, right. It was something they did together. It was just it was on both of them. They did that shit together. And when she started to go down, he didn't go get her help. That's where he fucked up.
Yeah, so I can
So,
see him
negligent
being
homicide.
I can see him being called to account for that.
Yeah, that's what I would give him if I was on a jury.
But
And
I don't think there was any malice
No.
intended.
no,
Not
negligence.
really.
Negligence.
They were so messed up, the two of them.
He killed her
it's
by
just a sad fucking
He killed
story.
her by lack of action.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could see that. 2006, Sid Vicious and the Sex Pistols inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and most punk rock thing ever, they didn't show up because they're like, fuck that.
Yeah.
Because why would you? I mean, that's kind of like the whole thing. I found this, actually, I thought this was kind of interesting. Steve Severin of Susie and the Banshees. Because like I said, Sid Vicious played drums for them in their first live gig. Steve said that he actually really liked Sid. This is like a
Who
quote
said
of
that?
his. Steve Severin from
Okay,
Susie
yeah.
and the Banshees.
Yeah.
He says, before he got deeply into drugs, he was one of the funniest guys. He had a brilliant sense of humor, goofy, sweet, and very cute. That's what he called him. And like I said, most of the people that knew him said that before he was like a druggie, he was actually a lovely, lovely person. Like, he was very shy, he was very soft-spoken, just a nice guy, super funny. You know,
Well,
drugs
drugs
kind
can
of
change your brain.
Drugs kind of fucked him up, and you know, so that
He'd have
was
been
it.
all right, though. I would have given that bitch 18 months for negligent homicide. That's what I would have done with him. And then
Straighten him out.
And then, yeah, give him 18
He
months.
might have turned out okay.
Yeah, and
if
it-
he'd gotten a little bit of prison time or
Yeah.
gone into a detox or
Well,
something.
I'd have given him 18 months for negligent homicide and given him about 3 years probation. To see if he could handle that. And then he probably would have fucking gone out and fucking done some cool shit in the music industry. That's what I would have done with him. Murder? No.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. Like I said,
Nah. He didn't mean to
It's-
kill her.
no. I mean,
and then she didn't think that he meant to kill her. She wasn't running out of there screaming for help.
like I said, it
No.
wasn't a healthy relationship.
No.
I'm not saying that.
They were
but
just fucked up.
they were just fucked up.
Yeah,
and
fuck you, bitch. What did you do? Oh, shit. Oh, no. Man, you got me. It's just like that. You go, what are we going to do now? That's okay. I'll be all right.
yeah, I'll walk it off.
Yeah, I'll walk it up. There's a little cut. It'll be okay. You want some heroin? Yeah, sounds good.
That's probably exactly what.
Yeah. Can't read too
I can
much
see
in-
that. I can
you
see that.
can't read too much into it. They
I
were
can see that.
They were simple people. They were not smart. They were young dummies.
Yeah, like I said, they were.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about 19, 20, 21-year-old
Yeah,
kids
yeah.
who were completely fucked up and had no idea what was going on.
I would not have fought.
And had a history of like smacking each other
Smack
around.
around. It was like a BDSM type relationship, but they were in love with each other. Peas in a pod. And yeah, she was a bitch, but he was fucking nuts, you know. So, but and I wouldn't have fried him for that. No way.
No,
No way.
no. I mean, it's
but
not.
he took it hard. He felt guilty. He killed himself.
In a way, I think that
that's kind of a testament to the fact that he was innocent.
That's what I was gonna say.
A dude who killed her and didn't give a shit would have fucking just walked away from it like nothing.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I killed that bitch.
Yeah.
But the fact that he felt so
yeah
fucked up about it,
right?
And the fact that he might not have even stabbed her, but the fact that maybe he did, like, haunted him.
Yeah, she could have done it. He could have done it. They did that shit together.
Yeah. So, I mean, that kind of shows you that at his heart, he was a good person because he did seem to feel really bad about it.
No, I think he was a good little dude. He just got wrapped up.
He didn't have much of a chance in life, gotta say.
Well, he was having a good time being a punk rock star, and fucking one thing led to another, and they're getting high a lot, and fucking, and then he's retired. What am I gonna do now? And well,
yeah, a lot of things took place. Like the Sex Pistols broke up.
Yeah.
Which, even though he just kind of stood around and looked pretty.
Yeah. He was still in name.
I think that was giving him some purpose in life, and then when that was gone, he was kind of like not really sure what was happening, and then there was other shit going on in his life, and I kind of feel like he was going through like a lot of shit. Another quote that I found too was from John Lydon, because like you said, John Lydon felt really bad about it.
Yeah.
He says, "I'm sorry, God, for the day I brought Sid into the band.
Yeah.
He felt so isolated, poor old Sid, because he wasn't the sharpest knife on the block.
Yeah.
The best aspect of his character, which was his humor, just vanished the day he joined the Pistols." That's what he said. So
yeah,
everyone, and honestly, John Lydon, like I said, he can kind of be, can be a dick for real.
He's kind of a cool dick though.
But he really does seem to feel bad. He still seems to feel bad about what happened to Sid.
John was not a dumb dude, and a great storyteller, and he's egotistical, but he has a right to be egotistical. He made his mark on music history. He was in an important phase in Anglo-American culture, English, actually world culture. Even in fucking Brazil, people knew. When I was growing up there, people fucking listened to the Sex Pistols right along with Iron Maiden and fucking American bands too. So no. He John is not just full of hot air. John fucking made his mark.
I mean, the Sex Pistols, one of the most influential bands of all time.
Right.
I don't think anyone would argue with you.
At least in white culture. I think a lot of black people don't know who they are. But in white culture, we But it was a great band, and it was a couple of great albums that they made. But actually, musically, come on, let's be honest. No, man, Pill was better. Pill was better in a lot of ways. It wasn't as subversive as the Sex
It was more innovative, though.
But it was a lot more innovative. It was a lot more free in terms of expression.
Although I will say that it's
he was a great performer. I saw him. Open up with the the Sugar Cubes and the New Order. He put on a great show. Saw him at Pine Knob Theater. He's great. But getting back to him feeling bad about Sid, there was nothing fucking John could have done. It went down the way that it did.
Well, like I said, it's just kind of like, I mean, it's just the same thing as like nowadays, like, the members of New Order still feel bad about Ian Curtis committing suicide, even though obviously there's nothing they could have done. They were all kids at the time. But
you only can do what you can do.
But the thing about it, but honestly, the fact that they still feel bad about it, I mean, I was like, that's good. That means you're like a good person.
Yeah.
Because you still feel bad. You still like wish you could have done something about it. You still wish you could have helped them. Even though realistically, maybe you couldn't have. But in a lot of ways, you probably couldn't have. But the fact that you feel bad about it, I mean, that at least you have like some fucking empathy.
Yeah.
So there's that. Tammy says they're talking about showing what it is like to lose someone very close to you. And Cheryl said, "I almost did. Husband had cancer a few years ago. He made it. That show hits a little close to home." Oh, they're talking about like a show. And Tammy says, "I had a son die 20 years ago at age 11.
Damn.
And then his dad died 6 years later."
Oh,
so I know what you mean. Holy shit, Tammy. I didn't know that about. I'm sorry. And then, yeah, she said for a long time it was just me, my daughter, and our dog. I know, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, holy shit. Yeah, Stardog78 is talking about Gary Oldman. Yeah, the movie Sid and Nancy, even though it does kind of like romanticize it, and it does kind of show like a one possible scenario of what maybe happened, which who knows what happened because no one was there. But that is still a great film. Even though, like I said, hilariously, even though Gary Oldman is great in it, he fucking hated Punk, and I think he fucking hated that movie.
Really? It's ridiculous.
Which is crazy because he's fantastic in it.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
He even looks a lot like Sid. Like facially, like his whole like mannerisms and everything. He really did a good job.
Yeah. Now to set the record straight, I think Sid did stab Nancy. I did.
Well, like I said, I don't know.
I think he probably did, but I don't think it was meant in the way that. I don't think he meant it in the way that would happen between fucking civilians. You gotta understand that the fucking punk rock culture and these five motherfuckers were just not normal people. There was different cultures involved. He stabbed her, I think, but I don't think he meant to. If you understand, he's under the influence of fucking drugs, and I think it was more theatrics than anything else. And then once he realized, oh shit, stabbing somebody's a reality, he didn't do it anymore.
He was kind of like, I kind of feel like Sid was...
Yeah.
Not only because he was kind of dumb, but also because he was kind of on a lot of drugs. He was almost kind of like childlike.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know if he actually grasped the gravitas.
No, I don't think he realized it. No.
And
I think he stabbed her, and I think they immediately both fucking went, oh, fuck, and then they covered it up.
I can see that.
That's what I really think happened.
Like I said, there's other possibilities, but I mean, that's probably the most likely
Most
scenario.
likely is that. And
Gotta say.
they're like, oh, shit, don't want to get in trouble. And then they both...
Because that's the first thing you would think of in
then,
that situation.
Yeah, and then they both covered it up, I think. And then she didn't make it. And then he killed himself. Not by just taking too many goddamn drugs. He felt bad about it. Now, he may not have remembered exactly what happened, but I think that's probably what happened. And maybe that's what he suspected had happened. He may have had a couple different versions of what had happened in his head.
Well, as I said, I'm sure he probably didn't remember it all that well.
Probably didn't remember real clearly what happened. But that's probably what actually happened if you had it on camera. And if you had it on camera, you probably would have kind of forgiven him because they were probably fucking super high. And as soon as it happened, like, oh, shit, sorry. Oh, man. Well, here, put this in, you know what I mean? Then
if I remember correctly,
it was probably something like that.
In the movie Sid and Nancy,
yeah,
they kind of had, I don't remember if they, I haven't seen the movie in a long time. I remember it being really, I'd have to, I should have rewatched it for this now that I'm thinking about it. But I haven't seen it in a long time. But I don't remember if they talked about that they'd had a party, that there were other people, like, in and out of the apartment all night. There were people there until, like, 5 or 6 a.m., just going in and out. So I don't know if they addressed that in the movie, but I do remember in the movie that they made it that Nancy almost provoked him into it, like, yeah, fucking, like, kill me, yeah, do it.
It was like the kind of shit
kind of like that.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, I don't know if that's what happened, but that's what they portrayed in the movie. So, I don't know. The movie's kind of, like, fictionalized,
Knowing
obviously.
the way that they were in punk rock culture, they were probably both talking shit. She's slapping him, and they're slapping him like that a little bit, and it's just roughing each other up. And it's like, fuck you, bitch, dude. Ooh, like that. And then she goes, ow, you got me. You know what I mean? She's like, oh, really? Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, sorry. Here, let's patch it up. It'll be all right. Yeah, it'd be this stupid shit like that. Stupid shit.
Yeah, like I said,
It wasn't malice.
I don't think they were really thinking shit through at that point.
No. It probably was not.
Not thinking shit through.
Definitely wasn't trying to kill her. He would continue to stab her. It was heat of the moment, minor argument. I don't even think, the way I'm picturing it, knowing the way those fuckers were, shit like that would happen within a minor argument, not a major argument. They weren't even fucking probably serious.
Yeah, it was probably some dumb shit.
Dumb shit. Yeah.
Like you said, like your friend Rich, like arguing over the remote control.
My friend blew his head off arguing over the fucking volume of the television. I showed you a picture of him. He's same generation.
Which, like I said, you're fucked up enough.
The volume of the television.
I can see that happening.
Watching the movie fucking Excalibur. And he was talking about me. He says he was talking about me and my friend Eric, who had just come out of the army. He was ex-army too. And he was telling the girl, "Y'all don't know. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't know honor. You don't know." He was telling her she didn't know anything about honor. And two junkies fighting over honor.
That sounds like some shit you would say, though.
Yeah. Over the volume of the television, he gets a 38 special and comes out of the fucking closet with his fucking dress green tops on, from his army dress greens top, with a fucking 38 special revolver in his hand. He goes, "Fuck you, I'm fucking sick of you. I'm out of here." And he pulls it and boom, and blows his fucking head off right in front of her. And he was 52 and she was about 25. Yeah.
I mean,
She was fucking hot, and he was a hot dude. Over the volume of a fucking television set.
well, I'm
And
sure
she
it was.
didn't hold it against him. She was like, it was an accident. He didn't mean it. That's what.
well, he probably didn't.
Yeah, he didn't. He was just.
Well, and the
fucking-
thing about it,
yeah.
it's like whenever there's a fight like that, and everybody
Yeah.
kind of said, "Oh, he blew his head off over like the volume of television." It's never just about that.
Well,
It's always like other.
there was alcohol
exacerbating
and-
circumstances,
Yeah.
and he's probably mad about lots of other things.
Yeah.
But that was just like the one thing that like
Well,
tipped
he
him over.
started
the
to
edge.
get kind of ostracized from the scene because he was showing up, fucking seething and breathing, like that, doing the shit like sometimes I do about doing this. He was doing that all the time, but it was because he was constantly fucking on a fifth of fucking scotch with a whole bunch of fucking cocaine and heroin. So he was constantly in this weird state of semi-lucidity.
I can't imagine at that age.
At that age.
Because
Yeah.
I'll be 50 this year in September.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of like, man, we go out drinking one night. I need like 2 days to recover from that shit.
No.
It's like the
Rich
next.
is a
I don't.
beast.
I don't feel terrible. I just feel really, really, really
Yeah.
tired. I just
Yeah.
feel really tired. Even if I
Well-
get sleep, I'm still tired.
Well, he would sleep, and recover. He would be in heroin heaven with these little hotties and fucking get up and go to. He worked in the building that he lived in, so he didn't have like a normal 9 to 5 job. He only had to work when a tenant needed him. So he had a sweet job. He didn't pay any rent. He stayed there for free, and then they gave
So
him
he was like an apartment manager type.
he was an apartment manager,
Oh,
so
okay.
he stayed there for free, and they gave him a couple grand a month to just keep the fucking apartment running.
Nice.
And yeah, and he was just an ex-military guy and picked up a bad fucking heroin habit. But he was a good. Here's the weird thing. This is why I'm kind of. I would never do that shit. You know what I mean? It's a bad drug. But I'm kind of understanding of these dudes. Good people in these days got wrapped up in that drug.
Yeah.
You know?
It was sad too.
Yeah, and they were very talented.
Because a lot of them, they
Yeah.
weren't bad people.
They weren't bad people. They
Not
were
at
just
all.
trapped in this damn web of a drug that was out there that was just working them over. And it was the weirdest thing because they were very charismatic, the ones that I knew. Good-looking girls, good-looking guys. And they were just, but the problem was they would fucking just sleep, like fucking vampires, which kind of lent itself to the gothic scene eventually, this fucking vampiric thing of just fucking sleeping and being pretty.
Sleep and be pretty.
Yeah.
I wish I could live like that.
Yeah, and there was all these fucking pretty girls just fucking injecting this shit into them and sleeping, and older guys in their 50s who were in still good shape just with these girls in their 20s and just injecting this shit into them. Kind of a interesting lifestyle, but definitely not healthy. They were like the living dead.
Yeah. Like I said, there's
Yeah.
a reason that heroin addicts hang out with other junkies.
Yeah.
Because, like, people that aren't in that shit aren't going to hang out. So it's like, what? I
No.
want to hang out with you while you sleep for fucking 8 hours? No thanks.
But you'd have beautiful conversations about music and fucking culture and shit. They were very, at least Rich, he's just real cultured, You're not talking about a scumbag. So it wasn't like your typical, like, punk rock junkie or anything, you know what I mean? He was...
And
he
some
was-
people did actually, like,
Yeah.
function
Yeah.
on the stuff.
Right. Kind of like a functional alcoholic.
Yeah. So some people did. Like I said, I bring up Nick Cave a lot because he's kind of like I'm a
Yeah.
big fan of his, and he was, like, known as, like, a big heroin addict. But he did manage to make awesome albums and write novels and shit on that stuff. So he wasn't just like useless all the time.
Right.
It wasn't like Train Spotting, where everybody's laying around letting their babies suffocate.
Yeah, just I think half of them were like that. It seemed like.
I mean, just like everything else, it kind of depends on the person, I guess. Right. I mean, I'm sure, he did his fair share of like sleeping and laying around, but he seemed to have sort of winnowed that into productivity, where I feel like heroin in particular seems counterproductive.
Yeah.
If you're trying to trying to do something with your life, because it does kind of just make you be like, and just like lay around all the time.
I'd go over to Rich's fucking apartment, fucking knock on a door, and fucking I'd hear a little fucking Soleil was his girlfriend's name at that time. And I could hear her fucking mumbling a little bit. And I'm going, open the door. And she's like, come in. I said, open the door. She goes, come in. And we'd fight over fucking open the door and come in. I didn't want to open the door. She would just say, come in. And I'd fucking open up the door, and they'd be sleeping on the couch, and he'd be passed out, and she'd be there, and they'd be all fucking gothed out. She was just gorgeous. Kind of fucking goth chick, And I'm going, get this fuck bitch up. Get him up. Let's go to fucking Axis. The club's at that. She's like, wake up. Wake up. She's just smacking him.
See, I don't...
Wake up.
This is why I'm not super... This is why I don't hang out with heroin addicts. It's like, dude... We got shit to do.
Yeah.
You can't just be like laying around on the couch all day.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm very much a let's get up and do some shit kind of person.
And we finally get him up and fucking,
I can't lay around all day.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, I can't even sleep. Shit, I can't even sleep past... I woke up at 5:45 this morning. And I was like, well, I could get up right now, but it's still dark, so that would be weird. So I said, well, maybe I'll just lay here and wait till the sun comes up, and then I'll get up.
Yeah.
So as soon as the sun came up at like 6:45, I got up.
Yeah. You'd have liked it. You'd think it was funny. You'd think it was funny. They were sexy, too. You'd be like, you want to have sex with us? I said, no, I can't have sex. Let's go. Come on, have sex with me. And I said, man, y'all fucking haven't had fucking... You all haven't bathed in a couple of days. I can smell it. I said, why don't you get this bitch up? And she's like, I'll change my dress. And I says, yeah, you go ahead. Get in the goddamn shower. And fucking... Man, there's another time I was over there. And I go in the refrigerator. And I'm fucking pouring a drink. He had the fucking scotch in the refrigerator and pouring a drink. Went to go get some ice cubes. I opened up a freezer. And the fucking cat is in the freezer.
Oh my God.
Rock.
That was like, there were some horror movies like that.
Yeah, fucking
like
cat.
May.
The cat's in the freezer fucking frozen rock solid. And I'm like, what the fuck is the cat doing in the freezer? Oh, yeah. The cat died. The cat died. We put him in the freezer. So what's he doing in the fucking freezer? Well, we couldn't bury him. It's frozen outside because it was winter. And I was like,
it made sense at the time.
Yeah, I was like, what's he doing in the freezer? And it's like, well, we couldn't throw him out. It's the cat. We got to bury him. So it kind of made sense when I heard it.
I get that.
So we couldn't throw him outside.
But still.
We couldn't throw him outside in the garbage. So we got to bury him, and we got to wait till the fucking ground thaws. And I was like, but he's in the fucking freezer. And it's like, he's okay. He's sitting on the couch before that. He's just in the freezer now. It was just kind of made junky sense. I'm like, okay.
Makes junky sense.
Well, he was alive on the couch. What difference, he was, what difference does he make if he's in the couch or the freezer? I guess, I'm like, okay. All right. Yeah.
They're not worried about it.
No.
Clearly.
It's fucking funny. You'd have liked it. This motherfuckers are funny.
I don't know. So you bringing that up reminded me of going to Lollapalooza in Atlanta in the early 90s. And I was staying at the apartment of my friend's boyfriend, who I didn't know. And the boyfriend lived with a whole bunch of roommates. So it was a bunch of like 20-ish-year-old dudes.
Yeah.
And they were all filthy.
Yeah.
So, like, I was afraid to go to the bathroom. Their kitchen was filled with dirty dishes that had maggots on them.
Ugh.
I was just kind of like, what, please kill me. Like, I drove up to Atlanta, or I took a Greyhound to Atlanta, actually, because I didn't have a car at the time. So I took a Greyhound. I thought I was going to be staying at my friend's house, which she was staying with her dad, I think. And he had like a really nice house in Atlanta or outside of Atlanta. I thought we were going to be staying there. But of course, her boyfriend at the time, she's like, no, we're going to be staying with the boyfriend, like, after the show. And I was just kind of like, great. I don't know any of these people. So I was just like, okay, fantastic. So I end up in this fucking room and with all these stinky dudes with their maggoty dishes and their gross-ass bathroom. And I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, kill me now.
That apartment. Yeah. All right. With this motherfucker here, I'm going to show you a picture of him again. This motherfucker here. All right. This motherfucker here and his girlfriend. That apartment smelled nothing but like patchouli. It was just fucking patchouli. You can smell patchouli down the fucking...
I do like that smell. Though.
Yeah,
but
it was to hide fucking the fact that those motherfuckers would sit up in the fucking same spot for 2 or 3 days and not take a damn shower. They just fucking zonked out. Patchouli. So we done with this show?
Yeah, we've been going almost 5 hours.
Yeah, it's almost 5 hours.
Right?
We got to get out of here.
I mean,
we still got a strong following listening to us though.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm starving.
Yeah, I'll make us something to eat.
I think I've had one sandwich today, and that's it.
John's going, I actually thought of that if my cat died in the winter, what to do? Well, fucking John put the cat in the freezer.
I mean, like, that's weird.
Yeah.
But I get it.
He didn't even have the cat in a bag. It was just sitting on a rack.
Man, hearing about, that bums me out so much.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, if you guys weren't here at the beginning...
He felt it was disrespectful to put the cat in a plastic bag, so he just had the cat sitting up there on the rack.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, honestly, like, you guys know.
Yeah.
I get it. That would be like putting a person.
Yeah. She had the cat just fucking kind of curled up in the on the top rack of the freezer. And I opened up like, whoa, what's the cat doing in there?
Tammy says I had to put my little dog in our spare freezer because he died on a Saturday and I was going to have him cremated and they were closed until Monday. Yeah, so like I said, it's not that weird. I mean, yeah, if you just came over to somebody's house.
I'm getting ice next to the cat.
If you just came over to somebody's house, but if you explained it, I mean, yeah, I'd be shocked. But if you explained it to me, I'd be like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it. It's not that weird. It's... I get
What's
it.
he doing in here? Well, he was on the couch. He was on the couch when he died. He's been on the couch when he was alive. He, fucking, what difference does it make he's in the couch or in the fucking freezer? He's been all over the house. So it made sense in their mind.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of like, oh my God, like at first. But if you think about it for a second,
it was the cat's house.
Not really that weird.
Right.
It's not really that weird. It's not like you like murdered people and like have their arms and legs in the freezer.
No.
It's a cat,
Yeah. He's just chilling in the freezer.
Oh, that makes me sad. Like I said.
All right, Jenny, I'm gonna go ahead and start us something to eat.
What you gonna make?
I'm gonna get down there and go look.
Yeah,
see what I got.
We don't know. We don't know what's down there.
I got roast beef cooked already. I can do ramen.
Ramen's good. Roast beef is good.
Roast beef sandwich.
Well,
roast beef sandwich is the easiest.
Yeah, I mean, we had that earlier.
Roast beef with mashed potatoes gravy.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
If I have the mashed potatoes still.
I mean, if we do, then we can have that.
Right,
but if not, then sandwiches are good. Or ramen's good too.
Okay.
All right. So, thank you guys for hanging out. Holy crap! I can't believe we've been going for 5 hours, but I kind of figured it would because this is actually a very interesting topic for me. Captain Blairdo says, I should have put a Sex Pistols poster in Buddy's casket at his funeral. He was my neighbor and a detective on the Sid and Nancy case. And he thought Sid did it. I mean, I don't know if Sid did it or not. If he did, I don't think he meant it. I think they were just kind of like so fucked up they didn't know what was going on. But you know what I mean. Like I said, I'm not in the jury. No one was there, so we're never going to know. Everyone's dead that's involved. So it's kind of sad. But yeah. So thanks for everybody for hanging out with us this Wednesday evening. We'll be back on Friday for our Sidetracks show. So hopefully you guys can come and hang out with us for that. So thanks for coming by. Thanks everybody for super chats. And we will see you guys on Friday evening. Bye. Stop it, Poke.